Chapter 2850. And this past, ever since she was reborn, she had never thought about it. But for some reason, she dreamt of it tonight. She dreamt that Ying was talking to a complete stranger. She dreamt of what they had said. At this time, Yi Qian was no longer sleepy. Since there was only an hour left before the plane landed, Yi Qian got up and walked softly to the business class cabin. As soon as she moved, Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping in front of her, opened his eyes as if he had sensed her movement. He got up on one knee and turned his head to look behind him. He saw that Yi Qian had already walked past the first-class cabin and was about to open the door and enter the business-class cabin. Xia Jinyuan immediately woke up. He raised his wrist to check the time and gently pulled the thin blanket off his body. He got up and walked towards Yi Qian. As soon as he moved, Li Jinyan also opened his eyes. When he got up, Xia Jinyuan happened to pass by him. Seeing that he had woken up, he said softly, "Yi Qian, wake up. Something's not right." Hearing that something was wrong with his sister, Li Jinyan got up along with the blanket. The moment the blanket fell, he grabbed it and threw it back into his seat. Yi Qian had already walked out of the first-class cabin. She was thinking about something and didn't notice that there were two people behind her. Yi Qian, who had taken off her combat suit jacket, was only wearing a short-sleeved fitness shirt. She sat quietly by the window and looked through the cabin window towards the horizon. The air conditioning on the plane was very strong. After sitting down, Yi Qian realized that she was sweating all over. There was sweat on her forehead and back, and it was sticky and uncomfortable. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand and fanned herself with the hem of her clothes. The cold air passed through the hem of her clothes, bringing a hint of freshness to her body that was originally sticky with sweat. She didn't know that a dream, a piece of the past, was enough to make her sweat so much at that time. She had found Yi Zhifan, who had just returned to the country. When she saw that Yi Ying was willing to take her in, she was even willing to help her get the household register from Yi Zhifan so that she could get an identity card as soon as possible. She had been forced into a corner by Yi Zhifan. Just when she was feeling hopeless, Yi Ying's agreement had undoubtedly given her hope. She was filled with joy, thinking that Yi Ying was sincerely helping her. She waited happily. Who would have thought that she would end up with such a result that would only cause her to fall into an even deeper abyss? When she heard this conversation, she was so scared that she bit the tip of her tongue so hard that it bled. Only then did she stop herself from screaming and her trembling legs from collapsing. With a mouth full of blood, she didn't even have time to pack her clothes and left in such a sorry state. After experiencing so many things later on, this memory had become insignificant and was directly forgotten in the corner of his memory. But tonight, for some reason, he actually dreamed of it. He even broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that, as Captain Xia had said, he was really a little nervous since it was his first time representing the country, and his mental state was too tense? But being too tense and dreaming of a past event that he had forgotten had nothing to do with it. The cabin door that had just been closed opened. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front row of the business class, looked up and saw her brother and boyfriend walking over one after the other. "Can't sleep?" Li Jinyan, who came out first, asked first. There was a hint of faint worry in his voice. Chapter 2851. Yi Qian hurriedly got up and glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who came out after him. She raised her hand to wipe away her sweat and smiled. "Yeah, I had an uncomfortable dream, so I can't sleep anymore. It's getting late, so I decided to get up and walk around." She originally wanted to say, "I just woke up to cover up the uncomfortable dream," but she remembered that Captain Xia once told her that her family was eager to understand her, and wanted to know everything about her. They also hoped that she would tell them everything. So she swallowed the words that rushed to her mouth and took the initiative to tell her brother why she couldn't fall asleep. Li Jinyan, who had no change in his expression, sat down beside Yi Qian and openly squeezed Xia Jinyu onto the seat across the aisle. He looked the same as usual, but only he knew that when he heard Yi Qian tell him why she couldn't fall asleep, all 10 of his fingers trembled slightly. He sat down, steadied his voice, and said in a deep voice, "What dream? Can you tell your brother?" "I dreamt that someone colluded with Sunning to harm me. It was too real, so I woke up with a start. My back was covered in cold sweat." Yi Qian couldn't tell him about her dream of her previous life. She had mentioned it once, but Captain Xia didn't believe her, so she didn't want to mention it again. But now, it seemed like there was no need to mention it again. Yi Ying had become Sun Ying, Yi Zhifan and Sun Dongqing had divorced, and they were both jailed. The family that harmed her the most in her previous life had received their retribution. Mentioning Yi Zhifan's family in her previous life didn't seem like it was necessary. Li Jinyan's heart suddenly froze. His thin lips were pressed tightly together as he held her left hand that was placed on the armrest. He said calmly, "Don't think too much. It's just a dream. Even if it feels real, it's still just a dream. They will never harm you, never." His sister had finally returned to the Fu family and reunited with her family. How could he allow anyone to harm her? He would never allow it. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't take it to heart. I just felt a little depressed. Brother, don't worry, I'll be fine after a while." After a slight pause, Yi Qian continued, "Maybe it's because Sunning has done too many terrible things to me in the past. Now that it's before the competition, I'm feeling a little pressured. That's why I'm dreaming of all this nonsense." At this point, Yi Qian saw a flicker of light in her brother's cold and calm eyes, and the right hand holding her left hand was trembling slightly. In that instant, she understood her brother's emotions were fluctuating because of her mentioning the past. Just as Captain Xia said, she did need to talk more about the past. Li Jinyan's emotions were indeed fluctuating. Ever since his sister came home, she had never taken the initiative to talk about her difficulties, whether it was to him or his uncle. Grandpa didn't even need to be mentioned. She had always only told him the good news and not the bad news. He even said that although her life in the Yi family was tough when she was young, she could still make do with it. How could that kind of life be lived just by putting up with it? After investigating, he found out how tough and difficult his sister's life had been. She had even almost died a few times. The Fu family owed her. He didn't dare to mention his sister's past to his grandfather. He didn't even dare to mention it to his uncle. He didn't dare to ask her personally, for fear that he would hear her complaining about the Fu family. Chapter 2852. Just like that, he was so careful, afraid that his sister, who had finally returned home after so much difficulty, would have a crack in their newly established relationship because of the past. If she didn't mention it, he didn't dare to say a word, afraid that he would trigger a minefield and end up hurting both sides. "Brother, my conflict with Yi Zhifan's family is already a thing of the past. Now that they've gotten what they deserved, I have nothing to resent or hate. It's not worth it to put too much thought into people like them. Although I don't talk about the past, I really feel that it's all in the past. There's not much value in bringing up the past, and it'll only make you sad for no reason. The dreams I've had up until now, just like what you said just now, no matter how real they are, they're still just dreams. They can't come true, and they can't threaten me," Yi Qian said magnanimously, without a trace of gloominess between his brows. Even the emotions that were disturbed by the dream just now gradually faded away, and he no longer thought about it. Speaking of which, This was a good thing. If one day she could once again hear the voice of the man who plotted with Yi Ying in the study in her past life, she would definitely recognize him. This way, she could use this person as a lead to investigate why this person wanted Yi Ying to get rid of her in her past life. In her past life, Yi Ying married into a prestigious family so quickly and was able to gain a foothold so quickly and was so aggressive towards her. Who was the person who helped her? Could it be the person who plotted with her in the study? Yi Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. Li Jinyan, who saw this, lowered his voice, and there was a hint of gentleness in his cold and stern voice. The past is the past, and the people in the past are also the past. Leave everything in the future to me. As your brother, it's time for me to protect my sister. I'm also very willing to listen to your worries and very willing to help you solve the problems in life. Sister, remember, you have your brother, and your brother is very willing to hold up the sky for you. Hearing this, Yi Qian's heart softened. This was the benefit of having a brother. It made her feel at ease. Nodding heavily, Yi Qian smiled. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting on one side of the aisle, saw her open her heart and confide in Li Jinyan. A deep smile appeared on his handsome face. This was very good. Family ties also needed to be stable, and the best way to do so was through communication. His little fox had wandered around for a long time and finally had a home. He sincerely hoped that she could be happy in this home. Time passed quietly, and the sweet voice of the flight attendant came from the radio, telling the special passengers that the plane would arrive at the destination in half an hour. The three of them immediately returned to the first-class cabin. The other 5 comrades had already woken up. They dressed and washed up as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the plane landed safely. The special forces from the mysterious eastern country were neatly dressed. They walked out of the cabin with steady steps and a fierce aura. No one came out to greet them, and no one told them what means of transportation to take to their next destination. From the moment the special forces got off the plane, they had already entered this death race without death. Xia Jinyuan and his team of 8 were the same as all the other special forces from other countries. When they arrived, they found out that the race had started from the moment they got off the plane. It was to see who could reach the eastern primeval forest in the shortest time. The only thing they were provided was one thing, a map. Chapter 28:53. The map was their only tool to reach the eastern primeval forest. Other than that, they did not have any other auxiliary tools. They would have to figure out how to reach the eastern primeval forest on their own. China had sent a total of 8 special forces soldiers this time. The Snowfield Brigade consisted of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian G3, T6, and Sparrow Hawk, while the Storm Commandos consisted of Li Jinyan, Big Eel, and Big Shark. The 8 of them looked at the only map they had. They had just gotten off the plane, but their expressions were already very gloomy. Do you guys think this is a show of strength? The T6 combatant looked at the only map in his captain's hands with a gloomy look in his eyes. Even the map isn't waterproof. The eastern primeval forest is rainy and cold, surrounded by lakes and wetlands. Even the map isn't waterproof. This show of strength is really ruthless. His words made his comrades look at him. Then their gazes landed on Xia Jinyuan. He was the commander of this mission, so they wanted to see what he had to say. Xia Jinyuan handed the map to Yi Qian first. Qing Niao, use your strengths and memorize the entire map. Remember the coordinates we use to enter the primeval forest so that you can accurately report our location. Other than Yi Qian, even Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan could not surpass her in terms of memory. As such, it was best to arrange for Yi Qian to memorize the map. Big Shark and Big Eel from the Storm Commandos did not know about Yi Qian's powerful memory. When they heard that, the two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Big Shark asked, uncertainly, memorize the map? Well, will it work? It was a 4-page map with the topography of the entire eastern primeval forest on it. Could it be memorized? He could still believe it if it was only a few kilometers away, but they had to memorize the entire map of the eastern primeval forest. Was that even possible? No matter how he thought about it, it did not seem possible. Li Jinyin knew that his sister had a very good memory, just like his grandfather. His grandfather also had a very good memory. Even though he was already in his 80s, his memory was still quite good. Although he knew about it, he had never seen it before. When he heard that, he became very interested. He also wanted to know if his sister could remember it, but Li Jinyin glanced at Xia Jinyuan and saw that his eyes were indifferent, and he was very relaxed when he gave his instructions. This kind of relaxation came from his trust in his sister. In other words, he believed that his sister could memorize this map in a short time. The T6 combatant immediately laughed. He happened to be standing next to Yi Qian, so he nudged Yi Qian lightly with his shoulder and said with a smile, "If you want to stump us, that'll be difficult. With our blue bird around, its photographic memory isn't just for show. It's a real ability." As he spoke, he even gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. Yi Qian, who had his head lowered to memorize the map, did not notice that the terrain of the forest in the northeast of Egonia was complex. The forest was boundless, and deep within the forest were many lakes, wetlands, and abundant rainwater. Sometimes, even with a compass, one might not be able to walk out of such a place. Xia Jinyuan glanced at T6 with a cold look in his eyes. "I'm sorry." The T6 combatant instantly understood that Yi Qian was memorizing the map. He should not have interrupted her and distracted her. He hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid interrupting Yi Qian. Principal Chen had systematically taught Yi Qian how to memorize maps. Yi Qian could memorize any type of map very quickly, even if it was just a small place name. Therefore, memorizing a map was a very, very small task for Yi Qian. Chapter 2854. The maps distributed to the special forces of each country were military maps. The terrain, landforms, and topography were very clear and accurate. As long as Yi Qian memorized it, it would play a key role in the upcoming competition. Yi Qian didn't make his comrades wait for too long. After 15 minutes, he returned the map to Xia Jinyuan with a smile in his clear eyes. "Okay, I've memorized it all. The map can be invalidated." "You memorized it all." The big mermaid was astonished. "Your memory is too good. Can I give you a test? Isn't this too amazing? You actually used only 15 minutes to memorize a 4-page military map. Can I test you?" Xia Jinyuan stuffed the map into his hands. "Go ahead." Then he said to Yi Qian, "If the map isn't destroyed, it's not waterproof. There are many lakes and wetlands in the forest, and maps are very important combat tools. Once the special forces of other countries lose their maps, it's very likely that they will target the maps in the hands of other countries' special forces. Let's keep this first. If there really is a situation like snatching the map, we can use this map as a tool to confuse other special forces. As a combat commander, he couldn't just look at what was in front of him. He had to look at the overall situation. His comrades all understood what he meant and nodded gently in agreement. Big Eel immediately started to test him. 3 minutes later, Big Eel handed the map back to Xia Jinyuan. He was impressed by Yi Qian's memory. It was too scary, too scary. How could such a memory be human? It was like a supercomputer. It was too scary. Big Shark secretly swallowed countless times. What a terrifying memory. She memorized a 4-page map in 15 minutes. Was there a computer in Qing Niao's brain? Otherwise, how could she have memorized it? After the map issue was resolved, Xia Jinyuan put away the only map that would allow them to walk out of the eastern forest and find the various competition locations. June, Yen said coldly, IKA Assault is a long-range reconnaissance battle. It's also known as the competition without death. If it's not ruthless enough, how could it be known worldwide for its ferocity? The only map is not a show of strength. It tells us from the beginning that this is a competition that we have to take seriously and give it our all. Be alert. From this moment on, we have started the competition. As he spoke, he looked coldly at Yi Qian and asked her, how many kilometers is it from our current location to the forest in eastern Estonia? Yi Qian replied, the distance from here to the destination is 371 kilometers. If we want to reach the destination, it's impossible for us to reach it by any other means except for a helicopter. In other words, if we want to reach the destination, we have to get a... As she spoke, Yi Qian looked ahead. To be precise, she looked at a group of special forces who were wearing jungle combat uniforms and were sent to compete for the border of our country. She didn't stop talking, but she slowed down a lot. A helicopter will do. Only a helicopter can reach the destination. After saying this, she raised her chin slightly. Our imaginary enemy is here. It looks like they're looking for something. Now that they've seen us, their aura has changed greatly. They're full of murderous intent. Chapter 2855. Yi Qian's eyes met with the commander from the border country walking in front of him. His low voice calmly traveled into the ears of his comrades. The border country soldier walking in front of us should be the commander. His eyes are fierce, and he seems to have a lot of opinions about us. It seems like our previous guess was correct. They really might be trying to mess with us. The 7 people who originally had their backs facing the border country soldier all turned around. The SFS Special Border Defense Army from the border country had already seen the Chinese Special Forces. The commander in the lead didn't slow down. He maintained the same pace and strode towards the Chinese soldiers. The commander of the SFS Special Border Defense Army was a soldier who was proficient in Chinese. As he walked over, his eyes swept across the faces of the Chinese soldiers one by one. In the end, his eyes landed on Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. He couldn't tell which of the two was the commander of the Chinese soldiers. From their eyes, he saw the same confidence, the same coldness, and the same arrogance. There was a word in Chinese that was very suitable to describe the look in their eyes: disdain. The disdain and coldness in their eyes made people feel at first glance that they weren't simple people, a group of Chinese soldiers that weren't simple. There was even a Chinese special forces mixed in with a female soldier. Ha ha ha, were they really not simple? Ha ha ha. For those small countries, the Chinese soldiers in front of him were indeed not simple, but in front of the SFS Special Border Defense Army, they were just SOSO. The SFS Special Border Defense Army was a guerrilla force formed by the elite ethnic minorities under the command of the cabinet minister of the border country. They were then used as the foundation to form the border country's Special Border Defense Army. When it was formed, this Border Defense Army was meant to be able to carry out secret operations behind enemy countries in future wars. A special force formed with this purpose was indeed extraordinary. It was normal for the commander from the SFS Special Border Defense Army to have this sense of superiority. When he walked in front of the Chinese soldiers, he finally stopped sizing them up. Unable to confirm which one was the commander, he reached out his hand and took the initiative to politely greet them in Chinese. "Nice to meet you. I'm the captain of our country's competition, Sharuk Zhou." As long as one of them reached out to shake his hand, that person would definitely be the commander of the Chinese Special Forces. Xia Jinyuan extended his hand and shook hands with the commander of the border country, who had deep facial features, especially the contours of his eyes. His gaze was like that of a vulture hovering in the sky, waiting for its prey to strike. "Nice to meet you. I'm the captain of our country's competition this time. You can call me Xia." As soon as Shah Rukh opened his mouth, the Chinese soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. He was actually a guy who knew Chinese. Under normal circumstances, if an important soldier from another country could speak the language of another country, it could be seen that this person had a deep understanding of the other country. Learning a language was to improve one's understanding of the country. A heavyweight soldier who was proficient in another country's language also wanted to understand the country, and even more. Shah Rukh held Xia Jinyuan's hand. The smile on his face was deep, but the smile in his eyes was slightly cold. His skin was dark, typical of a border country. He withdrew his hand and maintained a polite greeting. "You must have just gotten off the plane. We just circled around here and didn't see you." Chapter 2856. The probing from the border country began from Shahrukha's first sentence. He wanted to know if the Chinese soldier had just gotten off the plane, or if he had already gone around in circles like them. "Yes, he got off the plane about 20 minutes ago and is now heading to the eastern primeval forest." Since the other side intended to communicate in Chinese to show their friendliness, Xia Jinyuan communicated with the other side in proper Chinese. Shahrukha's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his eyebrows helplessly, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. "Our destination is the same, but we don't have any means of transportation. We are looking for a means of transportation that can leave, such as a helicopter. Unfortunately, we have looked around and did not find a helicopter at this airport. Xia, we should be trapped here. If we look for a helicopter again, the delay will only be longer. Let's consider driving away. Just now, the distance is about 300 kilometers. We can increase the speed to about 140 kilometers per hour. In this way, we can reach our destination in about 2 hours. Are you interested in traveling together? We can travel together and discuss what the next competition will be. If I remember correctly, this is the first time your side is participating in the IKA assault competition, and we have participated in it 4 times. We can share our experience with you." Before they arrived at their destination, the competition had already begun. Xia Jinyuan had always been able to tolerate verbal provocation. Even if he was angry, he would not show it on his face. He would only use this method to fight back. The commander of the border country, who was a little shorter than him, smiled and said, "The competition has already begun from the moment we got off the plane. We'd better act separately. It would be bad if we were dragged down." What he said was that it would be bad if they were dragged down. However, when Shahrukh heard it, it meant the opposite. It would be bad if they were dragged down by the Chinese side. For the border country, they had always claimed to be one of the 3 major military powers. It was normal for Shahrukh to misunderstand the deeper meaning of Xia Jinyuan's words. The idea of a strong country had always been the strategic guidance since the founding of the border countries. Their ambitious ambitions were fully displayed in the foreign policy of the founding prime minister of the border countries. They did not want to be a supporting role. They wanted to be the protagonist, even if it was a competition. After Shahrukh misunderstood, he made a prompt decision and immediately stopped suggesting that they travel together to test the strength of the Chinese soldiers. However, he would not express his new thoughts very obviously. After thinking for a while, he nodded and replied, "The competition has already started since we got off the plane, but we still don't know the rules of the competition so far. For the sake of caution, it is indeed better to act separately." "Xia, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have led my comrades to make mistakes from the start. In that case, I can only say goodbye to you. Shylock left with regret. His face was still full of smiles, but when he turned around, his expression became very cold. Before the border guards left, they all glanced at the faces of the Chinese soldiers. Every time they saw Yi Qian, their eyes would flash with the same smile. It was not a kind smile, but a smile of amusement. Such a smile filled the hearts of every Chinese soldier with coldness. Chapter 28:57. However, this kind of smile was already considered very polite. At the very least, during the 1999 military parade, the self-developed weapons displayed by our country shocked the entire world. This caused many countries to put away their contempt and began to size up our country with a scrutinizing gaze. However, to the border countries, China's military strength was far inferior to theirs, and so was the strength of their troops. If it was in the past, they would not just chuckle, but mock them right to their faces. Now, they were already being polite. As the border countries of the for universal civilization's ancient countries, they were a competitive country. The idea of either explode in competition or perish in competition had always been passed down by the leaders of the border countries. They had always wanted to be a strong country, a country that would make all the other big countries bow down to them. While they had been advancing towards this goal, they had also felt the strength of the Chinese side, which made them feel uneasy. Otherwise, there would not have been a case of a reconnaissance aircraft entering China's air defense territory and escaping back to their border. Now, before they had even reached their destination, they had already met the special forces from the Chinese side. The old and new debts were still fresh in their minds, and the SFS border guards were actually having a hard time holding it in. They even have a female soldier. I'm shocked. The Chinese side actually sent out a female soldier. Could it be that they can't find another powerful male soldier? I think they probably don't. Such a big country doesn't even have a single aircraft carrier at sea, and our country's aircraft carrier is already at sea. Without a powerful soldier, there won't be a strong country. A country that doesn't even have an aircraft carrier. What kind of powerful soldier can they have? Well said, I like it a lot. A Chinese country that even sent out a female soldier. How pitiful. Hopefully, they won't lose too badly. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my laughter. I can't hold it in anymore. In the following competition, I think I'll laugh out loud every day. When I see their side appear, I'll try my best to hold it in and take the initiative to comfort them. Tell them not to take it to heart. After all, it's just a competition. It's not a big deal. The SFS border guards, who had walked a few meters away, no longer hid their hostility toward the Chinese special forces. Mocking laughter came out from everyone's mouth, with contempt and sharp hostility. Just wait. When we reach the eastern forest, we'll have many opportunities. Shah Rukh lowered his voice and said with a ferocious look in his eyes, I'll make them understand that they'd better stay in their own countries during any international competition. Otherwise, they'll lose miserably. Of course, we will tell them that they are not qualified to participate in such a competition. Ha ha ha, I'm sure we're not the only ones who think so. There are other countries who think so too, right? 12 countries. If 6 countries think that they are not qualified to participate, ha ha ha. I think this will be the most interesting thing in the IKA assault competition. The soldiers from the border countries had already left, and the mockery they left behind made Yi Qian and the others clench their fists. They didn't bother to hide their mockery. They didn't say anything, but their eyes clearly said that the special forces from the Chinese side were just SOSO and didn't need to be taken seriously. No soldier could tolerate such contempt, including Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. They couldn't tolerate it. Chapter 28:58. Xia Jinyuan slightly squinted his unfathomable black eyes. He turned around and said to his comrades, Just now, their eyes were asking for a beating. Since the imaginary enemy has become a reality, we don't have to be polite. Just do what you have to do. Seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson and teach them how to behave. Modesty is the foundation of life. They seem to have forgotten. If we have the chance, we don't mind teaching them a lesson. Tolerance was not Xia Jinyuan's style. He could tolerate like a normal person. He would judge the situation, wait for the right opportunity, and then deliver a fatal blow. His forbearance was to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. He would continue to endure until the most suitable opportunity arrived. This kind of man was truly terrifying because you would never be able to guess what he was thinking, and he would never allow others to guess what he would do next. A real man could be as steady as Mount Tai, but he could also be as turbulent as the Yellow River and destroy everything. Li Jinyan stood straight with an expressionless face. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he said calmly, "Their biggest mistake was to let their guard down, but it's also our best chance. Don't worry, we have to pay back what we owe." Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. None of his comrades' mood was affected by the SFS Special Border Defense Army's contempt. This kind of gaze was indeed uncomfortable, but it was not uncomfortable enough to affect the rest of the trip. Half an hour later, a helicopter glided over the airport's taxiway. As the elevator was pulled up, the helicopter began to ascend and fly steadily. On the helicopter, there was a detailed description of the competition, and at the same time, an extremely harsh competition rule was listed. 5 days and 4 nights of simulated combat. The 12 special teams from the 12 participating countries are required to complete long-distance, multitask reconnaissance missions in the enemy-occupied area. Everyone also needs to carry 35 kilograms of equipment and daily necessities. G3 looked up from the folder and said with interest, "You've successfully piqued my interest. There's no such thing as the most difficult, only the most difficult." The participants had to carry 35 kilograms of equipment and daily necessities, and they had to carry them forward for more than 100 hours of combat. They could not fall behind. Once a participant was found to have secretly reduced their equipment or daily necessities to reduce their burden, they would be immediately kicked out of the competition and have their team's points deducted. Xia Jinyuan flipped to the page of technical assessments. As his eyes slid across, he reported the assessments one by one through the headset on the helicopter. Ambushes in forests and swamps, climbing with weights, rowing, demoning, shooting while running, crossing rope bridges, reconnaissance and intelligence, battlefield rescue, throwing knives, identifying weapons and equipment, shooting in vehicles, collective shooting with automatic rifles during the day, long-distance shooting at night, and ambushes in forests and swamps within 4 kilometers. These are all technical subjects, and there's nothing difficult about them. The difficult part is, as he spoke, he raised his head from the folder and looked coldly at his comrades. The difficult part is that these technical assessments need to be completed while we are evading the pursuers of Dolly's hypothetical enemies. After more than 100 kilometers of pursuit and interception, it is extremely difficult to complete these assessment items. Running for a long distance and then climbing with weights, the individual's physical fitness has reached the limit, and danger comes with it. If you want to complete the assessment well and get a high score, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase. A competition without death. It really lives up to its name. Chapter 2859. Xia Jinyuan was a Special Forces soldier who had undergone devil training. Even he could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he faced IKA assault. Li Jinyan, who was still carefully reading the rules of the competition, also looked up and said calmly, "IKA assault aims to test the ability of the participating country's special forces to familiarize themselves with the equipment in their hands and cooperate with each other in combat under complicated terrain and excessive physical exhaustion. Therefore, Its difficulties are all based on the foundation of our usual training. If we have a good foundation, naturally, all difficulties will not be difficult. Our foundation is solid. Even if our physical exhaustion is severe, we can just grit our teeth and bear with it. Right now, 4 of the 12 participating teams are participating for the first time. The unfamiliar terrain and the complicated competition situation will become our biggest obstacle. There is a rigid time limit. Once we take a detour, it's very likely that we will fall behind in many events. Look at the detailed rules below. There will be 11 control stations throughout the competition. All the participating team members must arrive at each control station within the specified time, no more than 5 minutes. Only then will they be qualified for the next event. Regardless of whether they arrive early or late, points will be deducted even if they are only 1 minute late. If they exceed 20 minutes, 30 points will be deducted. We can make it so that we won't be late, but there's really no way to control our early arrival. Big Shark from Storm Assault looked troubled. It was understandable that points would be deducted if they were late, but he really could not understand why points would be deducted if they arrived early. The early arrival rule is to give fairness to the participating countries for the first time. Take us, for example. We are unfamiliar with the terrain and only have one map. Once we lose the map, it will become a problem for us to find the next control station. As for those countries who have participated in the competition many times, even if they lose the map, they can still use their previous experience to find the main roads and roads they must pass through. This was Yi Qian speaking. She guessed the reason why they could not arrive early, and her comrades nodded in agreement. What she said made sense. It was indeed possible. Yi Qian said again, "I just calculated the time. When we arrive at the next control station, we will have to keep running. We can't control the rest time for 3 hours. We have to reach each control station within 2 hours to have a better chance of success. The rest time for the whole competition cannot exceed 2 hours. If we are 20 minutes late, we will be disqualified from the next event. This is really ruthless. We have to be careful midway. If we are set up, it's very likely that we will be 20 minutes late." That very young babyface said with a fierce look, "We have to be careful to avoid the other party's trap. If they set a trap for us, they will set a trap for others as well. As for us, we can set a trap for others just like them. This is very fair." What is? Xia Jinyuan couldn't confirm whether the helicopter was equipped with eavesdropping equipment. There were many things that he didn't say directly. There was no need to say anything more. He had said what he needed to say. Chapter 2860. Damn it, they're actually 10 minutes ahead of us. We can't let them get there before us. Shah Rukh, we need to overtake them. On the helicopter, the SFS border guard soldiers who were overtaken by the Chinese special forces were furious. They couldn't hide the hatred in their eyes. The pilot who died last time was not a soldier from another army, but a pilot from the SFS border guard. He was a brother they all knew. This time, they were all determined to teach the Chinese soldiers a lesson for their fallen brothers. Shah Rukh shook his head and said coldly, "The official competition hasn't started yet. Don't be too anxious. I'll make them regret coming to the competition. I'll also avenge our fallen brothers. Just wait, brothers. We don't have to be so anxious. Just wait quietly. Victory will only belong to us." It wasn't a big deal for the helicopter to take off 10 minutes earlier. They couldn't teach them a lesson in the air. What he wanted was to teach everyone an unforgettable lesson in the competition. He wanted the Chinese soldiers to remember that they were not to be trifled with. After a while, Shah Rukh smiled and said to his team members, "I'm sure that there are other countries that don't want to see the Chinese soldiers stronger than us. So don't be anxious. Wait until we see which other countries also don't like the appearance of the Chinese soldiers. At that time, it will be more interesting. At noon, the 12 teams from the 12 countries finally arrived. Shah Rukh didn't find any other countries that were hostile to the Chinese soldiers. He thought that it was most likely the special forces sent by a Western hegemonic country. They were all very polite and polite to the Chinese soldiers. The commander-in-chief of the Estonian Defense Forces announced the official start of IKA assault. Next, he would lead the generals of 5 countries as the audience for the competition. The audience would watch the competition for 5 days and 4 nights. They could even see the abilities of the special forces of each country up close. There were no Chinese generals participating in the competition. At 2 o'clock in China, IKA assault had been going on for an hour and a half. Major General Yang, who was sitting in his office, was a little restless even when he was handling official business. There was no way to contact the elite participants, so he didn't know how they were doing. Major General Yang was saved by Commander-in-Chief Xia's call. He answered the phone and replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Then, he immediately tidied up the documents on his desk and told the secretary outside where he had gone. He then rushed all the way to the Commander-in-Chief's office. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not look for Major General Yang to ask about the situation of the special forces who had gone abroad to participate in the competition. Instead, he handed a photo to Major General Yang. "Old Yang, take a look and see if you still remember this person." Major General Yang, who took the photo, laughed and asked, "Why do you have this photo? If you don't show it to me, I really don't remember taking a picture with them." "Then you know him?" Commander-in-Chief Xia pointed to a young soldier in an old-fashioned military uniform standing behind Major General Yang. "It was taken 23 years ago. At that time, you were just a platoon leader with the rank of first lieutenant, and he is a senior colonel. Since you can take a picture with him, you should know him." Hearing this, Major General Yang, who heard a hint of strangeness, glanced at Commander-in-Chief Xia. Seeing the Commander-in-Chief's solemn expression and indescribable coldness in his eyes, Major General Yang quickly stared at the photo and thought for a while. Chapter 2861. He really didn't have any recollection. It had been 23 years, and he hadn't even seen this photo before. He really couldn't remember who this colonel was. Then Commander-in-Chief Xia pointed at the female soldier who was standing next to the colonel but was separated by a soldier. "What about her? Do you have any recollection of her?" "Her cap is too low. I can't see her face." Master Yang carefully thought back. Looking at the female soldier whose cap was lowered, a young face suddenly flashed in his mind. When this young face flashed in his mind, Major General Yang was so shocked that he suddenly looked up. "No wonder I kept feeling that Yi Qian's girl looked familiar. Commander-in-Chief, look at this female soldier." I look at her facial features. "Doesn't Yi Qian look like her?" Then he had some recollection of her. Commander-in-Chief Xia took out an inch-long black and white photo. "Doesn't she look like this one?" Yes, the photo in your hand is of this female soldier with the cap lowered. I finally remember why Yi Qian looked familiar. This. Major General Yang took out another inch-long black and white photo and asked in disbelief, could this be Yi Qian's mother? Martyr Sun Xueqing, who has been sacrificed for more than 20 years. Yes, this is Martyr Sun Xueqing. You took a photo with her before she died. Think about why you took a photo with Martyr Sun Xueqing and why you took a photo with this colonel. I looked at your resume. You were just transferred to the port of the southern province when this photo was taken. Major General Yang felt more and more that something was wrong. He nodded and said, "At that time, I was just transferred to the Border Defense Company of the Southern Province Port, and became a small platoon leader here. But I didn't work there for long. Less than half a year later, another transfer order came and transferred me. At that time, I thought I had done something wrong. I was very nervous and went to look for the company commander of the Border Defense Company at that time. At that time, the commander of the port's Border Defense Company told me that it wasn't because he was dissatisfied with my workability, but because he wanted to give me a position that was more suitable for me. A senior colonel in the Army proposed to transfer me to this position. The memories of the past came flooding back like a tide. It also made Major General Yang remember why he had taken a photo with Martyr's son Xueqing, and this colonel. If I remember correctly, this colonel's surname should be Li, and Martyr's son Xueqing came with this colonel to take over my job. I can't believe I forgot about that. Seriously. Major General Yang slapped his forehead and shook his head with a chuckle. It seems like I have quite the fate with the female soldier Yi Qian. She should be a Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. You were the platoon leader of the Border Defense Company. You were responsible for the inspection of the port's import and export goods together with the customs. How many times have you seen this colonel in your half a year? How many times have you seen son Xueqing? Old Yang, you have to think carefully before you answer. This photo was the only evidence so far that could prove that Martyr's son Xueqing and Li Chuhai worked together. It also showed that Martyr's son Xueqing and Li Chuhai knew each other when she was alive. Major General Yang looked at the photo that he had forgotten. His fingers gently rubbed the photo as he quietly recalled the days when he worked at the port. After a while, Major General Yang, whose eyebrows were tightly knitted, pondered and said whether she came to the port often. I'm not sure, but at that time, a sentinel on duty said to me that he saw this colonel in the Army again. It was too long ago, so I don't remember the exact words, but that's the general idea. Chapter 2862. Too much time had passed. If it weren't for this old photo, Major General Yang would have forgotten that he had met son Xueqing. But now that he thought about what happened more than 20 years ago, Major General Yang couldn't remember all the details clearly. I don't have a memory as good as Yi Qian's, Commander-in-Chief. I really can't remember how many times Colonel Li came to the port. Major General Yang put down the old photo and sighed. I only had half a year. The first few months were still adapting, and when I finally got used to it, there was a transfer order. My working time at this port is the shortest. Some people and some things I don't even have the slightest impression of. This Colonel Li is the same. I really can't remember if I've seen him before. Maybe I've seen him before, but I was a basic officer at that time. I didn't often see leaders above the regimental level. As for this Colonel Li, Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry. I've only seen him once. Other than that, I don't have any other impression. Seeing him once was enough. Commander-in-Chief Xia put away the photo and motioned Major General Yang to sit down. He walked out of his desk and sat on the sofa outside. I asked you to come over and ask. After asking, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Yes. Major General Yang nodded, sitting in his current position. He knew very well what should be said and what should not be said. The Commander-in-Chief personally asked about an old photo with a very serious expression. From this, one could tell the importance of this matter and that it couldn't be spread. After talking about some work-related matters, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked Major General Yang to leave. From the beginning to the end, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't ask about the situation on Xia Jinyuan's side. He seemed to be very assured about the special forces that went abroad for the competition. Major General Yang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took the initiative to mention the special forces that participated in the IKA assault. From the moment I got off the plane, the competition had already begun. in my last communication with Q King. He said that they only had one map in their hands. They relied on this map to go to the eastern primeval forest more than 300 kilometers away. Commander-in-Chief, our special forces encountered an unprecedented problem. I'm afraid the situation is not very optimistic. It's actually a good thing to encounter an unprecedented problem. They didn't just go to the competition. The most important thing is to study hard. They can't be complacent. The bigger the problem, the more useful it is, and the more opportunities one can take to surpass oneself. If it's ordinary and no different from the domestic competitions, then there's no need to go. On the contrary, Commander-in-Chief Xia was more than happy to see the special forces sent out by our country encounter setbacks. To improve their combat ability and reach the international standard, they had to have more contact with the outside world, learn more about the strengths of others, and deeply understand their own shortcomings. Although the Snowfield Brigade is the elite of our country's special forces, we have always thought that they are the best special forces in our country. Our head of state once said, "What you say is good is not really good." How good is the Snowfield Brigade? How powerful is it? Let them compete with the special elites from 11 countries in terms of willpower, stamina, strength, tactics, and strategy. Only then will we have a more accurate answer. The contest had already begun, and the answer would be known after 5 days and 4 nights. Now, all they had to do was wait for the news. At 2:30 p.m. in China, the special forces of the 12 countries completed the inventory of all their equipment, with long-range infiltration behind enemy lines as their main strategy. The competition would last for 5 days and 4 nights. Chapter 2863. Yi Qian put on the bulletproof vest and quickly adjusted the size of the shoulder straps. He then methodically stuffed the checked equipment into his body and backpack before starting to complete the final preparations. The encirclement is a little too big. With 2,400 Estonian soldiers deployed, that's equivalent to 200 pursuers per team. It'll be difficult for us to escape, even if we have to. The T6 combatant, who was standing next to Yi Qian, whispered, "With 200 pursuers evenly distributed over the heads of the 8 of us, do you feel Qing Yao?" They were not discussing because they were afraid. Instead, they were excited about the difficulty of the competition they were about to face. Yi Qian felt the same way. "I'm already looking forward to the first match tomorrow." After putting on the vest made of highly resistant fiber, Yi Qian turned to the T6 combatant, who was already getting restless, and said with a smile, 8 against 200. "I don't think it'll be difficult." Of course it won't be difficult. What I'm most interested in is competing with the special forces of these 3 countries. As the T6 combatant put on the vest, he raised his hands slightly in front of him. With a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, he chuckled and said, "I can no longer control my adrenaline secretion when competing with them. I wish we could start right now. The excitement you want will start on time at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning." "All right, I'll go check if the equipment in the vest is broken." Yi Qian grabbed the semi-automatic sniper rifle, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode towards the inspection point. For this competition, the organizers had prepared a series of exercise equipment for each country's special forces. Among them, the vests made of highly resistant fiber that were worn by each special forces soldier were also newly developed exercise equipment. There was an instrument inside that was sensitive to laser particles. Once the enemy was hit, the instrument would activate, and the organizers would immediately calculate the score. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan had already completed the final inventory of their equipment and were standing in front waiting for their comrades to come over. When Yi Qian came over, the 2 of them patted her on the shoulder to give her silent encouragement. "Go, go, go." The voice of the Western country's special forces came from the front. They had completed the inventory of all their equipment and were now boarding the ship to the primeval forest on the other side. Their current location was on the shore of the natural lake in the forest park, while the real battlefield was on the other side of the lake. It was a place where no one could possibly exist, filled with unknown dangers. The rubber dinghies were pushed to the lake. The 8 American Special Forces soldiers waded about a meter into the water before jumping onto the dinghies one by one. They picked up the black paddles and paddled toward the opposite side of the lake. They were full of confidence and power. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and looked at the armbands on their arms. Their armbands were made of eagles, holding a spear and a harpoon on each of their feet and circling around a sea anchor. The anchor represented their country's navy. The eagle represented their country's spirit of freedom. The gun represented their country's firm belief in defending their country, and the harpoon represented Poseidon, the god of the sea. This was also a triamphibious special forces, standing on the other side of the legend, creating countless outstanding military achievements. A very powerful special forces that were famous all over the world. Next, the Chinese soldiers would have a competition with them, and it was also the competition that the Chinese soldiers were looking forward to the most. We're almost ready to go. When the 4 special forces set off on their rubber dinghies, Xia Jinyuan smiled at Li Jinyan and said, "It's not too early or too late, just in time." Chapter 2864. It was her first time participating in IKA assault. It was not a wise move to rush to the first place. Following the rules and taking things one step at a time was more in line with their tactics. What's more, there were so many eyes watching in the dark, so they should act more cautiously. Yi Qian, who was being looked at by many people, stood in place like a towering mountain, allowing them to look at her secretly. Occasionally, she could hear a few soft laughter, with a hint of mockery in it. I can't believe that the Chinese side would send a female soldier. I bet this must be the first female soldier to join IKA assault since it started. It's incredible. I can't believe it. Okay, partner, you have to be considerate. Well, it's a big country that has been poor for a long time. Maybe it's not easy for them to send a few soldiers. You can't be too harsh. You need to be considerate. That's right. We need to be considerate of them. However, we don't need to be considerate of them in the next match. We have to tell them that this is not a place where female soldiers can come. Female soldiers should obediently go back to the army and stay there. This was another Western country, from a highly developed country on the island of Great Britain. Yi Qian began to hear these words with similar meanings when she arrived here. Until now, she wasn't angry anymore. It made her more aware that her country was so fragile in the eyes of these people. They took it for granted and didn't think that their perception was wrong at all. Then let them continue to take it for granted. The more they took it for granted, the more convenient it would be for the Chinese soldiers to act. Now you're acting like a big boss. I'll teach you a lesson the day after tomorrow. Big Eel threw the rifle on his shoulder and put it on his back. His seemingly cold eyes swept across the other country's special forces soldiers who had already boarded the rubber boat one by one. Under his cold eyes, there was a cold ruthlessness. The Chinese rubber boat pushed out of the lake. Xia Jinyuan took the lead to jump on, walked to the front to stabilize the hull, and pulled Li Jinyan to jump on to stabilize the stern. Then he reached out and began to pull his comrades up one by one. Yi Qian was the last to come up. The moment he held her hand, she heard him say in a low voice, "Don't take their words to heart. The more they act like this, the more advantageous it is for you. Do things in secret, and don't let them see your true ability. Don't let them target you." Yi Jian's strong and powerful arm pulled hard. Using the strength of his arm, Yi Jian's slender legs kicked into the water. She stepped on the edge of the rubber boat, with 1 foot first. With a splash, her feet came out of the water with water droplets. With a splash, she jumped out of the water and boarded the boat nimbly. After they came up, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I didn't take it to heart. Let them speak. Their contempt now will be their pain in the future. I won't care about this. There's no need to." Seeing this, Li Jinyan could not help but reveal a faint smile. His sister had a very strong heart. She could resist the gossip of the outside world and would definitely not be affected by it. It was no wonder that Q King always said that the Qing Niao he saw was only the beginning. As for how strong the real Qing Niao was, it would take time to discover and understand. After that, Li Jinyan stopped observing Yi Qian's expression when he heard similar words again. He knew that these words would not affect Yi Qian at all. Chapter 2865. As the Chinese soldiers set off, the generals of the observation group focused their binoculars on the Chinese soldiers. China was a big country, but the existence of this big country always made people feel that it was very weak and did not have much of a sense of existence. Even if they occasionally heard news about them, it was all trivial news. As time passed, they felt that the military strength of this big country was just SOSO. However, their grand celebration in 1999 shocked countless countries, and it was like a slap to those countries who looked down on China. An unknown, low-key, poor country actually showed off many self-developed weapons. They had a total of 42 types of equipment, and more than 90% of them were new equipment. Most of them were high-tech weapons designed and produced by themselves, and they were even main battle weapons. The appearance of these weapons shocked countless countries. They did not know that a poor country had secretly produced so many high-tech weapons. They did not need the help of other countries at all, and completed their own research and development. Once a country had enough ability to research and develop on its own, it meant that the country's military strength began to increase step by step. It meant that more and more self-developed weapons would be successfully developed in the future. It also meant that the big country was no longer weak, but a big country was rising. What was even more terrifying was that the rise of a big country was completely hidden, and the outside world could not see anything. It was also this grand celebration that made countless countries recognize China again and know that this big country in the East had risen. Now, they had the chance to observe the strength of the rising soldiers of a big country at close range. They all wanted to see how strong they were, and if they would shock them again. Unfortunately, from the beginning, the appearance of the Chinese soldiers did not shock anyone. They were ordinary and unremarkable. It was impossible to tell how powerful they were or if they had any real ability. Their movements don't look outstanding, but their movements are very standard. It can be seen that this is a group of special forces who have undergone very strict training. However, there's nothing special about them. They look very ordinary. A general from another country said with some disappointment. He then looked through his binoculars at the Triphibian special forces of a certain country who had already rowed to the center of the lake. Seeing that they had maintained first place, the general could not help but laugh. These were the soldiers of their country, and he was proud of them. Standing beside the general was the commander of Estonia's national defense. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "General Hywell looks a little impatient. The competition has just begun. It's difficult to see how powerful a country's special forces are from the most ordinary rowing. There's no way to tell at all. That's why General Hywell will have to wait patiently." "Ha ha ha, you're right. I was too impatient." General Hywell put down his binoculars and spoke to the Estonian defense commander. "I may have placed too much hope in them, which is why I feel disappointed. As you know, the new self-developed weapons that suddenly appeared during China's 1999 celebration were too shocking, so I really want to know if the Chinese soldiers are also more powerful than before. I really want to know, but I didn't expect their performance to be so normal from the start, so I didn't have much hope. Chapter 28, 66. After General Haywill finished speaking, he shook his head and laughed a few times. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't see the effect I expected. Perhaps I had too high expectations for the Chinese soldiers, so I couldn't accept the difference right away. After a while, when I get used to the combat efficiency of the Chinese soldiers, I think I should have adjusted my mentality." Do you think? General Haywill was very satisfied that his words could silence the surroundings. He was the only one who had the home field. After deliberately pausing for a while, he raised his finger and pointed at the special forces of various countries moving around on the lake. He joked, "Do you think they really think that our competition has to wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning? Personally, I don't think they know the biggest difference between the IKA assault competition and the IKA assault competition. Therefore, I really suspect that they don't know that the competition has already started the second they get off the plane. The additional tests are everywhere. There will never be a real start. If they really think that the real competition has to wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, then it will definitely be a very bad start. It will be a start that they will never forget." His words made the generals sent by the other countries laugh involuntarily. I think that there is indeed such a possibility. After all, it is their first time participating. Ha ha ha, this is a process. We just have to wait for them to get used to it. We just have to wait for their exciting reaction at that moment. I think it will be quite exciting. As a big country, China has shown so many self-developed weapons in 1999. We have seen their low-key style of doing things for a long time. Suddenly, a big explosion shocked the whole world. Perhaps the soldiers sent by China this time are the same. They are low-key in the early stages, but in the later stages, they will surprise us again and again. China has always been humble. They are clearly strong in some aspects, but they always like to say that they are just SOSO. I think it will be the same this time. Maybe because they are humble, there are no exciting points in the early stages. If that's the case, then I'm looking forward to it again. Listening to the generals from the surrounding countries, General Haywill, who was holding the binoculars with both hands and looking into the distance, spoke again. "I hope the Chinese soldiers and the soldiers from the other 3 countries will give us a huge surprise." It was unknown which country's general was the first to laugh. Then, the generals from a few other countries also laughed. This kind of laughter was full of contempt and a sense of superiority. They had already determined that the Chinese soldiers would definitely lose badly in this competition, so much so that they would not dare to participate in the next IKA assault competition. It was not that they did not believe in the strength of the Chinese soldiers. It was just that the soldiers sent by the Chinese side and the other 3 countries were all participating in the competition for the first time. The first-time participants were not familiar with the uncertainty and changes of the IKA assault competition, and they did not understand that the reason why the IKA assault competition was called the competition without death was because there were too many variables and too much flexibility. Sometimes the participating soldiers did not have time to react at all, thus making mistakes and finally losing points. And these variables and uncertainties were not notified in advance. Even the soldiers of various countries who had participated in the competition several times, although they knew the characteristics of the IKA assault competition, they might not know what kind of difficulties awaited them next, nor what would happen in the next second. Chapter 2867. However, compared to the Chinese soldiers who were participating for the first time, at least they knew that the competition had already begun the moment they set foot on this land. Therefore, They had already won against the Chinese soldiers who knew nothing about the competition. The laughter did not stop. Instead, it echoed around the spectator stands. There was no lack of foreign generals who wanted to see the Chinese soldiers embarrass themselves. When they used binoculars to observe the Chinese soldiers again, the expressions in their eyes changed slightly. They had put on colored glasses. There was a Chinese saying that went, "Snobs look down on people." Why did they look down on people? Because it was said that dogs looked at things the other way around. They saw long things as short and tall things as short. Therefore, dogs were very bold. They would even dare to bite things that were bigger than them. General Haywill was currently making this mistake. Wearing colored glasses affected his judgment and thinking. He could not analyze and treat the situation objectively and fairly. No one stood out to point out the bias in General Haywill's words. This was because these people also thought that the Chinese soldiers who came to participate in the IK assault for the first time were just SOSO. There was no obvious highlight. A general from another country, who was wearing a grayish-blue military uniform and a rather exaggerated military cap, which was obviously different from the military caps worn by the entire observation group, glanced at General Haywill coldly and said with a smile, "I don't think the Chinese soldiers expect General Haywill to have any hope at all. After all, it's not a good thing to be targeted by a competitor." This was a general from a country that was known for its fighting ethnicities. His light gray eyes were a little cold. There was a hint of teasing in his smiling voice. He seemed to be particularly lively, as he said, "No one likes to be remembered by a competitor. I think the special forces of General Haywill's country are the same, right?" "Of course, but I'm not thinking about it. I just want to know more." General Haywill raised his eyebrows and looked at the general, who was also from a big country. "There's no need to think about it. I'm just lamenting. I don't mean anything else. General Callisler, please don't misunderstand." No. I didn't misunderstand anything. I was just saying, General Haywill, please don't misunderstand. General Callisler, who was from a fighting ethnicities, replied with a laugh. His laughter had the sternness of a big country, but it did not appear to be offensive. The commander of the Estonian National Defense Force opened his mouth. He thought that if he didn't open his mouth, these two generals from big countries would continue to talk. Perhaps some disharmony might occur, which he didn't want to see. They've already crossed the center of the lake. Now, we can take the mountain bike to a higher place to watch their upcoming exciting competition. The commander of the Estonian National Defense Force made a please gesture and took the lead to get off the platform. He then walked towards the mountain bike parked at the edge of the forest. The conversation between the two of them ended amicably when they walked down from the viewing platform. General Haywill even had the intention to ask General Callisler to leave first. He was elegant and magnanimous. He indeed had the demeanor of a great nation. General Carlyle was only one step ahead, and then he traveled together with General Haywill, and they were even in the same carriage. Along the way, the two generals who had been secretly arguing with each other were like good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They had a very pleasant conversation, and it was impossible to tell that they had a brief exchange of words just now. Chapter 2868. They were evenly matched. Since they could instantly crush the other party, they could also shake hands and make peace with the other party. This was how the strong met with the strong, Xia Jinyuan, and the others did not know that the generals of the two countries had a brief exchange of words because of them. The 8 of them worked together to cross the center of the lake and would reach the other side in about an hour. The inland lake was quite large. If they were just crossing it, it would not take much time. However, they were not crossing it, but going against the current. From the other side of the lake to the other side of the lake, it would take a long time. when the special forces of the 12 countries all rowed the rubber boats across the center of the lake. Yi Qian, who was sitting on the left side of the rubber boat, suddenly stopped paddling. She whistled softly, telling her comrades that there was a situation under the water. All her comrades looked at her face. Yi Qian held the paddling right hand and pointed her thumb towards the bottom of the water. There is an ambush under the water. Be careful. Just now, when she was paddling under the water, the paddle hit something hard. She did not know what it was exactly, but she was sure that it was a living thing. When she hit it a second time, there was no obstacle under the water. It was obvious that it had swum away. Don't move. Continue paddling. Xia Jinyuan made a gesture to be quiet. His index and middle fingers moved back and forth like a little person. They are not responding. Let's not make a move. It was better to keep a low profile in their first confrontation. This was not a technical competition, so there was no need to show off their skills and let others see. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade used the words of the water demons of the storm assault to say they are a group of King cunning bastards. Don't play dirty with them. Whoever plays dirty loses. At this time, the shark and eel experienced the craftiness of the Snowfield Brigade's most cunning bastards. Everyone pretended not to know what was going on under the water and continued to paddle forward. Under the water, an Estonian soldier dived deeper into the water. At the same time, his comrade beside him immediately put on the breathing mask that Yi Qian had slapped away. 3 minutes left. Get ready. The Estonian underwater combat soldier put on his mask and gestured to the Estonian soldiers who were lying in ambush underwater to make the best preparations before the operation. The lake was vast, and the water was deep and green. Even if there were huge water monsters hiding at the bottom of the lake, they wouldn't be discovered easily. The Estonian soldiers who were hiding underwater had been waiting for a long time. They followed the rubber boats closely and appeared quietly like fish. Not even a single bubble emerged from the bottom of the water. The rubber band members at the front were from countries in Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Northern Europe, and Southern Europe. The Chinese soldiers were not the only ones who discovered the underwater situation. The special forces from 3 countries with strong military strength also discovered the situation. Keep an eye on it and stabilize the rubber boat. Remember, I don't want to see the rubber boat that will allow us to cross the lake as soon as possible get snatched away. The commander of the American Special Forces, who was walking at the front, swept his cold gaze across the faces of his team members. His deep-set facial features revealed a bloodthirsty ferocity. We are soldiers who walked out of the water. I will never allow us to lose points in the water. You understand? Understood. 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 Several voices were heard. Then, 2 team members on the left and right of the rubber boat flipped into the water. They would never sit still and wait for death. They would only take the initiative to attack. Chapter 2869. They were too far away from the rubber boats behind them, and the sound of them falling into the water did not reach the ears of the Chinese soldiers. The closest to them were the special forces of a country with a royal family. When they heard the sound of the American Special Forces falling into the water, they immediately realized that there was a situation under the water. Be careful under the water. There may be a group of guys hiding under the water who want to overturn our rubber boats. Guys, hold the oars in your hands tightly. Don't let them have a chance to drag you down. After the commander finished speaking, he raised his head and looked behind him. His gaze passed through several rubber boats and finally fell on the rubber boat with the Chinese flag. He wanted to know if the Chinese soldiers had discovered the underwater danger. He wanted to know if this country, which has always been low-key, could give everyone a shock. He was not the only one who wanted to know. He believed that the special forces of several countries also wanted to know, especially the border country with a big gap between the rich and the poor. They must want to know the strength of the Chinese soldiers. Just wait, soldiers from the Chinese side. I hope you can pass the next few days safely. The commander from a Western European country on Great Britain Island had a cold smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with eagerness to fight the Chinese soldiers. The Chinese side had a total of 3 countries: the United States, the border country, and a Western European country on Great Britain Island. The winner and loser would be determined by the score. The border country also stared at the Chinese soldiers who had not responded until now. Their leader, Shah Rukh, pressed the corners of his mouth, and there was a contemptuous smile in his eyes. This group of Chinese soldiers who think they are great are really a group of self-righteous guys. Look, they are still paddling the rubber boats, and they have not noticed the situation under the water at all. What a group of pitiful guys. They will definitely die very ugly. Oh, no. IKA assault is a competition without death. So they won't die a horrible death, but they'll end up in a horrible state. They'll be forced to cover their faces with the military cap on their heads, not daring to be seen by others as they return home with their tails between their legs. Shah Rukh said to his team members with a smile on his face, "Let's work together to make their end even uglier." Ha, no problem. We will work hard to make those self-righteous guys end up very ugly. From now on, they will take a detour when they see us. If that's the case, that's great. I really hope that day will come. Don't worry, there will definitely be. We are a powerful military country. How can they compare to us? How can a country that doesn't even have the ability to buy an aircraft carrier compare to us? The laughter was so arrogant that even the Estonian soldiers underwater could hear it. It was also heard by the Special Forces soldiers from the fighting nation who were closest to them. Hearing that, the Special Forces of the combat tribe could not help but laugh. They were not mocking the Chinese side with the border countries. They were mocking the soldiers of the border countries who were boasting. In my eyes, they are really a bunch of pitiful fellows. What kind of strength is buying an aircraft carrier to return to the country? All right, buddy, let them continue to be satisfied. We'll just watch from the side. A bunch of self-righteous guys saying surprising things. I prefer the low-key Chinese side. Chapter 2870. The Special Forces from the fighting nation couldn't understand the thinking of the SFS Border Defense Force at all. The aircraft carriers they owned were not built by their own country. What was there to be proud of when they bought them at a high price and modified them before entering the water? Did China not have the ability to buy aircraft carriers? It was impossible. From the weapons they developed and the analysis of the military investment by China's military experts, China had the ability to buy aircraft carriers from other countries. But China didn't. What did this mean? It meant that China was more willing to use their own aircraft carriers. Even if China didn't have an aircraft carrier now, who could say for sure what the future would hold? With the Chinese side's down-to-earth strength, one step at a time, he fully believed that they would become a powerful country sooner or later. Then, they wouldn't be far from having their own aircraft carriers. And the SFS Border Defense Force was proud of buying aircraft carriers from other countries, who knew what they were thinking. An aircraft carrier decommissioned in 1997 was built in Western Europe in 1943. What was there to be proud of when it was sold to a border country at a high price after being decommissioned in their own country for 18 years? What a pitiful guy. The first time they bought an aircraft carrier from another country, and the second time they did the same. Even if they were the overlords of tens of thousands of square kilometers of territorial waters, they still didn't rely on their own strength to produce an aircraft carrier with their own technology. China had the strength. When China had its own aircraft carrier, Hopefully the SFS Border Defense Force would continue to be like today, proud of having the ability to buy aircraft carriers decommissioned by other countries. The fighting nation that passed by the SFS Border Defense Force left behind the same laughter as they paddled their rubber boats a few meters away. The leader of the battle commanders, Nikonov, even waved at Shah Rukh and said in English, "Good luck, buddy." "Thank you, and good luck to you too." Shah Rukh waved back to show his courtesy. Nikonov held back his laughter, and when he looked away, the smile on his face had disappeared. "They're here. Get ready, my brothers." The calm water suddenly became turbulent. A Western European country on Great Britain Island had already started an underwater battle with the Estonian soldiers. Then, the other rubber boats were attacked almost at the same time. Yi Qian jumped off the rubber boat and jumped into the water. With an unsharpened underwater combat dagger in her mouth, she rushed at one of the Estonian soldiers who raised his dagger and tried to pierce the rubber boat. There were a total of 20 Estonian soldiers surrounding the Chinese rubber boats. Like the other countries, 20 Estonian soldiers were attacking underwater at the same time. Their first goal was to deflate the inflatable rubber boats of the other countries so that the special forces participating in the competition wouldn't be able to cross the lake and reach the shore. After Yi Jian discovered their intentions, she swung her legs upward. After entering the water, her graceful figure was like a mermaid. She quickly and fiercely hugged the Estonian soldier's legs and pulled him down forcefully. The Estonian soldier was immediately pulled away from the rubber boat by Yi Jian. Underwater, Li Jinyan gestured to Yi Qian. This was the first time the two siblings cooperated in an underwater battle, and it depended on how good their cooperation was. Only Xia Jinyuan, T6, and Sparrowhawk were left on the boat. Xia Jinyuan was responsible for all aspects of defense, while T6 and Sparrowhawk moved their arms and paddled the boat away from the area of attack. Underwater, 5 Chinese soldiers were fighting against 20 Estonian soldiers. Chapter 2871. Fighting underwater was much more dangerous than fighting on land, especially when there was no oxygen supply. The risk factor of fighting underwater was multiplied, and no one could guarantee that they would come out alive. IKA assault was famous for being a competition without death. Therefore, its danger lay in the fact that the probability of death was almost zero. It was a real battle, and it could make the participating special forces feel that death was right beside them and had never left. The special forces that could participate in IKA assault were all soldiers who had blood on their hands. Once the battle started, even if it was a competition without death, their ferocity and ruthlessness would not change, and they would only fight to kill their opponents. There were 12 special forces from 12 different countries in the lake, and each country had 8 participants. On the other hand, there were a total of 2,400 Estonian soldiers underwater, and there were 200 people in each group. Just the disparity in numbers was enough to make one tremble in fear. However, there were only 20 Estonian soldiers who participated in the battle. If all 200 of them were to surround the boat, the whole lake would be boiling like dumplings, and there would be no way to move their arms and legs. The Estonian soldiers who did not participate in the battle had underwater filming, underwater medical treatment, and could act in time in the face of sudden accidents. Underwater was not like on land, and it was very difficult to rescue someone when something happened underwater. In addition, there were undercurrents in the lake. If someone was sucked away by the undercurrents, and they did not act in time, there would be casualties in the warm-ups of the competition. The 20 Estonian soldiers were like ferocious monsters in the water. They fiercely bit the participating special forces of each country and stabbed the inflatable rubber boat with the sharp combat daggers in their hands. Yi Qian had just dragged an Estonian soldier away when another Estonian soldier bypassed the defensive position and moved his hands like a swordfish, approaching the rubber boat. Seeing the dagger in his hand, Yi Qian did not think too much. She knew that she had to stop the dagger in the soldier's hand and not let him pierce the rubber boat. The eel appeared from the side and wrapped around the Estonian soldier, who was about to pierce the rubber boat with the dagger. It quickly reminded Yi Qian to pay attention to the bottom. It turned out that the Estonian soldier, who was dragged into the water by Yi Qian, directly rushed up from the water after a short moment of adjustment. Yi Qian, who received the warning from her comrade, did not immediately turn her head. Instead, when she felt the water rushing up from under her feet, she suddenly swung her hands sideways. She was originally swimming upwards, but she unexpectedly turned her head and swooped down. She swooped down towards the Estonian soldier, who was trying to grab the wrist under her feet. The change in direction was too sudden, and the Estonian soldier was not prepared at all. But he rushed up with all his might, while Yi Qian rushed down with all her might. One was unprepared, while the other was prepared. Just when their heads were very close to each other, Yi Qian swung the dagger in her hand horizontally. Her speed was so fast that it seemed to cut the water in half. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of fighting under the water could be heard continuously. The entire lake was filled with layers of waves crashing against the shore. In the middle of the lake, there were even whirlpools formed due to the intense fighting. Chapter 2872. Countless bubbles emerged from the cut oxygen tubes. Layer after layer of bubbles rushed to the surface of the water. The Estonian soldier, who had lost his oxygen source, quickly kicked his legs towards the surface of the water. When she brushed past Yi Qian, he gave her a thumbs up. A soldier from China, a female soldier from China. She moved as fiercely as a shark underwater and as fast as a swordfish. Her bravery was not inferior to that of a male soldier. At this moment, Yi Qian knew the rules. As long as he pulled off his opponent's mask and stopped her from breathing normally, he would win. Huff, 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 huff. Countless Estonian soldiers with their masks destroyed and oxygen tubes cut rushed out of the water. Wearing black rubber diving suits, they wiped off the water droplets on their faces and crossed their arms across the water surface. Then they swung their legs and approached the shore according to the route. An Estonian soldier with long and curly eyelashes and a pair of bright and clear grayish-blue eyes said to the worker beside him, "The female soldier from China is very powerful, unbelievably powerful. The female soldier who entered the water was very fierce. I had the illusion that I was bitten to death by a female crocodile." "Congratulations, buddy. You can't even defeat a female soldier. Come on, buddy. Even if she is a female soldier, she is also a Special Forces female soldier. She is much stronger than us. Otherwise, she would not be representing China in the competition. However, are you sure that the one who attacked you was really a female soldier and not a skinny male soldier? You should know that the Chinese men are not tall and don't have strong muscles. They look very easy to defeat. Stop bragging, buddy. Don't forget that the Chinese have mysterious martial arts. Aha, hey, they can use their small fists to break your nose." The person who climbed to the shore imitated the signature roar of a martial arts star. He raised his fists left and right and finished his mission together with his comrades. No one stood on the shore and waited for the other workers to come up. Once they reached the shore, they immediately regrouped and returned to their original positions to continue their next mission. The battle under the huge lake was not over yet. 20 targets needed to be dealt with was not a small matter. The 5 people who entered the water meant that each of them had to deal with 4 targets. Yi Qian rushed out of the water and only had time to take a breath of oxygen before his legs were grabbed by someone. It was as if his legs were bitten by an underwater crocodile, and he was dragged underwater at a ferocious speed. Being dragged into the water like this would undoubtedly cause a mental breakdown. As a Special Forces soldier who had undergone systematic underwater training, Yi Qian immediately held her breath. The moment she was dragged underwater, she lowered her head to take a look at the situation underwater and quickly made the most advantageous move for her to escape. The Estonian soldier who dragged Yi Qian into the water did not know that he was facing a female soldier. The moment he hugged her legs, he felt that they were not a pair of male legs. They were so slender that he felt like he would break the bones if he used a little more strength. He did not have time to think, nor would he think about what kind of legs he was hugging. He only had one goal, which was to entangle the Chinese soldier underwater for 4 minutes and take away the armband on his arm. Then, the Chinese soldier would lose points in the preliminary assessment. Every Estonian soldier who fought underwater had only one goal. It did not matter whether their target was male or female. Chapter 2873. Yi Qian, who was sinking into the water, bent over. Her waist was incredibly soft and flexible, making her form a V shape. This way, she could wrap her arms around the Estonian soldier's neck and complete the attack on his mask. The Estonian soldier was not easy to deal with. Seeing this, he immediately let go of his hands. After he let go, he regretted it. This Chinese soldier was like a snake, and he was entangled by her. He quickly moved left and right to avoid her dagger. He reached out his hands and attacked Yi Qian's wrists. He wanted to snatch the dagger from Yi Qian's hands first. Behind her, an Estonian soldier wearing a black rubber diving suit approached Yi Qian. He reached out his arm and wrapped it around Yi Qian's neck. His other hand was trying to clamp down on Yi Qian's right hand, which was holding the dagger, to make it easier for his comrade to move. Ever since Yi Qian entered the water from the rubber boat, she knew that they were surrounded. She also knew that she would not be facing just one person. She had to be on guard at all times for someone else to ambush her. Behind her, Yi Qian, who was pincered from the front and back, reacted quickly. She swam sideways and escaped from the attack. At the same time, she quickly turned sideways and swam towards the back of the Estonian soldier, who attacked her first. She was so fast that the Estonian soldier who attacked her from behind felt his heart sink. He hurried over to help his comrade. Before he could get close, Li Jinyan appeared beside him as if out of thin air. He reached out and grabbed the other person's oxygen tube. He used his shoulder to fiercely knock away the other person's resisting arm, and with lightning speed, he used his dagger to cut off another oxygen tube. At this point, the Chinese soldiers had taken care of 8 Estonian soldiers. These 8 were the Estonian soldiers who were holding Yi Qian and Li Jinyan back. The remaining 12 Estonian soldiers continued to hold onto the rubber boat. An Estonian soldier had just popped his head out of the water and raised his dagger to pierce the rubber boat. Just as he raised his arm, the mask on his face was ripped off by Xia Jinyuan, who was on the boat. "Comrade, you can go back to the shore and rest for a while before continuing your next mission." Xia Jinyuan, whose handsome face was painted with oil paint, smiled at him. His white teeth reflected a cold light under the sunlight. "See you later." The Estonian soldier, who had his mask ripped off, frowned. The smile of the Chinese soldier in front of him reminded him of an animal, a wolf. It was ferocious, ruthless, and filled with coldness. It was so cold that there was not a trace of warmth. This was a soldier from the Chinese side, a soldier who made him feel as if his heart was wrapped in a ball of ice. "Good luck, my friend." The Estonian soldier felt a chill in his heart and did not stay any longer. He swam towards the shore with his comrade, whose mask was torn off. Good luck. Good luck. Xia Jinyuan smiled again. After the other parties swam away, he stared at the water. 10 of them have been killed. It seems that there are more ambushes under the water. You two stabilize the rubber boat. I will go and support them. 10 of them had been killed, but Greenbird and the Devil King had not boarded the dinghy yet. These Estonian soldiers had boldly jumped out of the water and pierced the dinghy. It was obvious that the underwater battle was still ongoing, and his comrades needed reinforcements. After he finished speaking, he plunged into the water. His tall and straight body became like a dragon in the water. He joined the battle with ferocity that seemed to be able to flatten the entire lake. Chapter 2874. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan came out of the water at the same time to take a breath. They didn't have time to check their surroundings before they dived back into the water to fight the Estonian soldiers who were holding them back. The two of them saw their own rubber dinghies and also saw Xia Jinyuan, who was like a flood dragon diving into the water. Li Jinyan gestured for them to split up. Yi Qian immediately separated from him and quickly approached the rubber dinghies that were less than 4 meters away from them, G3, and the other two had been guarding the rubber dinghies the entire time. They had to defend and attack at the same time. So naturally, they couldn't take care of their targets, as well as Qin Miao and Devil King, who only needed to attack. However, they still didn't let the Estonian soldiers break through their line of defense. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan rushed over from the left and right sides. There were only 10 Estonian soldiers left holding the rubber dinghies back. Now, it was 6 against 10, and their chances of winning were greatly improved. Go down even more, and disrupt their formation. Pay attention to your back. Don't let them hug you. Split into groups of 2 on the left and right sides. Attack from top to bottom. 1 person in each group. Coordinate with the left and right sides. Yi Qian, defend. Hold the outer perimeter. I'm on this side. You're on this side. Just cut them. The underwater communication was completed quickly with hand signals. After a short exchange, the 6 of them cooperated and began their final attack. The Estonian soldiers, who had oxygen and could breathe freely underwater, targeted Yi Qian because they had already discovered that Yi Qian was a female soldier. Female soldiers were easier to deal with for male soldiers. 2 Estonian soldiers had completed their combat communication through a string of bubbles. Yi Qian, who was guarding the outer perimeter, only needed to deal with 1 Estonian soldier who rushed out of the water. However, 2 Estonian soldiers who were holding back G3 suddenly turned around and rushed towards Yi Qian, who was very close to them. Yi Qian needed to take a breath. When she saw 2 people rushing towards her, her reaction was always interesting. She wasn't in a hurry to rush out of the water. Instead, her counterattack was even more violent. She was like a crocodile searching for food in the water. She used her fist to reduce the resistance of the water as close as possible and punched her opponent's cheekbone. If she could, she wanted to punch her opponent's nose bridge. That way, it would be so painful that he would have a nosebleed. The Estonian soldier's cheekbone was also quite painful. His entire cheek was burning hot from the punch, and his head tilted to the side. By the time he punched out of the water, Yi Qian had already circled around to his back. Up. A, to breathe. Yi Jian, who was taking a breath, quickly scanned the lake. She could only see a few rubber boats in front of her that were not fully manned. It was obvious that they were all entangled by the Estonian soldiers underwater. That's good. Their progress is almost the same. Xia Jinyuan came out of the water. He looked at Yi Jian face to face with a distance of about 2 meters between them. Although both of their faces were covered with thick paint, they were very familiar with each other. Even so, they could recognize the comrade in arms at first glance. They only looked at each other for a short moment. Without any other eye contact, they dived into the water together. When one of the Estonian soldiers saw this, he decided to stop fighting with the Chinese soldiers. He gestured to his comrade and quickly withdrew from the battle and swam towards the Chinese rubber boat. Chapter 2875. There was a red number 10 at the bottom of the rubber boat. This was to ensure that the Estonian soldiers would not attack the wrong target. Yi Qian, who had entered the water again, had her right hand gripped tightly by the enemy. The male soldier, who was wearing a waterproof eye mask, exerted more strength in his strong arms. He wanted to twist Yi Qian's wrist and force Yi Qian to throw away the dagger in her hand. Yi Jian, who was guarding the periphery, saw the Estonian soldier, who had rushed out of the battle circle and swam toward the rubber boat. With a fierce look in her eyes, she tightened her lower abdomen. With the force of her right hand being clasped tightly by the soldier, she used the soldier's arm as a support point and suddenly raised her legs directly. While pulling the soldier's body, she used her legs to attack the soldier's head. Then, with the force of the twist, her left hand tightly clasped the soldier's wrist. In this way, if the soldier did not let go, there would only be two consequences. 1. His arm would be dislocated by Yi Jian. 2. His head would be clamped by Yi Jian's legs. She was guarding the perimeter. She could not let the Estonian soldier break through the perimeter and pierce the rubber boat. Once the rubber boat was pierced, not only would they lose points, but it would also affect their speed of crossing the lake and reaching the other shore. She had to stop this. Every Estonian soldier who fought Yi Qian would make a mistake. They all underestimated the flexibility of Yi Qian's body and her ferocity, which was comparable to that of the male soldiers. The Estonian soldier, who originally thought that victory was in his grasp, no longer dared to clamp Yi Qian's wrist. He let go of Yi Qian's wrist with one hand and wrapped it around Yi Qian's calf. He wanted to grab onto Yi Qian's ankle again so that he could continue to gain the upper hand. Yi Qian would not give him another chance. She kicked hard on the soldier's shoulder and escaped as fast as she could. After escaping, she did not fight with the Estonian soldier. Instead, she locked onto her target, who was swimming towards the rubber boat, and attacked him. She wanted to stop her target. Li Jinyan, who was rushing over, saw that Yi Qian had the same target as him. His tall and slender body agilely flipped in the water, his legs kicking in the water as he attacked the same target as Yi Qian. Puff, gulp, gulp. The Estonian soldier who had his mask removed immediately exhaled a large amount of air bubbles. Li Jinyan removed his mask, while Yi Qian used his dagger to cut off the oxygen tube. Yi Qian covered her nose with one hand and pressed the oxygen tube that was still bubbling under her nose. She did not have a mask to inhale oxygen, so she used her hand as a mask to complete a short respiration. Go up, I'll stand guard. Seeing her tense expression, Li Jinyan pointed at the surface of the water and made a gesture. There are only 3 of them. Hold them back first. You go up and observe the situation. Yi Qian understood what he meant. She paddled her legs and got out of the water. She saw that the American Special Forces had already started to board the rubber boat, one by one. At this time, the underwater battle had been going on for about 40 minutes, but this group of Western Special Forces was still full of strength when they boarded the rubber boat. The rumors from the outside world were not false. The Special Forces from the American Triamphibious Special Forces were indeed very powerful. Then, she saw the Special Forces of the fighting nation start to board the boat. On the left, a certain country from Great Britain Island had also solved their difficulties. Their comrades on the rubber boat held their hands and started to board the boat. The SFS border guards, who had looked down on the Chinese soldiers from the beginning, had not started to board the boat. It was obvious that their underwater battle was not over yet. Chapter 2876. Don't go too fast. Don't go too slow. Just do it in the middle, Yi Qian thought to himself before diving back into the cold water. Estonia had an oceanic climate. The average temperature in July, the hottest month of summer, was only 16 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the eastern part of Estonia was 3 to 4 degrees lower than outside. Although the sun was out, the temperature was only 19 degrees. The temperature underwater was even lower, only around 14 to 15 degrees. The moment one entered the water, it was bone-chilling cold. Yi Qian seemed to be used to the temperature of the water. Although the corners of her mouth were white, her eyes were sharp and cold. She was not afraid of the coldness of the lake at all. She had undergone cold resistance training. Although the lake water was 14 to 15 degrees Celsius cold, she did not feel much coldness as she had been fighting underwater. After entering the water again, Yi Qian discovered that there were only 2 Estonian soldiers who were holding back the Chinese soldiers. These 2 were very difficult to deal with, and were deliberately left behind by Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. Through the underwater cameras, the observation team saw that the Chinese soldiers who managed to escape were obviously exhausted. Even the ferocity of their attacks had weakened a lot. They almost let the Estonian soldiers escape. General Haywill's fingers tapped lightly a few times, as if he was playing a piano. He turned his head and smiled at General Kallisler, who was from the fighting nation. General Kallisler, the Chinese soldiers are just as I said. Look at them. This is just a warm-up before the match. The Estonian soldiers who are holding them back are still ordinary soldiers, but they are already exhausted. General Kallisler, how far do you think they can go? I'm very sorry to tell you that these Chinese soldiers will definitely disappoint you. No other country dared to compete with their country, not even the fighting nation. Their country was the true overlord of the world. That was the case in the past, in the present, and in the future. He had to let the generals of the other countries realize that their country could never win against a true overlord of the world. The right choice for them was to bow down and follow the footsteps of the overlord into the future. They chose to become enemies with the overlord of the world. Look at the outcome of those countries who had become enemies with the overlord of the world. They were still at war even now. As for China, it was impossible for them to catch up with the overlord of the world. So what if it had a vast territory? It was still a developing country, not a developed one. General Haywill raised his chin slightly, revealing the arrogance of his country. He smiled and said, "But I hope that General Kallisler won't be angered by the upcoming competition. This is just a competition, not a battle of life and death." It was only because Kallisler wasn't used to Haywill's arrogance that he said a few words. Now, he needed to be mocked by Haywill from time to time. The generals of the surrounding countries looked at each other and remained silent. They had made up their minds not to get involved. General Haywill was not talking about his own country. He was only talking about how the military of a country that was widely recognized as a developing country could not compare to other countries. Why should they stand out? General Kallisler, who had been called out again, calmly met General Haywill's gaze with his grayish-blue eyes. He then smiled faintly and said, "It's just a warm-up match. We need to conserve our energy for tomorrow's competition. General Haywill has come to a conclusion too early. Since the Chinese side sent these 8 special forces to participate in the competition, they must have gone through many rounds of selection. Now, none of US can come to a conclusion about how strong they are. General Haywill's premature comments are unfair." Chapter 2877. The generals of other countries did not want to go against General Haywill, who came from a Western hegemonic country, but General Callisler did not have that many scruples. Just like General Haywill, he also had a powerful country behind him. What was there to be afraid of? There was nothing to be afraid of. Fairness and justice also needed to be upheld. He stood up only to let General Haywill understand that he should not look at the soldiers from China with a biased gaze. The calm General Callisler met General Haywill's cold gaze and continued calmly, "IKA assault is a fair competition. It is an exchange between the special forces of each country. Regardless of whether there will be regrets in the end, I think the exchange is the most important. General Haywill, what do you think?" This was a subtle hint that the country behind General Haywill was too domineering and did not want to see any country become strong enough to threaten their country's position. Such a domineering way of thinking was really disgusting. General Haywill's face was filled with anger when he heard the implied meaning, but he quickly suppressed it and smiled in a relaxed manner. Of course, this is only a competition, not a war between two countries. Our real goal is to communicate with each other. However, although the exchange is our real goal, the competition is also a competition of strength. It is a confrontation between the strong and the weak. The strong will continue to advance, and the weak will be disqualified. There are bound to be winners and losers in terms of strength, and the special forces participating are all fighting for the competition and glory. If they really lose too badly, their international reputation will be affected. I think General Callisler wouldn't want his country's special forces to lose. General Haywill attacked again, but General Callisler calmly accepted it. General Haywill's words are very reasonable. No country wants to lose, so it is the same for the special forces from China. Even if others think they will lose, they will still fight for their country's honor and not want to lose the competition. So, General Haywill, please wait until the results of the competition are out before expressing your regret to the Chinese soldiers. However, I personally think that General Haywill will not have the chance to express your regret for the Chinese soldiers. It seems that General Callisler has a lot of confidence in the Chinese soldiers. Then let's continue watching. I hope the performance of the Chinese soldiers will get better and better. General Haywill, who was rebutted again, put his hands on the railing of the mountain bike and replied with a fake smile. The commander-in-chief of Estonia smiled at the conversation between the two generals. This kind of scene happened every year, and he was already used to it. There was more or less some discord between these two powerful countries. Both of them were high-ranking generals, so they could control their temper very well and would not do anything that would be beneath their dignity. Therefore, he just listened and did not need to get involved. The Chinese soldiers have started boarding. Not bad. They're ranked 5th, 5 minutes behind the SFS Border Defense Army. Not bad. The general from the country known as the Nation of 10,000 Islands raised his binoculars and saw the Chinese soldiers boarding the boat. He couldn't help but speak. 12 countries were participating in the competition, and the Chinese soldiers were the 5th to board the airship. They were ahead of the 7 countries behind them. This kind of strength could not be said to be weak. At least, it was not as weak as General Haywill had said. However, it couldn't be said to be very strong. There were still 4 countries ahead of them, and all of them took far longer to board than China. Chapter 2878, the SFS Border Defense Force, ranked 4th, boarded the boat 10 minutes before the Chinese soldiers. Ranked 1st was the Special Forces of General Haywill's country. They were far ahead of the 11 countries behind them. It could be said that their country's special forces were ahead of the other 11 countries. It was no wonder General Haywill was so arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant, but now his arrogance was tinged with coldness. He was the 5th person to board the boat. He thought that he would at least be ranked 8th or 9th. His best result would definitely not be in the top 5. He didn't expect the Chinese soldiers to be in the top 5. General Haywill tightened his grip on the binoculars. Through the lens, he saw the last Chinese soldier board the boat with the help of his team members. At this point, the warm-up for the underwater battle was over. Looks like General Callisler's guess was right. I shouldn't have underestimated the strength of the Chinese soldiers. They are indeed much stronger than I thought. General Haywill maintained his composure and admitted his mistake. So what if they were in the top 5? They were still far inferior to their country's special forces. It could only be said that the Chinese had improved a lot in the past few years. It could be seen from their grand celebration that the country's military strength had improved. The strength of the entire army had also improved. These 2 points were worthy of their vigilance. When the SFS Border Defense Force, ranked 4th, saw the Chinese soldiers boarding the boat, less than 10 minutes behind them, Shahruk's face twisted. Damn it, they're here too. They were 10 minutes earlier than he expected. He couldn't accept it. Hurry up and row. We must reach the shore half an hour before the Chinese soldiers. Shahruk gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with determination to defeat the Chinese soldiers. They had to let the Chinese soldiers understand that the SFS Border Defense Force was not a special force they could afford to provoke. Their hostility is too deep. We have to be careful when we compete with them. Xia Jinyuan put down the binoculars in his hand and said to his comrades, who were all wet and panting but whose lips were pale from the cold, "Be careful and stay alert. We are now being watched by the SFS Border Defense Army." Yi Qian, who was wringing his clothes to keep himself warm, looked into the distance and asked Xia Jinyuan, "They are very hostile to us. I see the flames of revenge in Shahruk's eyes. Was the pilot who escaped from our country's airspace the last time a member of the SFS Border Defense Force?" The report did not mention which border country the pilot who died in the plane crash was from, but the flames of revenge in Shahruk's eyes were too obvious. Considering that the SFS Border Defense Force was a special force that spied on other countries' military intelligence, Yi Qian suspected that the pilot who died in the plane crash was from the SFS Border Defense Force. China did not disclose which border country the pilot belonged to and pretended not to know anything. However, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan knew. The other comrades, including Yi Qian, didn't know. Now that Yi Qian asked, Li Jinyan, who was closest to her, raised his hand, which was cold from the lake water, and gently rubbed her head. No one will disclose this information. Even if we know, we have to pretend not to know. The other party will also pretend that the pilot who died in the plane crash is not their comrade. Chapter 2879. There are some things that can't be said in detail. It's fine as long as you know it. You definitely didn't pass the political science class. In the future, you'd better do some technical work obediently. Leave these brain-intensive things to our country's diplomats. Li Jinyan felt a little helpless when faced with his sister's frankness. She was a smart girl, but all her intelligence was used in battle. His sister didn't care much about things that required more attention. At the mention of diplomats, the name Qin Xiu immediately appeared in Xia Jinyuan's mind. A real love rival, and a powerful one at that. He had to be careful. In the past, he said that it didn't matter, and that he wasn't worried. It was all bullshit. Qin Xiu wasn't an ordinary diplomat. He was a diplomat who had gone through life and death battles with Little Fox. Moreover, Little Fox had a good impression of him. Such a love rival was enough. If there was one more, he might as well carry Little Fox over his shoulder and register for marriage. Yi Qian also thought of Qin Xiu. His wet eyes shone brightly. He smiled and said, "That's right. It's better to leave this to Qin Xiu. As for me, I'll just do my job. Diplomats could kill people with their words. They used their sharp, and unique speech to shut the mouths of the masses. They also used their diplomatic skills to protect the country's glory. They ruled with civil rights, while the military ruled with military force. Since ancient times, civil and military ruled with military force. It was the same in this era. Yes, leave it to diplomats like Qin Xiao. You're not suitable to enter this circle. Xia Jinyuan openly mentioned his love rival's name. He was on guard, but there was no need to be on guard. He was still very confident in his relationship with Little Fox. They're speeding up. They're trying to increase the distance between the two teams. Q King, should we do the same? Yao Zi, who was sitting at the front of the boat, said fiercely, "We have to make them feel a little scared." Shah Rukh ordered his men to speed up and increase the distance between the two teams. Every SFS border guard soldiers, our muscles were as hard as stone. They gritted their teeth and swung their arms quickly. They wanted to land half an hour before the Chinese soldiers and give them a show of strength. Regarding this, Xia Jinyuan was indifferent. We don't have to be on the same level. We just need to maintain a distance of 10 minutes. Remember, we have to maintain a distance of 10 minutes. Qin Yao, calculate how many meters they are rowing per minute and get an average value so that we can keep track of time. Yes, Yi Qian, who had an extraordinary memory and was also quite good at mental calculations, immediately began calculating. When the rest of his comrades heard this, they all looked askance at the captain of their ship, who had calmly displayed his might. Respect. They didn't overtake them, but maintained a distance of 10 minutes. Ha ha ha, this was the best show of strength. This was to tell Shah Rukh of the SFS border guard that it wasn't that the Chinese soldiers couldn't overtake them. They just needed to maintain their modesty. However, they wouldn't be modest for more than a second. 10 minutes of modesty was 10 minutes of modesty, not even a tenth of a second. Shah Rukh quickly thought of this show of strength. He snapped the timer in his hand and gritted his teeth so hard that his back teeth almost broke. 10 minutes. The Chinese soldiers were only 10 minutes behind them. 10 minutes ago, the SFS border guard soldiers had successfully landed. 10 minutes later, the Chinese soldiers had successfully landed. Chapter 2880. Shalak was so angry that there was a fire burning in his chest. Even his eyes were red and bloodshot. They must be doing this on purpose. They must be doing this on purpose. We can't let them go like this. Shalak. We can't let them go so easily. They can overtake us, but they always keep a distance of 10 minutes. Shalak, are they warning us? Damn it, they're not warning us. They're humiliating us. Several SFS border guards were so angry that their fists were clenched. They couldn't wait to rush over and fight to vent their anger. Staring at the Chinese soldiers who were carrying the rubber boats down, everyone's face was full of unreconciled anger. Shalak grabbed a comrade who was about to take a step forward. Suppressing his anger, he said in a deep voice, "Calm down, whether it's intentional or not. Only we know about this. The other countries don't know. Because the Chinese team is always 10 minutes behind them. They think that the Chinese team deliberately lagged behind by 10 minutes, not even a second more. Using this as an excuse to cause trouble for the Chinese soldiers? Only idiots would do such a thing. They deliberately set the time 10 minutes apart. They must want us to make a fool of ourselves. Okay, my teammates, calm down. Let's all calm down. It's just a warm-up game. The real show will start at 5:00 tomorrow. Calm down. Don't fall into the trap of the Chinese soldiers." Shalak clapped his hands, indicating that his team members should stop paying attention to the Chinese soldiers. The more they watched, the angrier they would be, and the more it would affect their judgment and the later game. Go back, set up camp, and study tomorrow's route and tactics. After calming down, Shylock no longer bothered about the 10 minutes lag. Instead, he immediately adjusted his state of mind to prepare for the next battle. The first 3 Western Special Forces soldiers who landed first had already set up wooden stakes, occupied the advantageous camping positions, and began to set up tents. At this time, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in China, and noon in Estonia, which was 5 hours later than China, happened to be the hottest time of the day, when the sun was high in the sky. No matter how high the temperature was, it couldn't immediately dry the wet clothes on the body. On the shore, the wind from the lake blew over, causing even the male soldiers to shiver and have goosebumps all over their bodies. You take care of the tents and leave the pilings to the 3 of us. G3 gestured for Yi Qian to pass him the multifunctional engineering shovel and let Yi Qian do the easier work. She was a female soldier after all, so the male soldiers had to take care of her more or less. Yi Qian passed the engineering shovel over and stomped on the wet military boots. He smiled and said, "I have to pour the water out of the boots first. They're full of water. With every step I take, water gushes out of the laces. Go, go. The grass is still dry. Just wear a pair of clean socks and put your military boots under the sun." G3 looked down at her military boots that were still properly fastened. He could not help but raise his foot. There was a deep smile in his hoarse voice. The first thing to do when you rest is to take off your shoes for some fresh air. He was barefooted, and Yi Qian saw that the soles of his feet were white and wrinkled from the water. It was the same when he took off his military boots. Creases appeared on the soles and toes of his feet. "Get some fresh air first, then put on your socks." Xia Jingyuan's low voice came from behind. Yi Qian, who was about to put on his socks, turned his head and smiled. "You're all barefooted, but I'm not used to barefooted." Chapter 2881. She wasn't shy, she was just not used to it. Xia Jinyuan walked over and squatted in front of Yi Qian. He lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Qian's bare feet. Then he stretched out a finger and gently poked Yi Qian's fair and tender feet. There was a teasing smile in his eyes. "You still look good, not ugly." Women and men were different. Their hands and feet were delicate. Yi Qian's hands and feet were small and soft. Her fingers were as sharp as scallions, slender and long. They felt soft and boneless when held in his hand. However, due to years of training, there were calluses between his palm and fingers that held the gun. The tips of her feet were pink and moist, like pink seashells, small and delicate. Xia Jinyuan had secretly measured Yi Qian's feet with his own palm and found that they were not even as long as his palm. They were small and fleshy, extremely beautiful, and he couldn't help but want to touch them. At this moment, her delicate feet, which had a light pink luster like a pearl, were white and wrinkled after being soaked in the lake water. He couldn't help but think of a steamed bun soaked in water and wanted to laugh. Yi Qian, who was not used to being barefooted, was not shy about being barefooted. However, when a man kept staring at her feet and even poking her feet with a finger, she felt a little embarrassed. Her ears were slightly flushed. She curled her delicate toes and said to the man who was squatting in front of her, "Go do your own things. Don't squat in front of me. I have something to talk to you about." Xia Jinyuan saw that Yi Qian was a little embarrassed, so he quickly retracted his gaze. He kept staring at her feet. He didn't want her to think that he had some kind of special fetish. He took out the map he got at the airport from his combat vest. "Tomorrow we will be fighting against the United States and Germany. There will be border countries and Italy participating in the battle. Take a look at the route here and memorize it. Later, there will be a map for tomorrow's march for us. You have to memorize it as well." When they got down to business, Yi Qian swept away the slight embarrassment in his heart. He took the map and glanced at it. I've already memorized everything. Now I can consolidate it for a while. All right, you should memorize the overall map again. When you get the battle map, you can combine the two and memorize it again. You can rest for a while now. After the tent is set up, you can come in and change your clothes. I will stand guard for you. It was 12:30 in the afternoon in Estonia, and the competition would start at 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Today's wet combat uniform could be taken off and dried on top of the tent. There was no need to use body heat to dry the clothes. The tents were set up very quickly. Yi Qian was the first to enter the tent to change his clothes. Only then did the male soldiers enter the tent to change their clothes. For the rest of the afternoon, the Chinese soldiers did not come out of their tents. The special forces of the other countries did not come out of their tents either. When the sky was about to turn dark, the Chinese soldiers came out of their tents when they heard footsteps outside. Before the official competition, the soldiers of the other countries started to interact in twos and threes. The Chinese soldiers were closer to the fighting nations, and they also interacted with the special forces of the other Western countries. On the other hand, they did not interact much with the SFS Border Defense Force, which was also from Asia. The SFS Border Defense Force interacted more with the United States and Great Britain's Western European countries. In Asia, only the Chinese and the border countries were participating. The lack of interaction between the special forces of the two countries showed that the atmosphere was not harmonious. As night fell, the special forces of the other countries returned to their own tents. They ate portable fast food while exchanging tactics. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the specific rules for tomorrow's competition were sent to all the tents in the form of paper documents. Tomorrow, the Chinese soldiers would begin the first round of the competition against the United States and Germany, the two Western countries. Chapter 2882. The documents arrived at the tent of the Chinese soldiers. The 8 people who had finished their meals sat cross-legged together, turned on the flashlight sticks, spread out the map, and began to make the most detailed battle arrangements. The difficulty of the competition could be seen from the words on the documents. In the competition between China, the United States, and Germany, the first event was a 30-kilometer cross-country run, and the second event was a marksmanship test. The difficulty of the first event was a 10-kilometer cross-country run, followed by the first round of pistol shooting. Then, it was a 10-kilometer cross-country run, followed by a running rifle shooting. Finally, it was a 10-kilometer sprint, followed by sniper rifle shooting. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the middle, put away his usual mischievous smile. He was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, and his eyes were sharp enough to cut through everything. A 15-kilometer sprint. There are Estonian elite troops serving as hypothetical enemies. The exact number is unknown. Here, the 8 of us will be divided into 2 groups. Each group of 4 will support the front and back. In order to ensure that the 2 groups arrive at the same shooting point, the distance between the 2 groups must not be too far, lest the formation gets separated. Qing Yao checked the map. See if tomorrow's 38-kilometer sprint will pass through the swamp. He looked up, and his sharp and cold gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. At this time, she was not his girlfriend, and he was not her boyfriend. The 2 of them were in a superior and subordinate relationship. One of them gave orders, and the other had to follow orders unconditionally. Yi Qian immediately opened the entire map and combined it with the battle map for tomorrow. The pencil in his hand slowly drew on the complicated map, and finally he looked up at Xia Jinyuan. No, we are still 10 kilometers away from the swamp, but tomorrow we need to cross the rope bridge and bury the mines. The first day is very difficult, and it will get harder as we go. This was natural, or else it would not be called aka assault. Tomorrow's cross-country assault will be the main event, and the technical assessment will be secondary. Remember, the distance between the two groups must not be too far. Once the formation gets separated, we will be behind in entering the first control station, which will affect the rest of the competition. Remember, all participants must arrive at the first control station within the specified time, no later than 5 minutes. Do you remember? His voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Yi Qian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He straightened his back even more. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was the Q King. He was completely isolated from the real Xia Jinyuan and had become the Q King on a mission. The first round of shooting for the pistol team will be led by Demon King. The first team members are. Xia Jinyuan then arranged the pistol, rifle, and sniper shooting teams for the next day in batches, so that they could perform in an orderly manner and avoid any mishaps before the competition. 30 kilometers of cross-country was actually very simple. It wasn't even a problem for the specially trained special forces. The difficulty lay in the fact that there were pursuers and encirclement. After that, they still had to complete the shooting at the designated point. Halfway through the shooting, they still had to complete the shooting while running. That was the most difficult part. After a long cross-country run, all the muscles in the body were extremely tense. Shooting was closely related to muscle memory, so it must have formed muscle memory. As soon as they held the gun in their hands, they could immediately shoot accurately. But now that their muscles were tense from running, their breathing could not calm down in a short time. At this time, even if their muscles had formed muscle memory, it was impossible to immediately complete the shooting accurately. Chapter 2883. From this, it could be seen that IKA assault was very likely to challenge the technical standards of the special forces. When Yi Qian saw these rules, even with her accurate marksmanship, she could not guarantee that she would be able to complete 5 accurate shots. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. We didn't come here with the determination to win, but with the attitude of learning. Learn well, learn in secret, understand the advantages of the special forces of Western countries, and bring the good ones back to China to carry forward. Our important task is to learn and make sure that we don't lose too badly. Xia Jinyuan had a lot of confidence in the abilities of his comrades, and he believed that his comrades were capable enough to win. Unfortunately, the Chinese soldiers who had just arrived did not need to win beautifully. Winning beautifully would go against the development of the country, and being too high profile would attract more attention. The military strength of China was currently developing in secret, and there was no need for them to be as high profile as the US. If they were too high profile and did not have the corresponding ability to bear the consequences of being high profile, then even a dragon would have to be well behaved. The Special Forces soldiers who came to participate in the competition all knew what kind of mission they were responsible for. Hearing this, they all nodded cautiously, indicating that they understood in their hearts that there would be no mistakes. It was already late at night, and the Special Forces soldiers of various countries in the various tents were already preparing to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Yi Qian opened her sleeping bag and fell asleep without even taking off her combat uniform. She only took off the military boots that had been dried during the day. At 2 o'clock in the morning in the eastern forest of Estonia, which had a maritime climate, a cold rain suddenly fell. The bean-sized raindrops hit the tent loudly, seriously affecting the sleep of every Special Forces soldier. Yi Qian opened her eyes and stared at the tent for at least 5 minutes. Listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, she forced herself to fall asleep. "Are you awake?" Xia Jinyuan's sleepy voice came from beside her. Yi Qian, who had forced herself to close her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look to her left. "Why are you sleeping next to me?" Before falling asleep, She clearly remembered that her brother slept on her left side, and her right side was the edge of the tent. Since when did Captain Xia sleep beside him? Xia Jinyuan, who had slept for several hours, stretched his hand out of the warm sleeping bag. Then he flicked Yi Qian's forehead with his slender fingers and chuckled. "Are you that surprised that I'm sleeping next to you?" Luckily, I was surprised that I didn't wake up. Yi Qian rubbed his eyes after being interrupted by him. Even the sleepyhead bug was gone. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the temperature in the eastern forest was quite low. It was only 8 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the tents were tight enough to block out the wind and rain, and there was a group of masculine male soldiers all around, so the temperature inside the tents was slightly higher than outside. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, reached out to rub her forehead. She frowned and said, "Keep your distance. Don't touch me." Xia Jinyuan chuckled. "I was sleeping outside, but the Devil King woke me up around midnight. He said that you were calling my name in your dreams, so he had no choice but to let me sleep here. Now you're blaming me for touching you. Why don't you say that you were thinking of me coming over to get close to you in your dreams?" Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Her last trace of sleepiness flew away. Her eyes widened, and under the dim light of the flashlight, she whispered in disbelief, "How is that possible? I wasn't dreaming at all. If it wasn't raining outside, I would have slept until 4:30. Chapter 2884. The operation started at 5 in the morning, so it was considered late for her to wake up at 4:30. She only said that she had a good sleep and did not dream, so it was impossible for her to call out Xia Jinyuan's name in her dreams. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, why would Li Jinyan give up his position to a wild wolf that constantly wanted to snatch his sister away? Xia Jinyuan smiled until his eyes had a dim light, but his gaze was as gentle as the warm sun that had just risen in winter. Who knows? The devil said it himself. Could it be false? If it was her brother who said it himself, then it couldn't be false. Yi Qian rubbed her temples helplessly. "I really didn't dream. I don't know why I called out your name, but I'm sure I slept very well. Now that I've woken up, I'm so sleepy that I don't want to sleep anymore." She had called out Captain Xia's name in her dream, and then her brother had heard it. In the end, she had even let Captain Xia sleep next to her. Yi Jian felt very embarrassed. It was as if she had done something shameful, and her brother had caught her red-handed. Should she consider wearing a mask to sleep for the next few days? She didn't want her brother to hear her call out Captain Xia's name in her dreams again. Xia Jinyuan, who was also not sleepy, closed his eyes and rested comfortably. He answered her slowly, "What you think about in the day, you dream about it at night. I didn't expect you to miss me so much even though I'm right beside you during the day. You even call out my name in your dreams. Not bad. I like it. 2 days ago, during the training, G3, and the others said that I called out your name in my dreams. Our hearts are connected, and we even dream of each other in our dreams." In order to prevent their conversation from being overheard by their comrades, Xia Jinyuan consciously moved his sleeping bag so that their heads were facing each other. He spoke at a distance where only the two of them could hear. He did this to take care of Yi Qian's thin skin. But since they were talking in private, Yi Qian still blushed at his words. She used her head to lightly bump against his head and turned around. The back of her head was facing the man who was grinning from ear to ear and couldn't suppress it for a long time. "Let's sleep a little longer. It's only 2:10. I'll wake up at 4. Leaning against each other, Xia Jinyuan, whose cold expression had softened, gently exhaled a breath of hot air. Leaning against each other shoulder to shoulder, head to head, the soft affection filled his chest. It was the fortune of a lifetime to have someone like her by his side. Yi Qian also closed his eyes. It was still early, so he should sleep a little longer. Pressing against his head, Yi Qian could not help but gently move his head, like a puppy that had not been weaned off milk, looking for the safest embrace in its owner's arms. She liked to rely on him like this. She liked it as much as he liked it. Li Jinyan, who was lying in Xia Jinyuan's original position, did not seem to have been woken up by the rain. His cold, chiseled features were relaxed, and he was in a deep sleep. At 4:00, the Chinese soldiers woke up almost at the same time. They reacted quickly and immediately cleaned up their equipment. After cleaning up their equipment, they began to wash up. At 4:40 p.m., the special forces of the 12 countries were assembled. At 4:50 p.m., Xia Jinyuan led the Chinese soldiers to shake hands with the American and German soldiers. The special forces of the Chinese, American, and German teams were all assembled. At the same time, the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force began a short 5-minute speech. The general idea was that they had completed a day and a night's mission in the forest, and they had received the same amount of rest at night. Next up, it would be a fair and just competition. The special forces of each country would show their skills and fight for the glory of their country. Chapter 2885. General Haywell walked directly to the special forces of his country and shook hands with each of them. After he was done, he stood in front and lifted his chin slightly. His voice was full of confidence and pride as he said, "I believe that every soldier in our country only has one goal, and that is to work hard for the best. Comrades, what follows next is your time, your battle, and your battlefield. And I am waiting for the return of my warriors. Tell me, my warriors, do you have the confidence to win this battle? Answer me with yes or a no." "Yes, yes, yes." Their loud and clear voices carried an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That kind of confidence could ruthlessly trample all difficulties under their feet. Even if there were thorns and thorns in front of them, they would bravely and fearlessly walk on and win the final victory. The generals sent by the Germans also encouraged their country's participating soldiers, telling them that they would always be the elites, the invincible generals. On the contrary, the Chinese side's aura was much weaker before the competition. At least in the eyes of the generals in the audience, the Chinese side had no aura to speak of. They did not even make a speech before the competition. I think the Chinese side has been shocked by the momentum of the Americans and Germans. An Asian country wanting to compete with a developed country was a wrong decision from the beginning. They shouldn't have come. They should have waited a few years. A few years later, even if they lose, I don't think they will lose too badly. It hasn't started yet. We shouldn't be like this. I don't think highly of the Chinese soldiers. After all, they were the 5th to come ashore last night. They still have a certain level of strength. I hope Lady Luck will favor them. I wish them good luck." The discussions of the generals in the observation group reached their ears. The Chinese soldiers turned a deaf ear to them. They checked the loading of their pistols and rifles for the last time, made sure that all their equipment was correct, and waited for the arrival of 5:00. At 5:00 in the morning, the order was given. The special forces of each country headed toward their respective finishing points. The special forces of China, America, and Germany all had the same finishing point. The signal gun sounded, and the special forces of the three sides were like cheetahs released from their cages, ferociously heading toward the finishing point. They really underestimated us. Q King, how long do we have to endure before we can hold our heads high? There's no need for others to see us being proud and elated. We have to make it so that others can't vent their anger. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and coldly replied to Big Eel, The real way to feel proud is not to win on the surface, but to make the other party feel fearful and helpless. That is the real way to feel proud. Rushing out of the starting point, the 8 special forces jumped over the ravine and passed through the strange rocks, heading towards the finish line fearlessly. 10 kilometers away, the technical course pistol shooting was waiting for them. Go! The Special Forces soldier from the United States held the rifle in his arms and jumped down from a high rock. Their commander was the first to jump down and waited for his team members to arrive. Their explosive power was quite strong. Every time they leapt into the air, their strong bodies would straighten, and their extraordinary strength would allow them to land steadily and perfectly. Forest ahead, cover the front and back. G3, Sparrowhawk, Scout. Big Eel, Devil, bring up the rear. The rest of you break out. Hurry! As they approached the forest, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were as cold as a beast's, gave the order through the headset. Chapter 2886. The imaginary enemies that surrounded the Chinese soldiers were all Estonian soldiers. From the moment the signal gun was fired, the Estonian soldiers began to surround and block the participating special forces from other countries. They were not elites, but they had the advantage of numbers. When they surrounded the Chinese soldiers, they surrounded them in groups one after another. They did not even let go of the cracks in the rocks. The Estonian soldiers were familiar with this forest. Even if the environment was bad and the terrain was complicated, it was still a familiar place to them. For the European countries that had participated in the IKA assault team several times, this forest was not unfamiliar to them. Compared to the Chinese team, which was participating for the first time, they had a geographical advantage. The terrain was unfamiliar, the environment was bad, the competition was complicated, and the rules were cruel. These were the facts that the Chinese soldiers had to face. Every competition was a challenge, waiting for the Chinese soldiers to defeat them. The encirclement was not a direct battle. Instead, it was an encirclement that locked the special forces of each country in so that they would not be able to participate in the next competition on time. However, this rule was not explained in detail. It was based on the observation of the participating members and commanders of each country. Cruel and flexible rules were often the best way to delay time. In the first round of the encirclement, the Chinese soldiers performed very quickly. They were not directly blocked and surrounded. They rushed out of the encirclement at lightning speed. Even the corners of their clothes were not touched. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the line of sight of the Estonian soldiers. The competition had just begun. They could not be surrounded in the first round because of modesty. That would be too embarrassing. They would be a disgrace to their country. Because of their learning, they had to maintain their usual modesty and prudence. They had to keep a low profile. Although it was a tactic, they could not lose face because of it. The Chinese special forces always kept this in mind. They would never do anything inappropriate that would bring shame to their country. The commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force, who was watching the Chinese soldiers, saw this and unconsciously touched the pistol at his waist. The Chinese soldiers were indeed capable. They were not as bad as General Haywill had said. However, the competition had just begun. Whether the Chinese soldiers could maintain the middle score depended on their performance. They had warmed up yesterday and had a good rest at night. It was normal for them to perform well in the first round. Not only did the Chinese soldiers rush out of the encirclement, but the other 11 countries also did the same. The American team was even faster than the Estonian team. They had already rushed out of the encirclement without the Estonian soldiers noticing. Well done! An American senior colonel who accompanied General Haywill could not help but secretly cheer for his country's soldiers. General Haywill heard this and smiled at the senior colonel. If you don't calm down, I'm worried that you will fall off the mountain bike. You're right. I really should control my emotions. Otherwise, some people will think that we don't know how to restrain ourselves. Even though I think that we don't need to restrain ourselves, for the sake of the week, I'll restrain myself a little. The senior colonel nodded in a serious manner as he tugged at the hem of his military uniform. He was saying that he needed to tone down, but his chest was puffed out even more. Chapter 2887. As a world superpower, the United States was at the forefront in all aspects. Their military strength was one of the best, and they had the confidence to start a war. They never thought that they needed to restrain their actions. The ones who needed to restrain their actions were always weak countries that were afraid of starting a war. Their country did not need to restrain themselves. The senior colonel's words made General Haywill's smile widen. There's nothing wrong with restraining ourselves. Everyone knows the strength of our contestants. They didn't lose any of the 10 penalty slips in the last competition. The second place, Estonia, lost 2 of their own contestants. Our strength is not something those weak countries can compare to. After that, General Haywill and the senior colonel looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with unbreakable confidence. An hour had passed, and the Chinese contestants were still 2 kilometers away from the first 10 kilometers. Now, they only needed to break through this round of encirclement to reach the shooting range. Yi Qian crouched under a brown, moss-covered rock that protruded from the surface of the mountain. It was just big enough for her to hide. She used her binoculars to observe the front. They've sent out soldiers from the National Defense Forces and civil guards. They're slightly weaker than us in terms of raw strength. Team 1 will break through the encirclement from the front. Team 2 observe the encirclement from the back. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice came through the earpiece. Every word was clear and cold. Team 2, support Team 1 after you break through the encirclement. Roger, Roger, Roger. Yi Qian pressed down on her earpiece and made a hand gesture behind her. 3 figures appeared from the bushes. Team 1 broke through the encirclement from the front, while Team 2 observed the encirclement from the back. 3 o'clock to the left. Make way. 10 o'clock to the right. Make way. 3 o'clock to the front. Make way. As Team 2 observed the encirclement from the back, Team 1 broke through the encirclement from the front. Not only did they avoid the hidden Estonian soldiers, but they also attracted the Estonian soldiers who were searching around. This ensured that Team 2 could successfully break through the encirclement from the back. Be careful, everyone. Cover the penalty slips tightly. 1 point will be deducted for every penalty slip you collect. 10 penalty slips will be deducted, and you'll be sacrificed. Remind a group of comrades who are breaking through from the front and break through with the big eel. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were the first to break out of the encirclement. They had not completely entered the forest yet. They were surrounded by shrubs, short grass, and rocks covered with a layer of brown moss. They were surrounded by imaginary enemies. If they were not careful, they would be hunted down by the imaginary enemies. In front of them was the blockade line that the Chinese team members had to break through. If they went around it, their points would be invalid, and they would also be deducted. Xia Jinyuan led a group of players to break out of the encirclement. However, it was not the kind of head-on confrontation where they would stand out and shout, "Come at me!" Instead, it was a head-on confrontation where the imaginary enemy could see them and quickly avoid them. With the help of Team 2, Xia Jinyuan not only led the team to quickly evade, but also covered for Team 2 to evade covertly. The 2 teams cooperated seamlessly, one in the open and one in the dark. Over here. Follow them closely. Quick. There's more here, guys. They're heading this way. Scatter and pursue. Block the front and chase after me from behind. Take out the slips of paper from their pockets. The Chinese team members were soldiers from the Estonian National Defense Army. The referee who recorded the score was waiting for the Chinese team to arrive at the blockade line. Chapter 2888. The referee could hear the loud roars of the National Defense Army soldiers not far away. The referee, who was holding the scorecard, stared at the scoreboard in his hand and stared straight ahead. Looking past the short grass and the rocks in the grass, the referee saw two figures appear first. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Chinese soldiers had appeared. They were holding rifles in their hands and sprinting towards the perimeter of the blockade. The seconds on the timer changed very quickly, from 1 to 0, and then from 0 to 1. It kept changing, the seconds kept changing, and the points kept changing. At this point, more than an hour and 10 minutes had passed since the start of the competition, and the allotted time was an hour and a half. The referee outside the blockade saw the figures of the 4 Chinese soldiers flash past in front of him while 3 National Defense Army soldiers chased after them. However, he did not notice the 4 hidden Chinese soldiers lying prone not far away. The American contestants have broken through the blockade and are preparing to shoot with their pistols. The latest news from the front came through the referee's earpiece. Just like in previous years, the American contestants were still the ones who held on to first place. The American contestants were still as good as ever, and the Chinese contestants who had broken through the blockade were not bad either. After avoiding the 3 National Defense Army soldiers, the 4 Chinese soldiers were sprinting towards him. What are they trying to do? The referee, who was holding the timer, widened his eyes. He saw the 4 Chinese contestants who had rushed out turn back. What were they trying to do? The referee's earpiece sounded again. The Estonian contestants had broken through the blockade and were preparing to shoot with their pistols. However, the 4 Chinese contestants who had rushed out of the blockade had turned back. The referee saw the 3 National Defense Army soldiers chasing after 2 Chinese soldiers. Meanwhile, the other 2 Chinese soldiers had split up for some reason, leaving their 2 comrades completely exposed. The contestants were all carrying 35 kilograms of equipment. Compared to the National Defense Army soldiers who were lightly armed, they were undoubtedly the weaker ones. It would be very difficult for the 2 Chinese soldiers who were completely exposed to avoid the pursuit of the 3 National Defense Army soldiers. As long as they were caught by the imaginary enemy, they would have to hand over a penalty slip. By the time all 10 penalty slips were handed over, they would be considered sacrificed. Could it be that the 2 Chinese soldiers who were completely exposed were doing this on purpose? The referee stared at the timer for a while and then looked up ahead. He was trying to guess the tactics of the Chinese soldiers. The ones who had been completely exposed were Xia, Jinyuan, and G3. The 2 of them were famous for their endurance in the Snowfield Brigade. Even though they were carrying 35 kilograms of equipment when the 3 imaginary enemies rushed over, the 2 of them immediately split up and gave the chance to escape to young Sparrow Hawk and T6. The 8 of them were like a net, with Xia Jinyuan at the center of the net, maintaining a certain distance from each other, and broke through the encirclement of dozens of imaginary enemies. Under Yi Qian's command, the 8's directions, and headed to the edge of the blockade. Yi Jian memorized the entire battle route map in her mind. She was the most suitable person to lead the way. There was no need to worry about taking detours or delaying time. She was a hidden member of Team 2. She had rushed out of the blockade long ago without even the referee noticing. The 4 members of the Chinese team were well hidden, waiting for the 4 members of Team 1 to gather. Very soon, young Sparrow Hawk and the T-6 combatants successfully broke through the blockade. The referee also noticed them, but what puzzled him was that the two Chinese soldiers did not run over immediately. Instead, they hid themselves again. Chapter 2889. What are they trying to do? I can't guess what they're thinking at all. The referee was talking to the military officials beside him. He was not the only one waiting outside the blockade line. There were several other military officials waiting as well. I can't see through them either. Maybe they're a little panicked. That's why they're running around. One of the military officials replied, uncertainly. It's possible. Countries participating for the first time will more or less panic. The Chinese soldiers should be the same. They don't have much time left. In order to avoid our national defense soldiers, they delayed their arrival at the control station. God, this is a misguided strategy. The Chinese soldiers will lose more than 10 times their points. Under normal circumstances, once one was surrounded by imaginary enemies and had no place to escape, the best way was to obediently surrender and take out a penalty slip so that they could arrive at the control station on time. However, the Chinese soldiers were stalling for time because they did not want to pay the penalty slip. The generals of the various countries could not help but shake their heads regretfully. A failed strategy will bring about the worst consequences for them. They shouldn't do this. There's not much time left. The contestants from the 4 countries have finished shooting with their pistols and entered the next 10 kilometers. The Chinese soldiers are still in the next 10 kilometers. I already have a feeling that they will lose more than 10 times their points. With more than 10 times their points deducted, they will be at the bottom of the first round. It will be almost impossible for them to shorten their points and time. Up until now, there had not been a single country that had been able to successfully reverse their results and obtain a good ranking. Even General Callisler, who had high hopes for the Chinese soldiers, could not help but clench his fists. The relationship between his country and the Chinese had become closer in the past 2 years. The two countries had the same goal. In addition, the two countries had always been friendly. In the Chechen War in the 90s, the relationship between the two countries had become even more stable. Due to the friendly diplomatic relations between the two countries, he also hoped that the Chinese side, which was participating for the first time, could obtain a good result. But now, General Callisler looked at the time. It was very tight. If they did not act now, the Chinese soldiers might really delay their arrival at the control station. Although General Callisler was worried, he did not think of reminding the Chinese side. This was a competition where there were winners and losers. Even if the two countries had a friendly diplomatic relationship, he could not remind the Chinese soldiers who were competing with his country. Friendship was friendship. Competition was competition. If they lost, they had to admit it. What they didn't know was that the commander of the Chinese team, Xia Jinyuan, was lying under a rock with a pen and a notebook in his hand. He was scribbling furiously. He had already said that he was here to learn. Now that he saw the strengths of another country, he had to remember them. I've already seen the referee. How much longer do you guys need to rush out? Li Jinyan, who had rushed out of the blockade and was hiding behind a rock, asked the two members of Team 1 who had yet to come out. There's no need to play this game of cat and mouse for too long. There's not much time left. Soon, give us a breather. The Great Mermaid leaned against the rock and panted heavily. Demon King, we have to switch to a frontal assault. 35 kilograms of equipment can run and jump at the same time. It can really crush people to death. Xia Jinyuan waited for him to finish before saying, the Great Mermaid fell and hit her chin. Stop the bleeding yourself while I write something. It's enough time. I'll keep an eye on him. Li Jinyan, whose eyes were a little gloomy, raised his head and looked ahead. The corners of his mouth tightened a little. Okay, you're not far from us. I can hear you directly. Chapter 2890. It was only the first day, and they were already injured. This was not good news. Knowing that their comrade was injured, everyone felt a little depressed. During training, it was not that they had not carried 35 kilograms of equipment on their backs before. However, the terrain of the eastern forest was extremely complicated. Furthermore, it had rained last night, and they were not familiar with the terrain. Sometimes, when they used too much force, they would be ambushed by small rocks hidden in the bushes, causing them to slip and fall. This was the case for the Great Mermaid. It looked like a flat patch of short grass, but she did not expect to be ambushed the moment she jumped down. She fell and almost bit off her tongue. She did not need Xia Jinyuan's help for her chin injury. She deftly opened the sanitary bag and quickly treated the wound. The wound was a little deep, and the skin and flesh were rolling out. The Great Mermaid did not ask for Xia Jinyuan's help during the entire process of disinfecting and wrapping up the gauze. She finished the treatment by herself. The German team members arrived at the pistol shooting competition venue in 1 hour and 16 minutes. At this time, the 8 American team members had already entered the last round of pistol shooting. The Chinese team members had yet to arrive. There were only 13 minutes left until the allotted time. 2 other countries had already entered the shooting competition. They only needed to complete 2 rounds before the pistol shooting competition ended. Xia Jinyuan stuffed the pen and notebook into his bag, wrapped the gauze around the Great Mermaid's chin with medical tape, and rushed out of the blockade line with the Great Mermaid. 1 hour and 23 minutes later, the observation team finally saw the figures of the Chinese team members. At this time, 6 countries had already completed their pistol shooting and were heading for the next 10 kilometers. Callisler looked at the time. 7 minutes. There were only 7 minutes left. If all 8 team members used continuous shooting to complete their pistol shooting, they would be able to finish within 5 minutes without being penalized. Next, they would speed up their march and increase the time they had spent in the first round. They would not have to worry about not being able to reach the control station within the allotted time. Seeing the late Chinese team members, General Haywell let out a long sigh of relief. He seemed happy, but also sighed. Just as he was about to turn his head to communicate with General Callisler, General Callisler, who was 2 other countries' generals, praised the Chinese team members' performance is praiseworthy. Although they are late, they did not exceed the allotted time. Also, none of them handed in any penalty slips. They still have 10 penalty slips in their pockets. For a country that is participating for the first time, this is quite good. His words suppressed the mockery that was about to rush out of General Haywell's mouth. One of their own country's contestants was successfully surrounded by the Estonian National Defense Force soldiers, and he was given a penalty. Although the Chinese side was slow, they did not hand in a single penalty, which showed that their tactics were very stable. Even so, the military officials on the field and the other countries' generals in the observation team, when they were in the next 10 kilometers, especially since the American team had already entered the next 10-kilometer off-road spot, the calmness of the Chinese team members was no longer outstanding. Continuous shooting, Xia Jinyuan. As Xia Jinyuan spoke, the Chinese team members, who were carrying 35 kilograms of equipment, stood in a row and pulled out their pistols from their holsters at the same time. Ka! The bullets were loaded. Yi Jian stood at the front. She had already raised her pistol and looked straight ahead. Her heart was as calm as water as she aimed at the bull's eye. As the referee blew the whistle, 5 bullets were fired consecutively. Chapter 2891. The commander-in-chief of the Estonian Defense Forces, who was watching the competition, received the latest news. The referee said through his headset, the Chinese female soldier did not realize that her pistol cartridge did not match the barrel. She has already lost 2 points. Once the cartridge jams, she will lose another 2 points if she does not replace the cartridge in time. If she does not complete the shooting within the specified time, she will lose 6 points. The Commander-in-Chief of the Estonian Defense Forces received the latest news. Similarly, the generals of the observer group who were present also received the latest news. At the same time, they all gasped at the harsh and flexible rules of this competition. The other countries' special forces who had completed the shooting did not have such problems, but the Chinese special forces who were participating for the first time had encountered it. It was really unfortunate. The corners of General Haywill's mouth slowly curled up. Ha! This was really good news that made people feel happy. He raised his hand to look at the time. Word or few? Well done. Pistol cartridge jams. Replacement of the cartridge, replacement of the cartridge, reassembly of the cartridge, replacement of the cartridge, completion of the shooting. Even if each step was 1 minute, the Chinese female soldier, who did not realize the severity of the problem, would still need 6 minutes to complete the 6 steps. Now, there were only 3 minutes left to the 1.5 hour. With half of the time missing, the Chinese female soldier was about to lose 10 points. Ha ha ha, what a delightful piece of news. Even this damned drizzling weather has become very cute. Look, the scenery in the distance is really beautiful. The Commander-in-Chief of the Estonian Defense Forces was also confused by the rules. He also did not know that the competition could be like this, but why was it only for Chinese soldiers? May I ask the judges and military officers, is this soft technical rule only for the Chinese team, or is it the same for the other teams? He asked very seriously. IKA assault was a fair and just competition. The rules were to treat all the teams equally. There could not be a rule that only targeted one country. That would not be a rule, but a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. The referees gave the most authoritative answer. It's not just the Chinese team members. Every country's team members will encounter the same problem. In this pistol shooting competition, only the Chinese team and the nation of all islands will have the wrong match of bullets. In the following rifle and sniper rifle competitions, there will be mistakes in all countries, but the Chinese team will not have the same mistake. The referee's authoritative answer made the generals in the observation group feel their hearts sink. The pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles issued in the match could all be replaced with different holsters and bullet calibers. If they were not careful, they would be hit like the female soldier on the Chinese side. Let's see if their contestants can find out. If only they would find out. If only they would find out. When the generals of the Kingdom of 10,000 Islands heard that their country would be in the same situation, their hearts were in their throats. This was because their country's contestants had rushed to the shooting range at almost the same time as the Chinese team. Moreover, they also didn't find that the bullets didn't match their holsters when they were cleaning their equipment. In other words, they were now the same as the Chinese team. They had lost 2 points. The entire observer group was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Even the arrogant General Haywill was silent. In the previous IKA assault competition, there was no such thing as a mismatch between the bullet and the holster. Would the contestants from their country be able to discover it? Chapter 2892. At this point, even General Haywill, who had always been confident in his country's contestants, was a little uncertain. Everyone was staring at the Chinese female contestants and the male contestants from the nation of all islands. Fire! The military officer from the nation of all islands raised the flag high and waved it down. The contestants from the nation of all islands began to shoot. Like the Chinese team, they used continuous shooting to buy time. What? The male contestant from the nation of all islands stared at the jammed pistol in his hand. He was a little confused. He turned his head and said to the military officer beside him, "There's a problem with my pistol. The bullet is jammed. I need to change to a new pistol." He spoke in his native language, not English. He was so anxious that he blurted out his native language. The military officer from Estonia shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand what he was saying. The general from the nation of all islands saw his country's contestant gesticulating in English. He said anxiously, "There's a problem with my pistol. This is a problematic pistol. Why didn't you check it properly before handing it in? Your carelessness will affect my competition." He was so anxious that he almost roared out loud. He roared until the veins on his neck bulged. "You checked your own equipment. Why didn't you discover the problem in advance?" The military officer replied coldly. He looked at the anxious male contestant coldly. "That's your problem. You have to find your own reason first, not question others." When Yi Qian shot the first bullet, his sharp eyes suddenly darkened. "There's a problem with my gun. The first bullet couldn't be fired at all. It was jammed." Yi Qian's pupils constricted, as if he had thought of something important. This was a pistol with a barrel that didn't match the bullet. Grizzly Winchester Magnum pistol, using .45 Winchester Magnum. It was a large-caliber automatic pistol that was invented in 1980 and produced in the same year. It had 8-inch and 10-inch barrels. Its appearance was completely modeled after the design of the Colt M1911A1. The biggest difference was that it could be fine-tuned and used a unique bullet. A 45-inch ACP cartridge should hold a 357-inch bullet, but she loaded a 44-inch Magnum cartridge. Previously, she had checked the handguns to see if there were any problems, but she had missed a step. It was a step that she would usually not overlook. But this time, she believed that since the handguns were issued uniformly, there would not be any problems with the wrong bullets. Therefore, she did not check if the bullet matched the barrel. This was a mistake, and it was very likely that she had lost points. IKA assault is the most intense, toughest, harshest, and most flexible special forces competition in the world. You'll never be able to imagine what the next level of difficulty will be. What Xia Jinyuan said on the plane before the battle flashed through his mind. After discovering the problem, Yi Qian didn't panic. After reporting that there was a problem with his pistol, he immediately took out a magazine from his combat vest and removed the faulty magazine at the same time. Xia Jinyuan's calm voice came through the earpiece. "Your shooting speed is 0.003 seconds faster than ours. I'll give you 10 seconds to change the magazine, 10 seconds to change the magazine and finish shooting." Yi Qian could definitely catch up with his teammates' shooting speed. Chapter 2893. The most important thing now was to remove the jammed bullet, change the parts, change the holster, reassemble the gun, and then change the magazine. When she reported to her comrades that there was a problem with her pistol, she had already removed the old magazine. Then, with a push of her thumb into the old magazine, a bullet popped out. That's right, her magazine was filled with 44-inch Magnum bullets. Understood. When she heard Xia Jinyuan tell her that she had 10 seconds to change the magazine, Yi Qian replied calmly with a serious expression. Compared to the anxious male soldiers of the island of 10,000 nations, she was unbelievably calm. Not to mention cold sweat, there wasn't even a trace of panic on her face. Even the referees and military officials of the other countries around her were amazed. They focused all their attention on this Chinese female soldier, watching her from the moment she discovered the problem to the moment she started to solve it. The whole process was so orderly that those who did not know the situation would not know that this Chinese female soldier was facing a major problem that would affect the ranking of the entire Chinese team, as well as her personal points deduction. Single-point shooting. Xia Jinyuan didn't disturb Yi Qian. At a time like this, Yi Qian could only rely on herself. Other than that, she had no one else to rely on, not even her comrades. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. The only thing that could help Yi Qian was that they immediately switched from continuous shooting to single-point shooting. This way, Yi Qian would have enough time to catch up with them. When Yi Qian heard his new order, her beautiful face, which was covered in paint, became even calmer. Don't panic, Yi Qian. You can do it. Your comrades are waiting for you. They will support you with their own actions. Don't panic. She held the ejected bullet tightly in her hand and reloaded the old magazine back into the combat vest. The speed of the entire operation was so fast that the military officials beside her were dumbfounded. It was so fast that they couldn't even see clearly how she changed out the magazine and reloaded it back into the combat vest. Her speed made the generals of the various countries lean forward slightly. It was as if this was the only way they could see the enlarged figure of the female soldier on the screen more clearly and see if she could solve the problem. When the generals saw her change the magazine, eject the bullets into the magazine, and put them back into the combat vest, her quick, accurate, and ruthless movements immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the generals of the Kingdom of Islands saw this, their heartstrings almost snapped. The stark contrast between the two was an invisible pressure. No matter how tightly they clenched their fists, there was no way they could rush up and warn the male soldiers who were still shouting at the military officials. This was a competition and an actual battle, and it was a battle of strength between the winners and losers. If you lose, you lose. There's no excuse for it. General Carlyle was currently conversing in a low voice with a local lieutenant colonel accompanying him. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian as if he wanted to firmly remember her movements. This Chinese female soldier had already left a very deep impression on General Carlyle. In General Carlyle's eyes, who knew how many times calmer this female soldier was than the male soldier from the island of islands. From the moment she discovered the problem to the moment she dealt with it, she was quite calm. It seemed like she wasn't worried about the problem at all. If the female soldier was so calm, then the male soldier was probably even more so. China was a large country. No matter how weak a large country was, it was still a sleeping lion. When the lion woke up one day, it would be time for many people to be afraid. Chapter 2894. Yi Qian was as calm as General Callisler had seen her. However, when the bullet was stuck, her heart skipped a beat. Her heart skipped a beat because of her mistake and the agility of Ika's assault. The replaced magazine was loaded into the combat vest. Her nimble fingers were so fast that they became a blur as she finished replacing the parts as quickly as possible. Yi Qian's countdown from 120 could be heard from her comrades' headsets. Her calm countdown reached their ears one by one, allowing them to clearly feel her calmness. Her mouth keeps moving. What is she saying? She's very fast. The Chinese contestants have switched to single shots. They're matching the speed of this female soldier who made a mistake. She's about to start removing the holster. She's a very calm female soldier. The male soldiers from the nation of islands, who also made a mistake, are much later than her. It's a pity that they discovered the problem earlier than the Chinese female soldier, but didn't manage to deal with it in time. Can the Chinese female soldier change the holster in time and start shooting again? They only have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes. Even if they change the parts, it'll still take 3 to 5 minutes. No matter how fast the Chinese female soldier is, it'll be difficult for her to finish shooting. The generals of the observation group whispered to each other as they discussed whether the Chinese female soldier could finish shooting in time. General Haywill, who had been watching the time closely, curled his lips coldly. With only 4 minutes, it would be difficult for the Chinese female soldier to finish shooting no matter what. There was no need to discuss her 10 points anymore. It was an irrefutable fact that her 10 points were deducted. General Haywill, why haven't I heard your opinion? At this time, General Haywill must have a lot to say. General Callisler, who was leaning against the railing, turned his head and asked General Haywill, who was 2 people away, with a smile, "What do you think? Can this Chinese female soldier finish shooting in time?" General Haywill, who had been watching the time, heard this. He held the binoculars in one hand and used the other to support himself against the railing. He smiled calmly and said, "There's only 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, the 10 kilometers will be over in 1.5 hours. I think all of you can see whether the Chinese female soldier can finish shooting or not, right? I don't believe the Chinese female soldier can finish. This is an impossible task." Amitabh, who was from a border country and had not participated in the topic of the Chinese team's participation, said coldly in broken English, "She can't do it. There's only one result waiting for her. All 10 points will be deducted." He spoke resolutely and decisively, as if he had already seen the final result of this round of competition. General Haywill raised his eyebrows. Colonel Amitabh was an early SFS Special Forces soldier. I believe he must have observed him carefully before. I'm sure. I'm more inclined to Colonel Amitabh's opinion. The time is too short, far from enough for the Chinese female soldiers to complete the task. It seems that the 2 of you have the same opinion. All right, let's continue to observe. Perhaps a miracle will happen. Yes, General Callisler is absolutely right. Now it seems that if the Chinese female soldiers want to complete the shooting within the stipulated time, they can only wait for a miracle to appear. But miracles never happen on the battlefield, Colonel Amitabh said sarcastically. He maintained his cold expression and continued to watch. He didn't believe that there would be a so-called miracle, and he didn't believe that the Chinese female soldiers could accomplish what all the generals thought was impossible. Chapter 2895. The strength of the Chinese soldiers was far inferior to his country's. The last crash must have been a ploy by the Chinese side to cause his country to lose an excellent pilot. Amitabh, who had a fierce look in his eyes, raised his binoculars again and focused all his attention on the Chinese soldier. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this female soldier lost the competition. After he returned to China, he would directly expose the Chinese soldier's major mistake in the military media, including the mismatch between the bullet and the pistol. The Chinese side had even sent such a female soldier. They wanted his countrymen to know that the Chinese side was a weak, poor, and powerless country. General Callisler saw that the 2 countries that did not want to see the rise of the Chinese side the most had such strong prejudice against them. There was a slight smile in his eyes. "Just wait, the 2 of you. Perhaps we will see a miracle." General Callisler said calmly and did not say anything else. He raised his binoculars and focused on the last round of shooting through the lens. If the leaders of the 2 countries thought of the Chinese side like the 2 people in front of him, then the developing Chinese side would be very relieved. The low-key and humble Chinese side only wanted to secretly strengthen their national strength and did not want to expose too much. Although it was uncomfortable to be looked down upon by the other countries, it did not matter when compared to their future strength, because one day the whole world would see the strength of the Chinese side. When that time came, who would dare to mock the Chinese side for being a weak country? The discussion of the observation team would not reach Yi Qian's ears, and it would not affect her in any way. Changing the parts required removing the stuck bullet. Modern firearms were designed with emergency disassembly in mind. If there was a problem with the gun, the battlefield would not give you the necessary tools to disassemble the gun step by step. Similarly, Yi Qian did not have the tools to disassemble a gun, but the grizzly bear pistol had a mortise and tenon design. With the help of the bullet, she twisted the mortise and removed the entire holster in an instant. The bullet was stuck in the holster. Yi Qian used the bullet to eject the stuck bullet out, reassembled the holster, and with a click, the mortise and tenon returned to its original position. Her movements were very, very fast, so fast that the military officials at the side could not help but rub their faces, so fast that the referee, who was watching intently, could not help but rub his eyes. They could not help but wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Yi Qian was really too fast, so fast that it made them wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Click, click, clang. Duh, the monotonous and mechanical voice rang out. His comrades heard Yi Qian's initial number of 120 turn into 10, 9, 8, 7. The number in Yi Qian's mouth entered the countdown, and the generals above the observation group had already taken in many deep breaths of cold air. All the generals looked at Yi Qian. They didn't even blink as they stared at him. Inconceivable, too inconceivable. The female contestant from China completed a series of actions that required adjustment after a bullet jam, from unloading the gun to reassembly, and now, God, she started shooting. She only took 3 minutes to disassemble and reassemble the pistol. She's using continuous shooting. She caught up with the male soldier and fired a single shot. The voice of the observation team's general reached General Haywill's ears, causing the arrogant general's face to darken. His face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. When Amitabh, who was in the border country, saw this, he used so much strength that he almost crushed the binoculars. Chapter 2896. Impossible. This is impossible. How did she do it? She used 3 minutes to solve the problem in front of her, and then continued to shoot to catch up with the other Chinese contestants. How did she do it? Calm down. Calm down. He had to calm down. Even if the Chinese soldiers solved the problem, there was still shooting. That's right. There was still the shooting competition to be completed. Affected by the sudden situation, the Chinese soldiers' mentality must have also been affected. Therefore, even if she solved the problem, she might not be able to complete the shooting. She might even get a score of 0 points. Colonel Amitabh thought to himself with a gloomy face. He really hoped that the Chinese soldier would get a score of 0 points. He really hoped so. Yi Qian, who only used 3 minutes to solve the problem, picked up his pistol and aimed at the bullseye. He started counting down. 3, 2, 1. The numbers were clearly announced. All of her comrades who were waiting for her could hear the heavy stone in their hearts slowly fall back down. Good job, Qing Yao. That's great, Qing Yao. It was only then that Yi Qian's earpiece started to get lively. Little 8, not bad. As expected of Little 8, you're really good. 3 minutes, Little 8. Do you have 6 hands? Come on, Little 8. It's time for the finale. Knowing that the observation team's attention was focused on the Chinese team, the team members did not directly use their mission code names to communicate. Instead, they used numbers to communicate. Yi Qian was the youngest, so they were Little 8. G3 was the oldest, so he was Little 1, and Little 2, Little 3, Little 4. When Yi Qian heard Little 3, he almost lost it. If Big Eel knew the other meaning of Little 3, it would probably jump into the sea in anger. The corners of everyone's lips curled up slightly. A relaxed smile appeared on their cold faces. They calmly raised their pistols. With Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan leading the team, they completed the shooting coordination with Yi Qian. They began to aim for the 5th bullet, ready to shoot as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan's voices rang out at the same time, the sound of gunfire filled the shooting range. Bang, bang, bang. The Chinese team finished shooting. After the 5 bullets were fired, Yi Qian calmly looked at her target and said to the military officer beside him, "Firing complete. 5 bullets have been fired. Please check." The military official's Adam's apple bobbed a few times. He cleared his throat and stared deeply at Yi Qian with his light brown eyes. Then he led the referee over to check Yi Qian's position. The 8 Chinese soldiers put down their pistols at the same time and handed them over to their respective military assistants. The military officer's assistant quickly unloaded the magazine and counted the number of bullets inside. There were a total of 15 bullets. 5 of them had been shot, and the remaining 10 bullets were correct. The score and target position scores were quickly calculated. The Chinese team members checked their scores and confirmed that they were correct. After confirming that there were no errors, they immediately entered the next 10 kilometers cross-country break. 10 points were deducted from the male soldiers of the Kingdom of 10,000 Islands, while the rest of the team members finished shooting within the allotted time. Looking at this result, the commander of the observation team was unable to react for a while. He was completely shocked and could not calm down for a long time. The Chinese female soldier turned the situation around in the last 4 minutes. She successfully solved all the difficulties and scored 50 points with continuous shooting. Chapter 2897. Yes, all 5 of her bullets had hit the bullseye. None of them missed. All of them had hit the bullseye. She had scored 5 bullseye using continuous shooting. Any soldier knew that it was very difficult to hit the bullseye with continuous shooting. After firing the first bullet, you would not have time to aim again. When the recoil of the bullet vibrated your arm, it was bound to cause your crosshairs to deviate. A skilled soldier might be able to hit the bullseye with the second bullet, but when it came to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th bullet, it was very difficult to hit the bullseye with every single bullet. Besides, this Chinese female soldier had been affected by the unexpected situation before the competition. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for her to hit the bullseye. But the unthinkable happened. Oh my God! Is this true? The referee panel. Can I go down and take a look at her target? Oh my God, this is unbelievable. I really want to see how she can hit 5 bullseye. Did I hear wrongly? The referee told us that the Chinese female soldier hit the bullseye with all 5 of her bullets. I really wonder if I heard wrongly. No, you didn't hear wrongly. I also heard the referee tell us that she did hit the bullseye with all 5 of her bullets. It's a result that makes people wonder if they heard wrongly. A miracle that shocked all of us was created by a Chinese female soldier who had just participated in the competition for the first time. She was only a Chinese soldier who had just participated in the competition for the first time, but she used her strength to tell us that nothing is impossible. A shocking miracle. The generals of the various countries mentioned the words shocking and miracle many times in their conversations. It was enough to show how shocking Yi Qian's performance in this round was. General Haywill, Colonel Amitabu, this is a miracle. General Callisler laughed. The Chinese female soldier has accomplished something that we thought was impossible. This is a miracle that was proven with her ability. A miracle that was proven with her ability was not a miracle, but true ability. General Haywill, Colonel Amitabu, weren't you certain that the Chinese soldier would lose points in this technical subject? Weren't you certain that the Chinese soldier did not have the ability and could only pray for a miracle to win? Then this was a miracle that was proven with her ability. General Callisler deliberately said this to anger The two of them. Indeed, the two foreign generals were infuriated. Colonel Amitabh clenched the binoculars in his hands tightly. He turned around and stared at General Kallisler gloomily. Even if she completes the mission in the end, it will not erase the stain of her equipment. Of course they can't be erased. However, this Chinese female soldier was able to accomplish what you all thought was impossible. She didn't even need to trouble others to erase those stains for her. She used her own strength to erase the original stains. Colonel Amitabh, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're able to correct your mistakes in a timely manner and, at the same time, do it in a shocking manner. All right, Colonel Amitabh, there's too much personal grudge in your expression right now. I know you really want your SFS border guards to defeat the Chinese soldiers. I know you really want to, and at the same time, I support your idea. After all, this is a competition where there are winners and losers. Defeating the other side and winning for your country is what the 12 participating countries hope for. What you need to do now is to calm down. The competition has just begun, and there are more exciting things waiting for the participants. Chapter 2898. Colonel Amitabh was about to go mad with anger. What on earth was General Kallisler, who always spoke up for the Chinese soldiers, trying to do? The Chinese did not even stand up to speak up, so why was he standing up? Applause rang out. This was the applause from the generals of various countries for the Chinese soldiers who were leaving. That was an amazing Chinese female soldier. She had used her strength to tell everyone one thing: no matter what the outcome is, you will never know until the last moment. The most important thing was that you never gave up. The applause provoked Colonel Amitabh. He was unable to control the anger in his heart. He punched the white railing so hard that it shook. He would never applaud the Chinese soldiers. Never. Shah Rukh, tomorrow it's all up to you. Everyone in China is waiting for you to defeat the Chinese soldiers and win back the previous plane crash. This is a battle for glory between nations. Shalak, you must defeat the Chinese contestants. You must defeat them. No matter how gloomy General Haywell's mood was, he did not show it on his face. He even said very gracefully, "This is indeed a miracle that was proven through strength." General Kallisler is absolutely right. In that case, I think the Chinese soldiers will definitely give us more surprises next. He only said, General Kallisler is absolutely right. From these few words, it was clear that the arrogant General Haywell did not think that what he had said was wrong, nor did he think that he was biased against the Chinese soldiers. So what if the Chinese female soldier had proven herself through strength? Could she be compared to the elite Special Forces soldiers sent by the Americans? Impossible. There was no comparison at all. So what if they had proven themselves through strength this time? They had just used their strength to prove that they still had a certain level of strength and were not as weak as the generals from the other countries thought. That was all. The elegant General Haywell applauded along with the generals from the other countries and watched as the Chinese soldiers ran for the next 10 kilometers. They were cheering for the wonderful performance of the Chinese soldiers. However, Yi Qian, who had won the cheers, was currently being criticized by his captain, Q King, and it was a very severe criticism. During the competition, Xia Jinyuan could not directly criticize Yi Qian. Now that it was over, it was time to settle the score. The two of them formed a team, avoiding other comrades while covering each other as they moved towards the next target. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan's face and eyes did not have the slightest bit of tenderness. There was only coldness in his deep, unfathomable eyes. You should be glad that this is only a competition and not a real battle. Even if you make up for your mistakes later on, you've made the most stupid mistake, a mistake that shouldn't have happened. Check what the equipment contains. You didn't even check your life-saving partner properly. Did you manage to clean up all the equipment? Have you understood the true meaning of clearing equipment? It's understandable that the rules aren't completely clear, but the inventory and inspection of equipment, these are things that we have to do before every training in the country. How could you forget about it? Do you know that the most basic mistake can cause you to lose everything? Lose everything. Every single word from him struck Yi Qian hard in the heart. Every single word he said made Yi Qian feel ashamed. What he said was right. What he had just made was the most basic mistake. He had almost lost everything. Chapter 2899. The frontline observation team was still cheering for Yi Qian's brilliant performance. On the other side, Yi Qian was being criticized by Xia Jinyuan to the point where she could barely raise her head. She was indeed too ashamed to raise her head, but as soon as she lowered her head, the man who was criticizing her roared, "Raise your head!" Do you think lowering your head after making a mistake is enough? Even if you've made a mistake, you still have to raise your head and face it head-on. Correct your mistakes. There are no cowards in our team who would lower their heads after being criticized for their mistakes. At this time, Xia Jinyuan was the youngest, most tactful, most ruthless, and most indifferent brigade leader since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade. When he scolded someone, he would scold you until you couldn't even raise your head, but you still couldn't lower your head. If you lowered your head, you would be admitting defeat. If you admitted defeat, you would be a coward. Yi Qian hadn't officially joined the Snowfield Brigade yet, but she had tasted Xia Jinyuan's ruthlessness several times. She had been beaten to the point of being hospitalized, punished to the point of almost fainting, criticized to the point where she was covered in cuts and bruises. And even if she lowered her head, she would still be scolded for being a coward. Holding her rifle tightly, Yi Qian raised her chin high. Even if she was criticized, she was still as proud as a pine tree, able to withstand wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and the changes of the four seasons. A soldier should act like a soldier. Heads could be broken, blood could be shed, but the toughness that belonged to a soldier who didn't fear anything could never be lost. A soldier should just stand there. Even if you were wearing casual clothes, people would still be able to tell that you were a soldier at a glance. This was a type of temperament, a temperament that was different from that of an ordinary citizen. The temperament of a soldier that exuded from every movement was mighty, upright, and unyielding. Since they were mighty, upright, and unyielding, how could they lower their heads? If they made a mistake, they would raise their heads and immediately correct it. If they won a round, they would raise their heads and not be arrogant or rash. If they lost a round, they would raise their heads and fight again in the next round. In short, no matter what, a soldier's waist and back must be straight, prouder than a pine tree and straighter than a bamboo. This not only represented the military posture of a soldier, but also the backbone and integrity of a soldier. Xia Jinyuan was such a person. No matter how difficult or how dangerous it was, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how dangerous it was to the point of bleeding, no matter how dangerous it was to the point of death, he would never lower his head. From the beginning to the end, he would always keep his back straight and face up. Yi Jian lowered her head because of her mistake. This was something that he would not allow to happen, and he did not want to see it happen. Xia Jinyuan, Xia Jinyuan, Xia Jinyuan, Xia Jinyuan, Jinyuan, Xia Jinyuan, Xia Jinyuan, and you correct your mistakes. Mistakes. You knew you were wrong, but you didn't panic. You knew your mission and responsibility. You faced it calmly and corrected your early mistakes. You did very well in this aspect. You let me see how fearless you are as a soldier. Xia Jinyuan didn't just focus on Yi Qian's mistakes and be aggressive. He commented on all the merits and demerits. This made Yi Qian even more convinced. Just like the veterans of the Snowfield Brigade, they were criticized again and again by the new brigade leader. When it was time to be harsh, he was so harsh that it made the veterans tremble in fear. After a few rounds, he commented on all the merits and demerits one by one. He was impartial and took half a year to convince the veterans. Chapter 2900. At this moment, Yi Qian was just like the other veterans. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's harsh criticism, she accepted it humbly and clearly realized how stupid her mistake was. After scolding, being fierce, yelling, and praising her, Xia Jinyuan stood in front of Yi Qian coldly. His sharp gaze fell on her face as he asked her, "Did I say anything wrong?" "No." Yi Qian straightened her back and answered. "Did I criticize you wrongly?" he asked again. Yi Qian answered again, "You didn't." "Then, do you know what you did wrong?" "Yes." "Very good. Now you tell me that you know what you did wrong. From now on, I will keep a close eye on you. If you don't discover the problem immediately, even if you are now a reserve member, I will apply to the higher-ups to delay your enlistment." Hearing this, Yi Qian's pupils constricted fiercely. Before she could catch her breath, the man who was standing in front of her suddenly took 2 steps towards her. When he was only half a step away from her, he slowly leaned over, lowered his head, and whispered something into her ear. Xia Jinyuan's low voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it contained the power of thunder. Yi Qian instantly straightened her body and stiffened. That one sentence took less than 3 seconds. Xia Jinyuan straightened his body and said calmly, "Return to the team." He spoke so calmly that it was as if the person who was full of hostility just now wasn't himself. "Yes." Yi Qian's heart trembled. She took a deep breath, nodded in response, and turned to return to the team. She was in Team 2, so she naturally returned to Team 2. Li Jinyan knew that she was singled out to be criticized. He was the captain of the Storm Commandos. As the captain, he knew best what a stupid mistake his sister had made. If it were him, he would also criticize her harshly. Adjust your mood. This is the second round of the assessment. Li Jinyan didn't say anything comforting. He just reminded her. Did she need to be comforted when she was criticized for making a mistake? She didn't. She needed to reflect on herself when she was criticized for making a mistake. He had to reflect on his mistakes and reflect on why he was wrong. Captain Xia Jinyuan's cold and calm voice came from the headset. "Continue to break through the encirclement according to the original plan. Keep an eye on your equipment. Don't let me see you lose your equipment. Team 2, gather for 5 minutes. We'll complete the rest of the plan before moving." It turned out that one of the participants from a country had just put down his luggage and went into the forest to take care of himself. When he came out, he found that his luggage was gone. Needless to say, the person who took away this participant's luggage must be an imaginary enemy. The members of Team 2 quickly assembled. Yi Qian laid out the map of the marching route, and Xia Jinyuan picked up a tree branch to draw on. They turned off all the communicators they had on them. Normal plans were spoken directly, but special plans such as intentionally concealing their abilities, they would secretly gesture to prevent others from eavesdropping. The forest covered a large area, so Estonia didn't have full coverage control. The referees and military officials would only appear at the points where points needed to be tallied and penalized. At this time, Xia Jinyuan and the others could speak loudly because no one would be able to hear them. However, the Snowfield Brigade was a special operations team that liked to play in the dark. They were cautious and acted in the dark instinctively. They didn't care if there were cameras around them, but as long as there were comrades outside who didn't belong to them, they had to be careful. Chapter 2901. They were on high alert. Even if there was a camera above them, they would only be able to see their heads. They wouldn't be able to see what was below their heads. Yi Qian was sitting down, while the other 7 stood up close to each other. They leaned against each other's shoulders and leaned against each other's heads. They lowered their heads in unison and looked at the tree branch in Xia Jinyuan's hand. Then they looked at the map on top of the luggage. Yi Qian sat down with the luggage in his arms. Every time Yi Jian, who was sitting with her luggage in her arms, looked up, she would see 7 faces that were painted with oil paint and had sharp and resolute eyes. We took too long, just now. Let's shorten the time now. We are now in the top 10. Our goal is to make it to the top 5, but we can't jump to the top 5 all of a sudden. We have to take it slow. For this 10-kilometer rifle shooting, make it to the top 7. For the next 10 kilometers, make it to the top 6. For the next few days, we can't go back to the top 7. You understand? The path of the Golden Mean was the most difficult path. They couldn't lose, they couldn't win, and they couldn't be seen through. It was much more difficult than fighting for first place. Making progress step by step and making it to the top 5 or 6 was their original plan. But sometimes this plan couldn't keep up with changes. The pistol shooting just now almost made them the last place. We have to have a certain amount of time. If there are any unexpected accidents, we still have some time to deal with them. We won't have to rush like before. Everyone's hearts are tense. After looking down for a long time, G3 saw that the sweat on his forehead was about to drip onto Yi Qian. He quickly wiped his sweat and reminded his comrades to wipe their sweat so that it wouldn't drip onto Yi Qian. Yi Qian didn't even notice if his sweat had dripped onto his body. After Xia Jinyuan finished gesturing, she asked softly, "Do I still need to hide a little?" "No, you have to maintain your record." Xia Jinyuan denied and explained the reason. "You are a female soldier, and the only female soldier participating in the competition. If you walk out, you will attract attention. If you continue to hide, it will make people think that our motives are impure." His motives were impure. Everyone held back their laughter. Li Jinyan glanced coldly at Xia Jinyuan, who was trying to liven up the atmosphere again. He continued, "Since our side dared to send a female soldier, we have already told everyone that female soldiers are outstanding. The marksmanship that the female soldier has just displayed is proof of her excellence. It's very reasonable and convincing. It will also draw more attention to her, which will facilitate our impure motives." "All right, I got it." Yi Qian nodded. In that case, there was no need for her to hide her marksmanship anymore. She could use her marksmanship to cover for her comrades. Just as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan had guessed, the generals from the other countries only focused their attention on Yi Qian. They only focused on Yi Qian. The rest of the Chinese team members did not pay much attention to them. The generals in the audience were still focused on the American team. They began to shoot while running. The American team finished the second 10-kilometer rifle race in first place, while the Chinese team was the 8th to enter the field. Shooting while running was naturally much more difficult than shooting while standing still. Even if the Chinese team was stronger than the American team, none of them could shoot 100 points while running. Chapter 2902. Even the American team, who had always been strong, did not achieve a perfect score. The observer group did not have much hope for the team coming out later. The American team members were all members of the famous Tri-Amphibious Special Forces. Each of them had to go through almost a year of assessment to enter the army. After entering, they had to undergo all kinds of hellish advanced training every day. If they did not have a perfect score, how could the team members of the countries coming after them achieve a perfect score? When the American results came out, the generals of the observer group found it hard to accept. It's too difficult. How could they think of a rifle competition after completing 20 kilometers with weights and being chased by an imaginary enemy? At this time, all the contestants are seriously exhausted. Their muscles are so tired that they can't relax. Similarly, they can't concentrate. Under such circumstances, they still have to complete a rifle competition where they shoot while running. This kind of competition is too harsh. That's right. So, I don't believe that the contestants coming out later can complete the shooting very well and achieve a perfect score. Yes, it's impossible. They can't even concentrate. How can they complete accurate shooting while running? This is a technical competition that is very difficult to succeed in. To be able to score 86 points, I think it should be the best result. Seeing the American result, the best result was only 86 points. Even the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force wondered if it was too harsh and difficult for all the contestants. After all, everyone knew how strong the American team was. Colonel Amitabhu did not think so. Seeing this, he turned around and faced the generals of the other countries who were discussing behind him. He smiled and said, "I don't know if the contestants of the other countries can complete it, but I know very well that one of the contestants from our country can complete it." Once, he achieved the best shooting result after carrying 30 kilograms of weights cross-country. He achieved a perfect score and became a respected sharpshooter. So, I believe that our team member has enough ability to achieve a good result. There had never been a general who was so confident that his team members would definitely achieve good results. Even someone as confident as General Hay-Will remained silent when he saw the situation of his own team members. He secretly clenched his fists and cheered for his team members. Even General Hay-Will could not be sure of something. Coming from a country with a huge gap between the rich and the poor, even if they wanted to own an aircraft carrier, their own country would have to pay for other countries' retired aircraft carriers. How could they be so confident that their team member could win? It was a big joke, a joke that surprised them all. Really? It seemed that this round of rifle fire would be, Colonel Amitabhu, may I ask how many of your contestants broke through the second blockade line? General Hay-Will thought that Colonel Amitabhu was looking down on the American participants. He was not a restrained and introverted general, especially in the 12 countries. Their national strength and military power were not enough to contend with the United States. What right did such a country have to look down on the American soldiers? As a general of a country, he had to stand up and protect the dignity of his country's soldiers. In front of so many generals from other countries, he said that the American soldiers were inferior to the SFS border defense country. This colonel from a country that was famous for having poor hygiene was really arrogant. Chapter 2903. Colonel Amitabhu was not an introverted soldier. Furthermore, they had always believed that their country could be ranked as the third largest country in the world. Their military and national strength were not inferior to other countries. Therefore, when faced with General Hay-Will's sudden question, Colonel Amitabhu calmly replied, "We're currently ranked 7th. I'm very confident that our country's contestants will be able to enter the top 3. These words were actually a little disgusting. Even if you really believed that your country had the strength to enter the top 3, that was only your own opinion. Why did you have to say it with an arrogant expression that said, 'I'm in the top 3, and you can't possibly enter the top 3'? Immediately, a Western country's general mocked. "Is that so? That's a little cruel. Why do I think that the Chinese contestants have the strength to enter the top 3? Ha ha ha, I think so too. Looks like the Chinese contestants, for the first time, really have a chance to enter the top 3. The Chinese have always been humble and never easily show off their strength. Who knows, maybe they really have a chance to enter the top 3. Hearing the mocking behind him, Colonel Amitabhu's expression darkened. His face turned green and white, and his expression darkened. We're not talking about which country can enter the top 3, but which country can achieve a perfect score in this round. I believe that our country's contestants have the strength to achieve a perfect score. General Haywill, is there a problem with me believing in our country's contestants? Oh, there's no problem at all. General Haywill shook his head solemnly. Soon, he pointed to the front and pretended to be surprised. The Chinese soldiers have already rushed out. If I'm not mistaken, the contestants that Colonel Amitabhu mentioned are all resting at the side. 2 10-kilometer cross-country breakthroughs with 35 kilograms of weight were already exhausting. Some of the contestants from other countries were even chased by their imaginary enemies and had already paid their penalty points. There were also some who ran out of the blockade line. The second they ran out, they directly carried their luggage and laid down on the wet grass to rest. This was the case for the SFS soldiers. After rushing out, they were so tired that they collapsed on the ground to rest. They were so tired that all their muscles were screaming that they needed to rest. Not only were the SFS soldiers resting, but other contestants from other countries were also resting after rushing out. There were also some contestants who, like the big eel, did not pay attention to their feet and directly fell. There were already several bloody incidents. Up until now, the time gap between the participants from the 12 countries had become even longer. The American team, who was in first place, only had 20 minutes to reach the Estonian team, who was in second place. However, the American team in third place had 45 minutes to reach the Estonian team. The Chinese team entered the 8th place, according to the original plan, which was still very controlled. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would directly rush to the 5th place. Rushing from the 10th place to the 5th place in an instant was a bit of a leap, so it had to be controlled. When the 8th team rushed out, the person in front of them was none other than the SFS border guard, led by Shaluk. They were competing with the other 2 countries, and they dropped from 4th place to 7th place. When Xia Jinyuan rushed out with his team, he saw the exhausted SFS soldiers lying on the ground beside him. However, he ignored them and only glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. He did not stop at all and continued to head towards the firing point. Chapter 2904. There was only one way to deal with an arrogant and conceited person. Ignore them. Treating an arrogant and conceited person with disregard would not only not lower one's status, but would also make the other party suppress their anger even if they were angry. If they suppressed their anger as much as they could, the anger in their hearts would grow bigger and bigger, and their rationality and judgment would be affected. When that happened, they would be at a disadvantage even if they did not deliberately compete with them. Don't look at them too much. Let them know that we are ignoring their existence. Xia Jinyuan, who was running at the front, smiled faintly and reminded his comrades who came out behind him. The weather is so cold. Let them suppress their anger and let them keep each other warm. Using their anger to keep each other warm. Captain is indeed the captain. Even the words he says are different. Of course. Otherwise, how could he be your captain? Xia Jinyuan accepted his comrade's compliments with a clear conscience. At the same time, he expressed that his comrades were understanding people. You are a good captain, but you have led us astray. If we ignore them like this, what if their captain faints out of anger? What should we do? What should we do? If he faints out of anger, we will naturally send him to the hospital. What else can we do? Xia Jinyuan laughed. His laughter was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears through the earpiece. Yi Qian turned off his earpiece and smiled at Li Jinyan, who was supporting him as they walked. Don't be fooled by his carelessness sometimes. His comrades in the team all believe in him and respect him. You are just like him. Both of you are excellent commanders. Looking at his sister, who would occasionally put in a few good words for her boyfriend, Li Jinyan finally said something to acknowledge Xia Jinyuan. He is better than me. Yi Qian smiled like a crescent moon. In my heart, you are both excellent. There is no need to compare. Li Jinyan was also happy. At least in his sister's heart, he was not bad. However, Xia Jinyuan was actually better than him. He was an excellent commander. Otherwise, the military would not have directly assigned him to the Snowfield Brigade and become the captain of a pack of vicious wolves. After working together a few times, his tactics would always gain the approval of all the team members. It could be said that no one would stand up and object to any of his decisions. If there were any objections, Xia Jinyuan would be able to listen to them and analyze the objections raised by his comrades. He would also be able to determine if there were any areas where he had been careless. His meticulous thinking had long won the respect and trust of his comrades. His comrades in the Storm Commandos were convinced by him as well. At this moment, he was the first to rush out. He didn't even glance at the resting SFS border defense soldier. The rest of his comrades followed his footsteps and ran out as fast as they could, ignoring the SFS border defense soldier, who was panting heavily at the side. There's still plenty of time. There's no need to fight anymore. Xia Jinyuan, who was running at the front, saw a group of strong Western team members raise their rifles. Then, he recalled the SFS border defense soldier he saw earlier and knew that they still had plenty of time. They were surrounded by more than 20 national defense soldiers earlier and almost tripped and fell. They had a hard time escaping and were delayed for a while. The 8 of them were worried that the 8th place would be snatched away by someone else. When they rushed out of the blockade, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Each of them held their rifles and ran towards the shooting point, afraid that they would fall behind. Chapter 2905. Now that they had rushed out to take a look, they realized that several powerful Western countries were still participating in the competition, so there was no need to rush any further. If they were to rush any further, they would probably not be ranked 8th, but 6th. This was not in line with their original plan. Did we rush up a few rankings without paying attention? The T6 combatant straightened his helmet that had been knocked askew by the leaves earlier. He shrugged his back and adjusted his slanted backpack. Holding his rifle, he widened his eyes and slowly retracted the ferocity in his eyes. Why do I feel like it's not easy to control our rankings? Look at this. We thought we had enough time, but who knew that there would still be a bunch of people who had not finished the second round of the competition? If this continues, do you think we'll be able to make it into the top 3? The Chinese team members had completely slowed down. Another 10-kilometer cross-country breakout had depleted everyone's energy at an extremely fast rate. Now that they saw that there were still 3 countries firing their rifles ahead, the tension in their hearts slowly relaxed. Their limbs also felt tired, and they wanted to sit down and rest for a while. When they heard the T6 combatants say this, they supported each other as they walked back together and started whispering to each other. You're right. It's indeed very difficult to control our rankings and time in a competition where we don't know how much time each other will use. The G3 combatant took a big gulp of water and said in a muffled voice, if we want to maintain our rankings in a competition where we don't know how long the other party will use next, we still have to discuss how to maintain our rankings. Li Jinyan, who was supporting Yi Qian, said calmly, for the second 10-kilometer cross-country breakout, we took 1 hour and 24 minutes, while the American team who left early took 1 hour and 5 minutes. They only took a little over an hour and 7 minutes in the previous round. In total, they took 45 minutes more than us and 20 minutes more than the host country that made it out of the second place. If we calculate it this way, our rankings won't change much within an hour and 20 minutes if we maintain our control over the next 10-kilometer race. Why won't it change? Those countries that are lagging behind will definitely think of ways to speed up and rush out. We can maintain an hour and a half, but they might be able to sprint to an hour. If that's the case, our rankings will definitely fall behind. Yaozi questioned. No, I won't fall behind. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking in front, said, We came here with the intention of not losing too badly. We came here with a mediocre result, which is different from the other countries that are competing with each other. Therefore, their results in the first round are often more proof of their own strength. The times in the second and third rounds are to stabilize the time in the first round. The few strong countries ahead of us will try their best to catch up with each other in order to maintain their current ranking. Just like V8 said, the countries behind us in the rankings want to push their rankings up, so we have a general understanding of them. However, we have never thought of competing with them, so no matter how much they compete, it won't affect us. We only need to control the time for the third 10 kilometers to be within 1 hour and 20 minutes. Even if we fall behind, we will only be one place behind. Chapter 2906. That did make a lot of sense. V8 nodded thoughtfully and said, Then we'll have to do our best to crush the rankings of the countries behind us. Otherwise, it'll be quite embarrassing if they counterattack. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just the beginning. There's still a bunch of results to come. We're just trying to stabilize our names on the time rankings today. It has nothing to do with the results. The T6 combatant chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth that looked a little like a beast's. There was even a cold glint in his eyes. What's next is a long-distance assault of 150 kilometers to complete all the competition courses. Our current results are nothing, and our tiredness is nothing either. When we complete the next 10-kilometer sniping run, the real suffering will only begin. After the T6 combatant's reminder, the rest of the team members could not help but laugh. Their eyes were shining with the same light. It was a raging fighting spirit that was ready to conquer the difficulties and not be afraid of anything. A 30-kilometer long-distance assault was really child's play compared to a 150-kilometer long-distance assault. Their laughter was not loud, but with several people laughing at the same time, the decibel level was a little high. It vaguely reached the ears of the SFS border defense troops, who were adjusting their state of mind at the back. The SFS border defense troops were already complaining because the Chinese side did not even stop and directly passed by them. This was a very arrogant disregard for them. They did not even greet them. This was too much of a bully. Furthermore, they were running so fast and easily passed by them with their rifles in their arms. They did not look tired at all, as though they were running light cross-country. Was that even possible? Did they secretly reduce their load? One of the SFS border defense troops highly suspected that the Chinese side was cheating. His words were echoed by the other SFS border defense troops. One of the team members immediately said to Saruk, "Captain, they're too relaxed. It's so relaxed that it's suspicious. Could they have really reduced their load? Should we raise our suspicions to the referees?" They could not accept how relaxed they were. This was an unscientific level of ease. Look, they can still talk and laugh as they walk. Even lifting their legs is so easy, not strenuous at all. How is this possible? How could the Chinese soldiers who were participating in the competition for the first time be so relaxed? They were being chased, driven away, and surrounded, although they had not entered the depths of the forest yet, and the surrounding environment was not as harsh as the depths of the forest, other than being a little rocky. How could they possibly be relaxed as first-time participants? There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. With two SFS border guards believing that there was something wrong with the Chinese soldiers, the other SFS border guards who were already prejudiced against the Chinese soldiers were also affected and unanimously believed that there was something wrong with the Chinese soldiers. Sherlock stood up with a gloomy look in his eyes. "We'll know if there's a problem when we get there. All right, we should go now. Don't let the Chinese soldiers wait too long." It was indeed too easy, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. Xia Jinyuan and the others were talking to the referees and military officials. There were also special forces from other countries around them. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and they did not show any disdain for the Chinese team. In fact, only a few countries were disdainful of the Chinese team members. After all, both countries had established diplomatic relations. The two countries had trade, and there were no territorial disputes. Naturally, they could get along peacefully. Sherlock's arrival with the SFS troops broke the peaceful atmosphere. He walked over and laughed. "How did you get out so easily? We were all shocked by how relaxed you guys were." Chapter 2907. Sherlock walked over and didn't speak yet, but Xia Jinyuan could see the hostility in his eyes. Now that he spoke, Xia Jinyuan looked at him calmly, waiting for him to say something else. Facing Xia Jinyuan's smile, Sherlock narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "We all carried 35 kilograms of weight and completed two 10-kilometer cross-country breakthroughs. But you guys were so relaxed. Friends from China, you guys are so strong that I can't believe it." He spoke a long paragraph in Chinese and only used English at the end. The intention was a bit sinister. The former meant that everyone carried 35 kilograms of weight, but you guys were so relaxed. There must be something wrong. The last sentence, "Friends from China, you guys are so strong that I can't believe it," was completely antagonizing the Chinese team members. The intention was so sinister that Xia Jinyuan's face couldn't help but become gloomy. "He's saying we cheated, right?" The face of the great mermaid that was tanned by the scorching sun by the seaside had a hint of hostility, like a shark in the water. "If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you mess with me, I won't let you off easily." Great Shark stared coldly at Sherlock, put down the rifle in his hand, and took a step forward and stood next to Xia Jinyuan. At the same time, young Sparrow Hawk and G3 also ended the communication with the two foreign Special Forces soldiers and turned to stand next to Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, Great Shark, young Sparrow Hawk, and G3 were in a group. When they saw Sherlock's vicious intention, their faces turned ugly. "Lieutenant Colonel Sherlock, I don't understand your words. Looking relaxed is equivalent to being strong." "Lieutenant Colonel Sherlock, how do you relate the two? Looking relaxed? Strong? Don't you think this is very unprofessional? And it also shows that you are unprofessional?" Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know how to tolerate other countries' language, could also do the same. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. He was just talking. At the same time, in order to show his friendliness, he put down the rifle in his hands and didn't hold any lethal weapons. The referee, military officer, and several foreign Special Forces soldiers who were communicating with Xia Jinyuan didn't understand what Sherlock said before, so G3 very responsibly translated Sherlock's Chinese words into English. After that, he shrugged and asked with a blank expression, "There's no way to understand what he wants to say. We're all carrying 35 kilograms of weight, but why are they so tired while we're so relaxed? Shouldn't he ask himself this question? Why is he asking us? I really don't understand." The referee, military officer, and other foreign Special Forces soldiers were silent for a few seconds. Yes, they really didn't understand. He then heard the Chinese Special Forces soldier ask with a puzzled expression, "Does he have other intentions?" The Special Forces of the Shuiyu Brigade were the best at disguising themselves as pigs to eat tigers. Want to play innocent? Who wouldn't? The Chinese Special Forces soldier was from Italy. When he saw that the Chinese team member in front of him didn't react, he sympathetically patted G3's shoulder and reminded him with a smile, "Yes, friend, he has other intentions. He wants to ask if you guys reduce the weight, so you look so relaxed." Well, maybe you can understand it this way. You guys are strong because you didn't follow the rules of the competition, so you easily completed the second 10 kilometers. Chapter 2908. G3 was shocked and felt even more incredulous. How could he have such a scary idea? Every participant has to follow the rules of the competition. How could he think that we didn't follow the rules? Why would he think that? Why? G3's shock was completely dispelled by the question, "Why?" This made Sharuk look even more sinister. The Chinese soldiers didn't think in this way, and it was even more impossible for them to violate the rules and secretly lighten their bags. However, Sharuk from the SFS Border Defense Force said so and was so suspicious. What did this mean? It meant that Sharuk must have such an idea, but he didn't dare to do it. G3 stabilized the rear camp, while Xia Jinyuan acted as the vanguard. While waiting for Sharuk to answer, G3 successfully made the Italian team feel disgusted by Sharuka's behavior. This made Sharuk, who was questioned, so angry that his face turned a little green. This group of cunning Chinese soldiers was deliberately destroying the impression of the SFS Border Defense Force in the other countries. "You're too agitated. I didn't say anything. I only praised you for your strength." Sharuk clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't want to punch them in a fit of anger. This group of Chinese soldiers was really sinister and cunning. The problem that originally belonged to them suddenly became a problem that the SFS Border Defense Force might have. Too cunning. There are many ways to praise the strength of the other country's participants. Why did Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk choose the most disgusting and doubtful way to praise them? "I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, we can't accept your praise. We even seriously suspect that your motives are full of malice." The more Sharuk suppressed his anger, the calmer Xia Jinyuan became. "Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk is actually suspecting that we lightened our bags. Since you have such doubts, why didn't you say it directly? There's an old saying in China, a gentleman is magnanimous, while a villain is always in distress. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk is a knowledgeable person. I'm sure you've heard of this saying. As a soldier, why don't you say it directly? As a soldier, I feel ashamed of my words and actions towards you." To be honest, no Special Forces soldier in the entire Snowfield Brigade was a match for Xia Jinyuan. Since Sharuk had bumped into Xia Jinyuan himself, he could only blame Xia Jinyuan for criticizing him. He didn't wait for Sharuk, whose face was red with anger, to speak again. He clapped his hands and ordered the Chinese team members to assemble. Chinese team members, assemble! Team 2 was led by Li Jinyan. The 4 of them were talking to the Special Forces from other countries, so they did not pay attention to the situation in Team 1. When they heard Xia Jinyuan's call to assemble, the 4 of them apologized to the Special Forces from other countries and immediately jogged over. As soon as they arrived, they knew what was going on. Without saying a word, they immediately unloaded the luggage they had been carrying on their backs and put it at their feet. Xia Jinyuan said to the referee, "Since Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk suspects that we cheated by lightening our load, our team members apply to be weighed. If there are any, we will immediately withdraw from IKA assault and admit that we cheated. We are not qualified to participate in any international large-scale Special Forces competitions. If there are no, then I need to hear an apology from Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk. His suspicion has seriously damaged the image of our country's soldiers. Such a shameless idea is shameful to our soldiers." Chapter 2909. They even had to admit to cheating in the newspaper. This was no small matter. At the same time, it also meant that the Chinese soldiers couldn't have cheated. It was all because Sharuk's SFS border guard thought that the Chinese soldiers had cheated. The referee team looked at the Chinese soldiers, then at Sharuk, who was silent and said in a deep voice, "Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, may I ask what basis you have for your suspicions? Just because the Chinese soldiers ran out so easily, and because you were resting and they ran directly to the shooting range with their guns, you suspect them of cheating? This is a soldier's honor. The Chinese soldiers fight for their honor, and you have to bear the consequences of the whole thing. Do you still have doubts now?" Sharuk was completely led by the nose. He was so conceited that he impulsively stood up and made a ruckus without any basis. He could only lose against the Chinese soldiers, who acted with integrity. At this point, Sharuk already knew that their suspicions were wrong. The Chinese soldiers weren't stupid enough to tamper with the weights. With their cunning, they must have tampered with other aspects. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's pressure, Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk knew that he would be unreasonable if he continued to speak. He immediately admitted that he was wrong, but he wouldn't admit that he suspected the Chinese soldiers of cheating. This would undoubtedly be looked down upon by the soldiers of other countries. He bowed and apologized very sincerely. "I'm very sorry. I didn't make it clear, so it caused a misunderstanding. I didn't suspect the Chinese soldiers. I was just shocked by how easy it was for them. I just wanted to express my praise for the Chinese soldiers' strength. I'm very sorry that my Chinese friends misunderstood." He wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but he didn't really want to admit his mistake. Instead, he insinuated that the Chinese soldiers had misunderstood him, and that the Chinese soldiers were overthinking things. This apology made the 8 Chinese participants sneer. Xia Jinyuan laughed lightly, and his laughter was full of mockery. A misunderstanding that, other than General Sharuk himself, everyone else thought was a misunderstanding. This kind of misunderstanding. "Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, why don't you just say that you were kicked in the head by a donkey and confused for a moment? It'll be more believable." "You are kicked in the head by a donkey." It was said very bluntly. Sharuk, who understood the meaning, was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly. The captain of the Chinese team said that he was kicked in the head by a donkey. This was an insult to the Chinese. He had been scolded. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak, who was so angry that smoke was rising from his head, could only clench his fists to restrain his urge to fight. Gritting his teeth, he said in Chinese, "I don't believe that you are really that powerful. Just wait and see." "Then you just wait and see. Come, let's see if our burden has been lightened." Xia Jinyuan looked at his threat with disdain and said to the referees and military officials, "We don't feel guilty at all. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk admitted that he was wrong, we still insist on retesting the baggage for the honor of a soldier. I'm very sorry, but we have to insist." The Chinese side had to insist, and they were insisting on the honor of a soldier. The referees had no reason not to cooperate. The 8 Chinese team members' luggage was placed on the electronic weighing scale, and one by one, they were checked. 35 kilograms was still more than that. That was the added weight of being soaked by sweat and rain. Chapter 29:10. This time, no one said anything else. The referee deliberately asked Sharuk to stand by the side. Every time a bag was weighed on the electronic scale, he would say to Sharuk, "There is no such thing as weight reduction as you suspect." After all 8 bags were weighed, the electronic scale that was used to weigh shotguns was put away. The referee asked Sharuk, "Do you have any other questions?" At this moment, Sharuk was no longer as arrogant as before. He was obviously unable to maintain his composure. He immediately replied to the referee, "Besides, we didn't have any problems from the beginning. It was all a misunderstanding." Everything was a misunderstanding. It was a good excuse to get out of this. The Italian special forces, who had been watching the whole time, glanced at the SFS border guards. Since it was their turn to start shooting, the captain of the Italian Special Forces patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder and said in English with a heavy accent, "Don't take it to heart. They are just jealous like a woman. It's really disgusting." This was also considered a humiliation to the SFS border guards. Xia Jinyuan lightly bumped his fist and replied loudly, "I don't take it to heart. I just feel disgusted by their actions." Then teach them a lesson later, so that they won't even dare to be jealous. The captain of the Italian Special Forces patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder again. "Good luck, friend." Shahruk's face was as dark as a piece of coal that had just been unearthed. His country's people were already tanned. Now that he was a little darker, he gave off a gloomy vibe. He originally thought that he would be able to find fault with the Chinese soldiers and make them unable to raise their heads. Who knew that in the end, it would be them who couldn't raise their heads. The SFS border guards, who first suspected that the Chinese soldiers had secretly lightened their load, were still unwilling to give up. Seeing that their team member was being humiliated, they angrily said, "They must have used some method that we don't know about. Lieutenant Colonel, we can't let them off so easily." Yes, they couldn't let the Chinese soldiers who had humiliated them off so easily. Amitabh, who had heard about this, was so angry that he drank several mouthfuls of cold water in order to suppress the anger in his heart. "Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh, it's all up to you now. Teach these cunning Chinese soldiers a lesson." The SFS Border Defense Force did not think that this matter was over. Similarly, the Chinese soldiers did not think that this matter was over. Shahrukh didn't suspect anyone else but the Chinese soldiers. From this, it could be seen that they simply thought that the Chinese were easy to bully. The Chinese were a country easy to bully, and the Chinese soldiers could be humiliated at will. A poor and weak country. In their eyes, we're still a poor and weak country that they can bully and humiliate at will. The T6 combatant fastened his luggage again. His eyes were bloodshot. That's what they think. That's why they'll only suspect us, and not the other country's members. Gunshots rang out from the front, but the Chinese team members did not raise their heads to look. They just quietly packed their bags and waited for their captain, Xia Jinyuan, to speak. They were waiting for the commanding officer, who was as majestic as a mountain and would never let any other country humiliate their country, to speak. "In terms of time, as long as they are in 4th place, we will always be 10 minutes behind them. If they are in 5th place, don't give them a chance to catch up. Don't score too much higher than them. 10 points should be enough." Xia Jinyuan spoke. His cold voice was filled with a strong, murderous intent that could only be detected by the special forces of his country. Chapter 29:11. "We won't let you go too far, and you'll always be behind by 10 minutes. Let me tell you, China will only guarantee 5th place. We'll use our strength to tell you that it's not that China can't surpass you. It's just that they don't want to. If you fall behind, then sorry, China will always be 10 minutes ahead of you. It's useless for you to catch up, and you'll never be able to shorten the 10-minute gap." This was the declaration of war from the Chinese team. Not convinced. Fight me if you can. Fight me until you're convinced. Everyone stick close to one of them. Don't be too far apart. Just maintain a distance of about 3 meters. 3 teams have already passed. If the SFS border guards want to maintain 4th place, remember, we want 5th place. Leave Shahrukh to me. Before the competition, Xia Jinyuan quickly deployed the tactical arrangements for the competition. He only had one goal: to suppress the SFS border guards and make them unable to move. Every team member stuck close to one of the SFS border guards. They wanted to bite them until they were angry, but they had no choice but to hold it in. With Xia Jinyuan's words, the morale of the Chinese special forces was high. Their red eyes flashed with an inviolable coldness. They were ready to fight for their country, and all they had to do was wait for the SFS border guards to respond. The Italian team finished the rifle competition. The results were not very satisfactory, but they felt that it was reasonable. The difficulty of the rifle competition this time is much higher than the previous ones. Now that we've seen such a result, we need to learn to accept it. Although it's very difficult, it's still a pity. The top 3 contestants in the past didn't get full marks. It's such a pity. It's a pity, but we also found a problem. The running and firing rifle competition has become the most serious technical subject. If the top 3 couldn't do it, I don't have any hope for the rest of the country's results. Colonel Amitabhu thinks that his country can get full marks. I hope the final results won't make him faint. If there really is a country that can get full marks, I think China has a chance. China? Is that right? But I don't think so. When the generals of the observation team saw the results, they all lowered their heads and disgust. Everyone's expression was full of regret. They really didn't expect the running and firing rifle competition to be so bad. Then what about the sniping competition? Wouldn't that be worse? Moreover, the sniper competition was intentionally scheduled to begin after dark. They had to hide in the arena for a long period of 3 hours before the competition could begin. This was not an easy competition subject to complete. Because the results of the rifle shooting were not perfect, the generals of the various countries were worried about the following sniper competition. Even the best score of the American team in the World Elite Tournament was only 86 points. No matter how good the results of the participants from other countries were, it was impossible for them to surpass the elite special forces from the United States. It was taken for granted that the results of each country were not outstanding. Although there were regrets, it was an acceptable phenomenon. Colonel Amitabhu saw that the Italian team's results were average, so he had high hopes for Shaluk. Shaluk was also very confident in himself. There was only one country they wanted to defeat, the U.S. Right now, even the U.S.'s best score was only 86 points. He was absolutely confident that he could beat the U.S. As for China, such a weak and poor country was nothing in his eyes. He would tell those cunning Chinese contestants that they could forget about surpassing the SFS Border Defense Force. They would use their actions to ruthlessly humiliate them, making them unable to raise their heads in front of the SFS Border Defense Force. Chapter 29:12. The racetrack began, and the 4 countries set off at the same time to start the competition. According to the rules of the competition, rifle shooting was done while running. One had to complete the 3,000-meter run around the obstacle bars before they could truly start shooting while running. China, Germany, and the United States were the competitors, while the SFS Border Defense Army, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom were the 3 countries. The United States and the United Kingdom had already entered the last 10 kilometers of the sniping competition. Therefore, only the SFS Border Defense Army and the Netherlands were running together, while the Chinese and German teams were running together. It was as if the 4 countries were competing in the rifle shooting competition at the same time. As the signal gun sounded, the competitors from the 4 countries set off to complete the 3,000-meter run. There was also a time limit, and whoever completed the 3,000-meter run first would directly gain points for the competition. The 3,000-meter run was a common occurrence for the Chinese soldiers. Even if they made a mistake in the army, the most common punishment was to run as many kilometers as they could carry. Even Yi Qian, who was a military school student, was most often punished by running as many kilometers as she could carry. The signal gun sounded, and the 8 Chinese team members picked up their rifles and shot out like arrows. Even someone as petite as Yi Qian was not slower than a male soldier. However, The reason why it was called a detour was because the competition venue was not like a sports field where a single circle was 3,000 meters. Instead, there were many obstacle bars in the middle, and they were intricately intertwined with each other without any arrangement. After all these obstacle bars were completed, they would complete the 3,000-meter run. After the rain last night, the arena became even more wet and slippery. Furthermore, the arena was built with local materials and had not been artificially mined. Rocks of all sizes and sizes covered with moss were hidden in the short, wet grass. One of the Dutch contestants was unlucky enough to be hit while running. He slipped, and the rapid momentum caused him to fall hard onto his back. Although his back was cushioned by his luggage, his ankle should have been seriously injured. From the muffled sound he made, one could tell that it was very painful. Be careful of your feet. Yi Qian happened to run past the Dutch team member. When she heard his muffled cry of pain, she could not help but remind her comrade. She did not stop. This was not the time to be humanitarian. The competition venue was also a battlefield, and there was no such thing as mercy. Even the Dutch contestants didn't have time to help him, let alone the contestants from other countries. The 3,000-meter dash with a 35-kilogram load was not as easy as the 10-kilometer cross-country race. Especially after a short rest, all the muscles in the body would enter a relaxed and tired state, and if they suddenly sprinted again, they would feel powerless. It was the same for the Chinese team members. However, because of the humiliation of the SFS border defense team, the Chinese team members felt stifled. Even though Xia Jinyuan had humiliated Sharup just now, the other party had taken the initiative to provoke them, so the Chinese team members could not let it go. Now I'm determined to give it to you. The SFS border guards were in an unsightly state. Every member of the SFS border guard was either 3 meters ahead of the opponent or 3 meters behind the opponent. From start to finish, the distance between them was 3 meters, no more, no less. The SFS border guards, who were panting after running all the way, naturally knew that the Chinese soldiers were doing this on purpose. The fact that they kept a distance of 3 meters made them angry at being humiliated. But could he get angry? No. Chapter 29:13. The Chinese team members didn't do anything else. There was no physical conflict, no verbal conflict. They only maintained a distance of 3 meters. The SFS soldiers in front of them would go around a few barriers, and the Chinese team members would follow closely behind them. This was to let the SFS soldiers know that there was a Chinese team member in front and behind them. One of the SFS border guards turned around to look at the Chinese team member following behind him. In a moment of carelessness, he slammed into a barricade. The barricade was knocked down, and he tried to stabilize himself in a fluster. As a result, he lost his balance and fell forward headfirst. Seeing this, the big eel beside him easily walked past him and said with a smile, "Be careful, buddy." It sounded like a kind reminder, but the SFS soldiers knew that it was actually a form of mockery. The SFS soldier, who fell down from laughing, gritted his teeth. "Damn it! They're provoking us. Provoking us. Provoking us? No, not provoking, but returning the favor, telling the SFS soldiers not to provoke a giant lion that had just woken up from its slumber. Falling and knocking down barriers happened from time to time, and there were always muffled sounds of pain on the field. The Chinese team members had also fallen twice. After 3 kilometers, by the time they raised their rifles, their legs and hands were trembling, and even their heads were dizzy. They took detours, dodging left and right to avoid the barriers. The high energy consumption caused their brains to lack oxygen, which caused them to feel dizzy. These were all very normal occurrences. After the 3-kilometer detour, the countries immediately started shooting. All the targets were outside the track, and they aimed at the targets as they ran in a straight line. Running in a straight line wasn't as flat as running in a field. It was like a small hill with targets on both sides and at the top of the hill. The participants of the 4 countries rushed up the hill, shooting as they ran until they reached the targets on the hill. They were already very tired. 2 10-kilometer cross-country assaults, a 3-kilometer racetrack detour, and now they had to rush to the small hill to shoot with rifles. Some of the soldiers' arms were twitching and trembling when they held the guns. Imagine running 20 kilometers while carrying 35 kilograms, which was equivalent to 70 kilograms. There was no rest in the middle, and there was a 3,000-meter circuit with all kinds of obstacles in the middle. How could he not be tired? Since IKA Assault was a world-famous competition with high difficulty, high intensity, long distance, multiple topics, thrilling and tragic beyond imagination, and real guns and bullets that resembled actual combat, then each of its competitions was not that easy. Your hands are shaking. Tighten the bandage. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the earpiece. As he ran, he took out a medical bandage from his combat vest, bit off his combat gloves with his mouth, and immediately wrapped the bandages around his left and right palms. This was to increase friction and stability and reduce the impact of arm muscle tremors. They had also tested the experience that the veterans had imparted to them, and it was indeed proven to be useful. Yi Qian didn't use it. She hadn't tried shooting with a bandage before, so she couldn't use it casually. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan also reminded Yi Qian at the same time that if she hadn't done it before, there was no need to wrap the bandage around her hands. Here's the chance to teach them a lesson. Guys, show them what you've got. Let the Chinese team know how strong we are. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak, whose hands were also shaking when he raised his gun to shoot, told every SFS border guard, "We are the strongest border guard. No one can stop us." Chapter 29:14. Compared to Shahrukh, Xia Jinyuan's words were much more concise. He only said, "Don't hit the SFS border guards' heads." That was it. The SFS border guards, who were all holding back their anger, began to shoot with their rifles. The Chinese team members also began to shoot. Raising the loaded rifle, Shahrukh couldn't wait to point the muzzle at any of the Chinese contestants and shoot them to quell the anger in his heart. The sound of live ammunition filled the entire competition field. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense gunfire, the participants from the 4 countries rushed toward the small hill. This time, it was a competition of soft power. Yi Qian had a heavy responsibility, so she had to score a grand slam. Butua leaned against his shoulder to steady the gunfire. His eyes were cold and sharp as he looked straight ahead. The first bullet was fired from the barrel with a bang. Yi Qian, who was naturally sensitive to guns, had a detailed, dynamic picture of the gun in her mind. Carrying 35 kilograms of luggage, she scored a full point on her first shot. Not only did she score a full point on her first shot, but she also guaranteed that she would score a full point on every shot. This was the first time the Chinese team participated in IKA Assault. They came with the attitude of learning, but they could not be humiliated by other countries. When it was time to be ruthless, they had to be ruthless. Even if they chose the path of the mean, they had to have the ability to protect themselves. From time to time, the generals in the observation group would point their binoculars at the Chinese team member Yi Qian. Her calm handling of emergencies in the first round and her superb shooting skills had left a deep impression on the generals, so she more or less attracted the attention of the generals. For the time being, there was no way to see where she was shooting at and how many points she scored. However, seeing her charging posture, and every time she fired a shot, her textbook shooting movements had already won the praise of several generals. Even the arrogant General Haywill could not help but cheer when he saw the Chinese team members' shooting posture. If she scores a full point, it will be enough to show that the Chinese team is amazing. Since General Haywell admitted it, he had to admit it too. If he continued to stubbornly think that the Chinese team's strength was average, he would be looking for trouble. Hearing his praise for the Chinese team member, General Kallisler of the fighting nation looked at him with some surprise. He did not expect the arrogant General Haywell to personally acknowledge China's strength. But the next second, General Havel said, "Sending a female soldier might be the advantage of having a female soldier. If there wasn't any advantage, I don't think China would send a female soldier to participate in the competition." They recognized strength, but only the strength of individuals, not the strength of the entire Chinese side. He was still as arrogant as ever. Colonel Amitabh scoffed. "Did General Haywell lose confidence because he was affected by the results of your American team members? If China really had the strength, they wouldn't have waited until now to participate in the IKA assault competition. When the results are out, I hope that General Haywell will continue to think that our female soldiers are capable." In his heart, Shahrukh was the real winner. It didn't take long for them to reach the top of the hill. Within 15 minutes, all 4 countries had finished their second round of shooting. The entire competition ground was filled with the smell of gunpowder drifting with the wind. End. The 4 colored stickers were inserted into the final target of each country on the small hill. Hearing the sound of guns being retracted, every participant put down the rifle with a hot barrel and stopped shooting. Chapter 29:15. The referees and military officials had already jogged to each country's target and started counting the points. The 4 countries shook hands with each other, indicating that this was a friendly competition. Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian, "Line up behind me. There will probably be a good show later. You're a female soldier, so you can provide cover." "Okay." Yi Qian, who was originally 5th on the team, rushed to the front and stood beside Xia Jinyuan without asking for the reason. He was ready to provide cover at any time. The Chinese team members whispered to each other and teased Xia Jinyuan. "Captain is amazing. He's able to predict the future again." Of course. How else would he become the captain? Wait for Shaluk to make his move. It'll be difficult to make things difficult for our foresight captain. I hope he can stir up trouble. That way, we'll have a good reason to mess with him. Big Eel interrupted with a smile. No. We need to keep a low profile. They didn't send us here to make us famous. Remember, we're here to learn humbly and make up for our weaknesses. We can't cause trouble. Seeing that everyone was chatting happily, Vice Captain Demon King, Lee's cold voice cut off all voices. "You can all shut up now. You talk too much and cause trouble." That makes sense. Shaluk caused trouble because he talked too much. When Xia Jinyuan led the 8 Chinese team members to shake hands with the SFS Border Defense Army, the moment the 2 commanders shook hands, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The faces that were chatting and laughing with the other countries immediately turned cold. The smile that had not disappeared from their faces was so cold that it was terrifying. Yi Qian, who had sensed Shaluk's hostility, moved a few steps closer to Xia Jinyuan. It seemed that the SFS Border Defense Force commander was provoking the Chinese team members again. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled gracefully. "Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk is a famous sharpshooter. It seems that this time Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's results will be very good." It was just a friendly competition. Why did he have to make it sound so ugly? If he made it sound ugly, it would be very uncultured. The Chinese team had always been tolerant and had Confucian values that had been passed down for thousands of years. They would never do something as vulgar as a shrew. China has always been reserved, even in the use of troops. For example, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Tai Gong's Art of War, Qian Kuan's Grand Strategy, 100 Battles Strategy. Special books on the art of war were all about being reserved. Xia Jinyuan had been influenced by Master Xia since he was a child. He knew how to use troops in a strange way and how to destroy the enemy quietly. And because he had chosen the path of moderation this time, even if he had the strength, he had to restrain himself a little. In the face of the provocation of the SFS Border Defense Force, led by Xia Luk, he wouldn't directly make things difficult for them. They would only pay attention to the facts to make things difficult for the Chinese side. Just like now, the smile on Lieutenant Colonel Xia face had vanished. Lieutenant Colonel Xia also maintained a slight smile, speaking calmly and coldly to the other party. He asked politely, if the other party was rude, then the other party would be embarrassing himself. How could Lieutenant Colonel Xia Luk win against Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had been raised in a military and political family since he was a child? He didn't understand any of those twists and turns, and only knew that when faced with the smiling face of the Chinese team commander, he really wanted to punch him. Lieutenant Colonel Xia Luk, who had intentionally increased the strength of his arm, said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "In the face of your praise, I really want to be humble like you Chinese people, but I can't get used to your hypocritical modesty. Thank you for the praise. I think I will achieve the best results." Chapter 29:16. Yi Qian could hear the sarcasm in Shahruk's voice. Once again, he was insinuating that the Chinese were hypocritical. Of course, Xia Jinyuan also heard it. But he really didn't care about the other party's provocation. Shahruk, who was bent on provoking the anger of the Chinese soldiers, saw the young Chinese soldier standing in front of him with a calm demeanor. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and the words he said became more and more unpleasant to hear. Like an elephant stepping on an ant, you can easily... Shahruk, who was shaking Xia Jinyuan's hand, slowly approached him. From the outside, it looked like the two of them were shaking hands and closing the distance between them. They used their left shoulders to lightly touch each other, but the words coming out of Shahruk's mouth were extremely unpleasant. He chuckled and said, "I can easily step on you Chinese soldiers." No, you shouldn't be called Chinese soldiers. You should be called East Asian sick men, ha ha ha. After saying the last few words, the ungentlemanly Lieutenant Colonel Xia Luk laughed out loud. He wanted to let go, but when he tried to pull back, he couldn't. The SFS soldier closest to him saw that his captain seemed to have suffered a serious injury. His face suddenly twisted, and his eyebrows and eyes were twisted together. "Lieutenant Colonel," the SFS soldier realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to help. Yi Qian reached out and grabbed the soldier's outstretched hand. He skillfully twisted it, and the soldier's face twisted in the same way as Shahruk's. Yi Qian ignored the soldier's twisted expression and smiled. "Your shooting just now was perfect. It shocked us. We look forward to your next performance." "Help! How was that possible?" The SFS soldier behind him didn't have time to react before his hand was grabbed by the Chinese soldier. Shahruk's expression had calmed down again. No matter how doubtful they were, they didn't run over to ask for the reason. Lieutenant Colonel Xia Luk felt as if all the bones in his hand were about to break. The pain shot through his body like an electric current. Caught off guard, he couldn't hold it in any longer. His face twisted in pain, and his expression changed drastically. Now that he had adjusted himself, he could only endure it. "Sick man of East Asia, how do you feel now, Lieutenant Colonel Shahruk? Does it hurt so much that you want me to let go? Even a sick man can defeat you so easily." It seems that Lieutenant Colonel Shiluk's so-called title of sharpshooter was actually picked up by his mouth, not by his strength. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had exerted some force and caused Shahruk's arm to tremble from the pain, smiled politely and said calmly, "Your mouth is the same as your feet, full of stench. You have also brought shame to your country because of your smelly mouth. You. Hearing the Chinese soldier, he looked down on say that his reputation as a sharpshooter was earned by his mouth. Shahruk, who had always cared about his reputation, was suddenly enraged. When he heard that his country was humiliated because of him, Shahruk was so angry that he stomped his feet. But before he could vent all his anger, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his hand again, causing his facial features to twist again. Xia Jinyuan let go of her hand, but at the same time, he did not forget to wipe his hands on his clothes as if they had been stained with something dirty. "I wish you all good results, and I also applaud your wonderful performance." He politely gave his blessings so that the military officers standing not far away could hear him. "Want to play dirty? Let's see who can outplay who." Chapter 29:17. Lieutenant Colonel Shuluk's face turned red with anger. Such a cunning and hypocritical guy. He was going to let them know the strength of the SFS Border Defense Force. Of course, we can achieve good results. I hope you will cheer for us when our results are announced." He gritted his teeth and couldn't find a way to vent his anger. He could only use his eyes and words to express his anger. If he could, Lieutenant Colonel Shuluk wanted to use his fists and feet to express his anger. This time, Xia Jinyuan didn't pay any attention to him. If he continued, it would make him seem ungentlemanly. Of course, there was no need to be gentlemanly in front of a guy who provoked and insulted a Chinese participant. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "As long as you're happy, don't say anything else." In order to show his sincerity that if you really win, the Chinese side will cheer for you, Xia Jinyuan reached out and wanted to pat Lieutenant Colonel Shuluk's shoulder. Lieutenant Colonel Shuluk noticed his movement and his heart tightened. He thought Xia Jinyuan wanted to beat him up, so he subconsciously made a defensive move to dodge. Unexpectedly, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have expected this move. His hand naturally changed midway, and he waved his hand behind him, signaling the Chinese participant behind him to follow. He left first, so Yi Qian let go of his hand and finally released the SFS Border Defense Force soldier's hand. Just as Xia Jinyuan expected, the SFS Border Defense Force soldiers had to be more polite to female soldiers. When Yi Qian shook hands with Lieutenant Colonel Shuluk, he also gave his blessings. "I wish you good results, and I applaud your wonderful performance." He repeated Xia Jinyuan's words word for word. Then Li Jinyan repeated it word for word, all the way until the finale of G3. After a few rounds of repetition, Lieutenant Colonel Shahruk almost broke his back teeth from clenching them so hard that they almost broke. In his eyes, these words weren't sincere blessings at all, they were provocations. They didn't believe the SFS Border Defense Force could achieve good results. A bunch of, he was about to say, sick of East Asia, when he inadvertently raised his hand. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, reminding him of what had just happened. He swallowed the insults back into his stomach. He turned around and fiercely stared at the backs of the Chinese participants. He didn't want to argue anymore, so he reorganized his team and led them away. The results of the 4 countries' rifle competition were still being calculated, but they couldn't stop and wait for the results to come out. The commanders from each country quickly entered the last 10 kilometers of the sniper rifle competition. After 3.5 hours of competition, the participants from all countries, and the results were also sent to the commanders from each country. When the generals of the observation group saw that the top 3 were still the same as before, some of them were bitter, while others were overjoyed. Naturally, the top 3 national generals were overjoyed. This is the rifle, the round. The entire observation team was yelled at by him. They all looked at the rifle results. When they saw the name of the country in first place, it could be said that the commanders from each country stopped breathing for a moment. Chapter 29:18. The entire observation team was yelled at by him. For some reason, they all subconsciously looked at the Chinese team's results. When they saw the name of the first place and the country it represented, all the generals stopped breathing for a moment. Ranked first was a female soldier from the central team. Her number was written with the code 8, and the pinyin Yi. Looking at her points, the generals from various countries sucked in a breath of cold air. God, not a single bullet missed. The highest score of 100 points. What? She's first? This is unbelievable. The female soldier from the Chinese team actually got first place among all the Special Forces soldiers. God, I need to calm down. Oh my God, how did she do it? How did she do it? She's the only one with a perfect score. Even the sharpshooter Sharuk only got 90 points. Unbelievable. Yes, everyone thought it was unbelievable. Colonel Amitabh listened to the gasps of the generals and was even more suspicious of the referee's mistake. He walked up to the Estonian National Defense Commander and said in a deep voice, "I request a new referee. This is impossible. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk is the sharpshooter of our country. He definitely won't miss. I seriously suspect that the referee team made a major mistake. How could the Chinese soldier get a perfect score?" He almost said that the score that belonged to Yi Qian should belong to Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk. The Estonian National Defense Commander's face darkened. The highest score the Americans got was 86 points. Could it be that the SFS Border Defense Force was better than the Americans? The Chinese soldier's performance in the first round shows that she's a capable soldier. Why couldn't she get a perfect score? Or does Colonel Amitabh think that only your sharpshooter can get a perfect score and that the other contestants' scores aren't correct? Colonel Amitabh, please take responsibility for your words. The referee team was made up of Estonian soldiers. Now that they were being questioned, the Estonian National Defense Commander was displeased, especially since Colonel Amitabh's words. It was obvious that the full circle should belong to Shalak. Why? The Estonian National Defense Commander's face turned cold. But how could Colonel Amitabh give up so easily? In his eyes, this was a matter of national honor. Now, the honor that belonged to their country had been snatched away by the Chinese team because of the mistakes of the referees. He must apply for a retrial. General Hywell's face darkened when he saw the results. He had always looked down on China's strength, and not just on China alone. He looked down on most countries. As the world's hegemon, the United States had enough capital to look down on those countries that were still developing. China belongs to developing China. In the 1980s and 1990s, China had sent many of its top generals to the United States to study. They wanted to learn the core military technology of the United States. The United States, as the host, welcomed the Chinese and took them to visit some of the United States military bases. There were also military officers there to explain. What did China have at that time? Nothing at all. Even fighter jet engines could not be produced on their own and had to be imported. At that time, the United States had already become a world military power. Chapter 29:19. Now that 20 years had passed, the Chinese side was indeed much stronger than before, but compared to their countries, it was still a far cry. Today, one Chinese female soldier appeared, and there was only one of them. Why should they be flustered? Colonel Amitabh from White Elephant was panicking to the point of questioning the referees. Poor and stupid guy. No wonder he was getting worse year after year and was finally suppressed by the Chinese side. Since Colonel Amitabh doesn't trust the referees, I have a suggestion. Commander-in-Chief of Estonia, let Colonel Amitabh go take a look himself. The best result belongs to the Chinese female soldier, and it belongs to their sharpshooter, Sharuk. Colonel Amitabh can see for himself. He has no way of questioning the referee's work. Colonel Amitabh wasn't the only one who wanted to see for himself. The other countries, including General Haywill, also wanted to see. However, unlike Colonel Amitabh, they didn't directly question the referees or the strength of the Chinese female soldier. They just wanted to see the bullet marks left by the Chinese female soldier on the various targets. The referees had already been informed of this matter. They received Colonel Amitabh, took down the targets of the Chinese female soldiers and Sharuk from the automatic shooting machine, and presented them to all the officers of the observation group. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk made a mistake in the first shot. She didn't hit the bullseye. She made another mistake in the second shot. The fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth hit the bullseye. She made another mistake in the 10th shot. In the end, she only scored 90 points. Colonel Amitabh, we carefully checked the results of every participant. It's impossible for there to be a mistake like you said. As for the Chinese female participant, she didn't make any mistakes in any of the rounds. You can look at her positions. All the bullets hit the bullseye. She didn't miss or deviate. The bullet numbers on the bullseye matched the bullet numbers of her rifle. Therefore, the Chinese female participant scored full marks. She scored the best result of all the participants from the 12 countries and is ranked first. The referees laid out the targets and warheads one by one. Faced with the ironclad reality, Colonel Amitabh suddenly felt a gush of blood rushing to his head, causing him to almost lose his balance. Reality slapped him hard in the face, telling him that everything was normal and that it was all his imagination. The Chinese female soldier scored full marks, while Sharuk only scored 90 points. That's enough, Colonel Amitabh. You have to accept the facts. The referees didn't make a mistake. Yes, the referees didn't make a mistake. It's all because you have a serious prejudice against the Chinese contestants. That's why you think they can't score. Your doubts are full of prejudice and arrogance, Colonel Amitabh. This doesn't match your status. The officers of the Observer Corps reproached Colonel Amitabh for his conduct. Faced with the accusation, Colonel Amitabh felt as if his face was smeared with the hottest chili from his country. It was so hot that he couldn't raise his head. Chapter 29:20. But soon, General Kallisler felt that he might have been overthinking things. That was because the Chinese male soldiers' rifle shooting results were not very good. Even their commander only scored 86 points. It was the same as the U.S.'s best score. The other male soldiers didn't score well either. Even though the Chinese female soldier scored full points, the total score of the Chinese team was 35 points behind the U.S. team, and they were ranked 7th. It seemed that the female soldier sent by the Chinese side was most likely better at shooting than the male soldiers. That was why she was selected as one of the participants. Colonel Amitabh, there are no problems with the Chinese female soldier's score. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's score also has no problems. Colonel Amitabh, do you have any other questions? Colonel Amitabh took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. He then replied, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and caused trouble for the judges. I'm sorry. I have no problems right now. The judges didn't make any mistakes. I was too impatient. I'm sorry. In order to express his apology, Colonel Amitabh apologized to every single judge. Although Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk didn't get first place, but the SFS Border Defense Forces score was higher than the Chinese team, and they were ranked 5th. As long as they could make the Chinese team fall behind their country forever, it was enough. So, what if a female soldier was good? Colonel Amitabh finally found a sense of honor from the overall score. He believed that the SFS Border Defense Force was better than the Chinese team. The SFS Border Defense Force represented their country, and the Chinese team represented China. Now that the Chinese team was behind the SFS Border Defense Force, it could be understood that their country was stronger than the Chinese team. Colonel Amitabh established his confidence with inexplicable reasoning. He believed that it was reasonable and did not have any problem at all. Yes, there was no problem. That was only because he believed that there was no problem. What he didn't know was that his words and actions were synonymous with narrow-mindedness in the eyes of the other countries. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak was the same as Colonel Amitabh. They were both filled with confidence. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak once again set foot on the third 10-kilometer mark. At noon, he met the Italian Balaclava commando team. Facing the Italian team from Europe, Shah Rukh put away his arrogance and happily chatted with the Italian team members about China. Just before the firing of the rifles, the Chinese and Italian headgear commandos were chatting happily. He even saw that every time the cunning Chinese commander said something, the Italian commander would look at the SFS Border Defense Force. It looked like the cunning Chinese commander was bad-mouthing the SFS Border Defense Force. That's right. He must have said something bad about the SFS Border Defense Force. With this thought in mind, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak chatted happily with the commander of the team. When we were shooting the rifle just now, all of our arms were shaking when we held the gun. But for the sake of the competition, we all tried to adjust our breathing and shoot. But when I saw the Chinese team, they couldn't even lift their guns. I really don't know why China sent them out. They can't even lift a gun. Aren't they afraid of embarrassing their own country? The Italian commander, who was resting, looked at Shalak, who was chatting happily with him. When he heard Shalak belittling the Chinese participant, he frowned slightly. Chapter 29-21. He thought that he needed to remind the SFS commander from Baixiang that it was very bad behavior to belittle the contestants of another country behind their backs. They didn't respect the contestants from China. The Chinese contestants had expressed their friendliness from the beginning. When they were talking, the Chinese commander even praised the strength of the commander in front of him. He also said that they were looking forward to the next competition and hoped to see the outstanding performance of the SFS. He was very gentlemanly and also very respectful to the contestants of each country. On the contrary, the words of the SFS commander in front of him were full of prejudice against China and even malice. This kind of behavior was very repulsive. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak was used to speaking ill of China. They often slandered China in the country and even in the media. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could Shalak let it go? The Italian commander hid his disgust very well, and Shalak didn't notice it. He said, "Do you know why China's army is not as good as ours? Because our army is made up of volunteers, and China is made up of conscripts. The conscripts don't work hard enough and are forced to become soldiers. I often patrol the border and can see that the conscripts of China like to be lazy. Their equipment is too outdated. The rifles in their hands are all from the 1980s. Our army has the most advanced weapons in the world. As for China's equipment, they either import it from Western countries or imitate Western countries. So, even if China introduced many advanced weapons last year, they can't compare to ours. How can a country with a bunch of lazy conscripts be really strong? Just like the contestants sent by the Chinese side this time, they don't have any strength at all. They're like clowns jumping around and trying to show us that they're also soldiers. What an unlovable existence. The Italian commander felt that the unlovable existence was actually right beside him. Now, he didn't want to endure it anymore. He felt disgusted talking to a guy who didn't respect his country. Do Chinese soldiers like to be lazy? I think you have a very serious prejudice against Chinese soldiers. Just 10 minutes ago, the Chinese team entered the sniping route ahead of us. Their commander kindly reminded us that we can rest at the control station. That way, we will have more energy to face the upcoming sniping match. The Italian commander couldn't stand it any longer. He looked at Sharuk with his gray-brown eyes and said seriously, just 10 minutes ago, the Chinese team entered the sniping route ahead of us. Their commander kindly reminded us that we can rest at the control station. I'm confused by your words. In your words, you described the Chinese team as a team filled with malice toward everyone. However, the Chinese team I saw, their commander, and their members were all very friendly and humble. They even praised you and cheered for your performance. So, I doubt the authenticity of every word you say. I'm sorry, but I can't rest with you any longer. I have to take my team and set off. Goodbye, Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk. After the Italian commander finished speaking, he clapped his hands and stood up. Using their mother tongue, he called all the team members to prepare and set off. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, who was sitting on the rock, was stunned. What? What did he hear? Those cunning Chinese contestants even praised them? How could this be? How could the Chinese side, which prevented their country from becoming the #1 in Asia, send out a participant to praise the SFS Border Defense Force? Chapter 29-22. Shah Rukh didn't believe that the Chinese team members would speak well of them. Since the beginning of the year, the relationship between the two countries had been tense. Both sides had sharp words, and neither side was willing to back down. At this point, he didn't believe that the cunning Chinese team members would cheer for the wonderful performance of the SFS Border Defense Force. He didn't believe it, and the Italian commander didn't explain too much. In short, the Italian commander just wanted to get away from this arrogant guy whose mouth was full of lies. Asia's #1. Sorry, if the Italian citizens had to choose who was #1 in their hearts, it would definitely be the Chinese team. That mysterious Eastern country had mysterious martial arts that people yearned for. When the Italian commander said that the Chinese team had already left the designated route, Shah Rukh, who wanted to catch up with them to explain, immediately jumped up and waved to the rest of the team. Get up! Get up! Get up! They have already surpassed us. Get up! There was no imaginary enemy in this 10-kilometer distance, only a control station. After arriving at the control station, they would receive the next mission, sniping. The sniping would be done simultaneously. The first country to arrive at the control station would get points. At the same time, the rest time would be longer because they had to wait until the last country's team members arrived. When Shah Rukh heard that the Chinese team members had already passed the control station, he didn't have the mood to rest. When he thought about the possibility that the Chinese team members would arrive at the control station before the SFS Border Defense Force and get one more point, Shah Rukh felt like his heart was being bitten by thousands of ants, making him extremely uncomfortable. After less than 5 minutes of rest, Shah Rukh led his team members and chased after the Chinese team. Many situations occurred during the competition that day. Regardless of whether it was the 4 countries that were participating for the first time or the Western countries that had participated for several years, they were affected by the rain. Some fell and walked with a limp, some were bitten by poisonous insects, and some even bled. Some even had to pay more than 3 penalty slips in their pockets. There were only 10 penalty slips in total. 10 penalty slips meant sacrifice, and 3 penalty slips meant that more than half of the life was gone. The Chinese team's big eel turned in 2 penalty slips. His chin was injured, and he fell while being chased by 6 Estonian soldiers. In a situation where he was surrounded by 6 Estonian soldiers, he decided to protect the first team and rush out first. Then, he obediently handed in a penalty slip and followed the rest of the team. At this moment, The Chinese team didn't rest for even a minute and headed towards the control station. They would rather rest at the control station than take a break midway. This was the reason Xia Jinyuan said. Under the leadership of Xia Jinyuan, the 8 Chinese contestants didn't rest for even a minute, even though they walked slowly. They arrived at the control station at 1:30 p.m. local time, an hour earlier than the time they were supposed to arrive. They were only 37 minutes later than the first team from the United States and 11 minutes later than the fourth team from the United Kingdom. The Chinese side arrived at the control station on the 5th day and began an hour of rest. They were all too tired. Plus, the sniper competition would start at 3 o'clock. The contestants from each country simply greeted each other and found a place to rest. There was no other communication. The contestants sent by the United States even came over to greet Yi Jian. Although they were competitors compared to Xia, the United States' attitude could be considered friendly. Chapter 29-23. In the face of the friendliness of other countries, Yi Jian behaved gracefully. He used fluent American English to communicate with the American Special Forces. They were the people that China needed to learn from. Even if he was tired, Yi Jian did not want to miss the opportunity to communicate with them. Even the spirit of the American Triamphibious Assault Force was worth learning from. Like the Chinese soldiers, everything they did was for their own country and people. Like the Chinese soldiers, they did their best to protect the interests of the country and the safety of the people. Therefore, why did the Italian commander say that the soldiers of every country needed to be respected? Even if they were on opposite sides, as soldiers, they also needed to respect the soldiers of another country. Your pistol shot shocked us. It was very, very good. The American contestant gave Yi Jian a thumbs up. His deep Western face was full of admiration. It's amazing. We tried it just now and found, there's no way to complete the process of changing the holster and shooting again in 2 minutes. There's really not enough time. Yi, how did you do it? Can you demonstrate it once? Of course, if it's inconvenient. We're sorry for offending you. Yi Jian did not refuse his request. The relationship between the two countries had a great impact last year because of the Southern Alliance, but now it was a competition without any military purpose, and it could not be related to politics. In this regard, Yi Jian's mentality was still very calm. She smiled and said, "Yes, there's no problem. However, I'll only demonstrate it once because my hands are really tired. I can't complete it again." She smiled and winked. There was an indescribable playfulness in her voice. She was valiant and charming. Her witty and humorous answer made the American soldier breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, he was really prepared to be rejected by the Chinese female soldier. Last year, the Southern Alliance incident had a great impact on the international scene. The popular protests in China were spread back to the United States from time to time. Chinese students joined the protests. It could be said that the situation was very tense. It was not until November last year that the two countries signed a bilateral agreement that the situation eased slightly. It had been more than a year since the Southern Alliance incident. As soldiers, they were not very sure about the attitude of the Chinese soldiers towards them. Maybe they would refuse. Maybe they would accept. The chances were 50-50. When the American soldier heard that Yi Jian really agreed, his joy was overflowing. He was extremely surprised and said, "Oh, God, I was so surprised. God, your friendliness makes us feel very warm. Thank you so much, Yi. Can I hug you? Can I hug you?" It was not an ordinary surprise, but a joy that came from inside out. It could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Jian did not expect the other party to be so happy. For a moment, he could not help but laugh. He nodded and looked at this young foreign soldier. He smiled and said, "Of course. Thank you. Thank you very, very much." The soldier opened his arms and hugged Yi Qian in a gentlemanly manner. After letting go, he called out cheerfully to his comrades, who were resting beside him, "Guys, come over here, come over here. Yi has already promised to demonstrate it to us. She is very tired, but she will still demonstrate it to us." "Oh God, really? Is that true?" "It's true. Quick, get up quickly. You bastard, stop sleeping. Get up." Chapter 29-24. Some of the soldiers were too tired and fell asleep with their rifles in their arms. However, they were rudely kicked awake by their comrades. When they found out what was going on, they picked up their luggage and ran over with their comrades. When the rest of the participants from the other countries saw this, they did not understand what was going on. They looked at each other in confusion. What are they doing? What are they trying to do? I'm not sure, but they are all running towards the Chinese camp. Are they on good terms? They do seem very friendly. I'm curious what the American soldiers are trying to do. The low voices did not reach Yi Qian's ears. When the American commander, who was communicating with Xia Jinyuan, learned about the request made by his soldiers, and the Chinese female soldiers generously expressed that there was no problem with it, his eyes flashed with obvious surprise. He smiled at Xia Jinyuan and said, "I can't believe it either. This should be considered a military secret. Just like changing magazines with one hand, it was originally a military secret of your country. Later on, it became a must-learn skill for the special forces of all countries. It also became a must-learn skill for us commandos." As he spoke, the commander swung the rifle on his back to his chest and finished changing magazines with one hand in front of Xia Jinyuan. It was obvious that he had practiced it a lot. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Changing the magazine with one hand was invented by a soldier in our army during a self-defense counterattack. It only took 2 to 3 seconds to change the old and new magazines. It was much faster than the regular method. It was a very practical tactical move. Later on, it spread and became a must-learn move for the frontline combat troops. Decades later, it was still practical, changing magazines with one hand, holding the gun with the right hand, taking out the magazine with the left hand, and then using the new magazine with the left hand. The new magazine would be pushed forward. The empty magazine would be pushed forward, and the empty magazine would fall. At the same time, the new magazine would be reloaded. Yi Qian did this move more amazingly than any other male soldier. It could be said to be perfect. If he learned these movements, he could indeed learn them, and he would even surpass his master. However, it would be difficult to reach Yi Qian's speed. Just like how she could shoot accurately with a raised gun, the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade went back to the base and practiced countless times. In the end, they were all defeated. It was impossible to master it. Talent was such a strange thing. Therefore, even though Yi Qian had promised to demonstrate it to the soldiers, they had to learn it first. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was covered in paint, picked up the old magazine that Commander Mei threw out. He made a please gesture and said, "You can watch it together." They weren't afraid of being learned. They were so open that even the special forces from other countries wanted to come over and take a look. So what if he looked? He wasn't afraid of being seen. Yi Qian and her comrades all thought the same way. She reenacted the mistake she made before firing the rifle, removed the magazine, took out a bullet, hit the bolt with force, and changed the holster. The Special Forces soldiers of various countries watching her couldn't help holding their breaths when they saw her actions that were faster than ordinary people's. She was too fast, too fast. She was so fast that they couldn't even see her movements. Clearly, some of them only blinked a few times before Yi Qian was done. The American soldier who was counting the time was dumbfounded when he heard the sound of the magazine being loaded. How long? the American commander asked the soldier who was keeping time,